Hey, this is early 30s Tyler. I'm just going to be here for the intro before I head it over to early 20s Tyler to give you some context about this video. One, I'm releasing it now because the content's good, and I took it down from the hosting site a couple years ago, and I'm like, you know what, this needs to live on. These conversations are good stuff. Two, I'm doing it now because why not? My last video's already flopped. The algorithm's confused. There's nothing to lose, really. So just going for it. And the third thing I want to share is just some context about where I was at in life at this time. I was working at a startup as a sysadmin or a software engineer, and I was interviewing a lot of people to help them join the startup potentially. And so I was just talking to a lot of people, and I really enjoyed it. And so I was like, how do I keep doing this? So I thought, okay, a podcast. And then I ran into the problem where no one wanted to talk to me. So I'm like, let me talk to people in my life. So this season, first 5 episodes are first 4 are people who I knew before and asked to come on. And they are portfolios or snapshots of just how cool they are in life. And then the 5th episode is someone I just emailed cold, who I found out about through his blog, I think, and we hopped on a call, and it was awesome. And then 6th episode through the rest came about when I had a really eye-opening experience, and it got me obsessed with this topic of chronic pain. So the first 3 episodes of that season, I'm talking about that experience, and then I'm releasing standalone episodes from some of the people that I interviewed for that series. So let me check if that covers it. Yeah, that covers the first 11 episodes. Last thing I'll say is I've been sharing a lot of videos recently about how to get a job in tech, how to think clearly using a notebook, and how to ship. And I'm proud of that, but the last reason I'm releasing this now is because the greater thing I'm trying to do with this YouTube channel is share like how to live a life of purpose, and to use the gifts that God has given you, use the experiences that were tough, and to share them and to turn it into something that's good for the world. So even though I'm really embarrassed about a lot of this stuff, I think a lot of this stuff is how I've done things. I do it differently than what you're about to see, but I also want to show the progression. So I didn't edit anything other than this first intro, and all of the cover art was done pre-AI, of course. So the cover art was done through freelancers or designers. The audio I edited all myself with Audacity, which is a free open source software. I did all the research myself, of course. So that's all the context I'll give. Think of the rest of this video as like one of those shoe boxes with a bunch of random stuff, or a free little library where you can just look around and pick out something that's interesting. And it's raining a little bit now, so I'm going to go before my computer fries. Have fun.
24-mile-an-hour headwinds for 55 miles, and I just kept wanting to burst into tears for the whole day. And then I kept thinking, like, I don't have time to stop and cry. Like, I'm not going to make it to the campsite before dark, and there's no water before the campsite, so I have to make it.
The only time you really experience time as it actually passes, so it's not speeded up or slowed down, but time as it exists, is when you're listening to music.
But 5th grade, you don't really know any of that. And I wrote this 40-page book by hand. And
was this for an assignment or
no? It was just for fun. Like, I wrote my own language. It had its own character set. Whoa. It was crazy, yeah. And it was called Jiven.
When you do the North Face on Longs Peak, there's only about actually 200 to 300 feet of 5-4 rock climbing. If you fell, you're dead. But the emotional part of doing something where there's a death consequence at that time was appealing.
Hello, I'm Ty Hitzman, and welcome to the Portrait Podcast, where each episode is an hour-long snapshot of my guest and the beliefs, experiences, and habits that characterize them. This welcome message is meant to give you an idea of what's to come and share my motivations for creating this podcast. So first, a note about the guest list. Each person on the show is someone that I admire and am genuinely interested in. And while the people I talk to come from a wide variety of backgrounds, they can generally be described as those who seek adventure, challenge convention, and push themselves outside their comfort zones. Each episode will have 2 general sections. In the first, the topics are dictated entirely by the guest's background and experiences. If I were to talk to an acclaimed solo rock climber, for example, we might discuss his or her training strategy and how they psychologically respond to climbing without a rope. In the second portion, I ask some of my favorite general questions. These might include questions like, what was your most memorable travel experience? Or what's the kindest thing that anyone's ever done for you? So, each episode is a showcase of the guest and the qualities that make him or her so special. And that's basically it. So why am I doing this? Everyone already has a podcast, and there's definitely not anything that uniquely qualifies me as an interviewer. Those things are true, but I still have 3 primary reasons for making Portrait. The first is to challenge myself by creating something that's outside my comfort zone. In the past, my work has always been rooted in some form of writing. I've enjoyed writing research papers, articles, poems, short and long stories. And even for my professional work as a software developer, I write computer programs. And with all these forms of writing, you can always flip the structure, tweak the syntax, or change the setting. And for a helpless perfectionist like me, that's really comforting. But the process of recording a quality, conversational podcast is entirely different. It's more fluid, it's organic, and it's in the moment. I find that both terrifying and exciting. So by shifting from the keyboard to the microphone, I hope to both embrace that fear and become a more well-rounded communicator. My second reason for creating Portrait is that I hope podcasting will help me have the purposeful, informed conversations that I so deeply crave. I find those so refreshing that I'm willing to go through the hassle of making an entire podcast just to make sure I have more of them. Everything else in my mind is secondary. That's why I'm not focusing on getting the biggest celebrities on here or doing any marketing. In fact, I wouldn't really care if my only listeners are my guests themselves and my mom. Hi, Mom. To me, those talks alone are worth the effort. And lastly, I'm starting Portrait as part of a larger effort to put myself out there. As a classic introvert, recording myself and uploading it for anyone to hear kind of freaks me out. But I believe there's some sort of magic that can happen when people create and make themselves vulnerable without having too many expectations. Patrick O'Shaughnessy, the host of a podcast called Invest Like the Best, is a perfect example of this. He started his show without any expectations other than having enjoyable conversations. After only a year of creating great content and forming connections, his podcast made it possible for him to have a 3-hour dinner with Warren friggin' Buffett. Now, I don't expect that Portrait will lead to me sharing lobster with the greatest investor of all time, but who knows? Maybe it'll make it possible for me to connect with you, or one of your friends, or maybe some unforeseeable opportunity will present itself because someone stumbled upon the show. So if you enjoy Portrait, or you know someone who would make a great guest, or you just want to connect, I'd love to hear from you. Okay, 2 quick notes. 1, there may be some swearing in the episodes. And 2, a confession. I've shamelessly based this show on some of my favorite podcasts, especially Tim Ferriss's The Tim Ferriss Show and Patrick O'Shaughnessy's Invest Like the Best. I copy their format, their interview styles, and many of their questions. I even got the same sound equipment as Tim. So if there's anything redeeming about this show, it's probably because I stole it from them. And I don't feel bad about that. In fact, if we all worked as hard, or listened as intently, or pushed ourselves as much as Patrick and Tim do, the world would be a much better place. And if I can make the show even half as good as theirs, I'll be very proud. That's all for the welcome message. Thanks for stopping by, and enjoy the show.
And I just kept wanting to burst into tears for the whole day. It was so hard. And then I kept thinking, like, I don't have time to stop and cry. Like, I'm not going to make it to the campsite before dark, and there's no water before the campsite, so I have to make it. And so if there are these avenues that exist to, like, blow your world open, like, I totally think you should take them. And it was this totally random and, like, exceptional and really special thing. And all it came from was just, like, walking down the street. And I remember, like, I'm not, like, a super emotional person generally, and I remember just, like, weeping.
That is Annie Peyton, architect, designer, world traveler, and adventurist. Annie has had a busy, fascinating life. She received her bachelor's and master's in architecture from Tulane University. During her time in school, she spent a year studying in Copenhagen, Denmark, and after school, she became the recipient of 2 national fellowships. As a Global Health Corps Fellow, she worked in design for a year in Rwanda. And as a Luce Scholar, she worked for an architecture firm for a year in Thailand. Annie's outlook on life is perhaps even more impressive than her resume. There's so many qualities I admire about Annie, but the first is her unshakable resiliency. Whether she's on the bike in the middle of a windstorm, or at a lunch table when everyone else around her is speaking a foreign language, or meeting with a random group of artists in the middle of Bangkok, you get the sense that Annie is capable of adapting to any situation. Perhaps this is due to her incredibly high emotional intelligence. Throughout our conversation, you'll hear how Annie's able to recognize her emotions, take ownership of them, and then use them to her benefit. I think this is such a powerful and underrated skill. Finally, I admire Annie's holistic approach to life. She refuses to follow convention or stay in her comfort zone. Instead, she's constantly searching for alternative ways to challenge herself and gain new perspective. And although she's had such a diverse background, she's still able to connect all her experiences into a narrative that feels cohesive and genuine. Throughout our conversation, Annie explains her proven strategy for landing big opportunities and shares stories from her year in Thailand. She also explains her most memorable day and a story about the kindest thing that anyone's ever done for her. But before all that, we talk about her recent biking adventure. Over the course of 69 days, she biked from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles, California, covering a total of 3,760 miles. And that is where our conversation begins. Why don't we just start with something I'm really excited to talk about, which is this batshit crazy bike adventure, as you described it.
Yeah.
So can you just tell me what inspired you to bike across the U.S.?
Yeah. So I've heard that question a lot, of course, throughout my trip, before my trip, after my trip. So there was kind of 2 simultaneous threads, I would say. One was logistical and one was emotional. And the logistical one is that I had this Luce scholarship last year in Thailand, and it ended in July, and I knew the whole year that my fellowship would end and I would have no job and no home in terms of not having to pay rent anywhere. So I would have this time after the fellowship to then, move back to the US or wherever and find a job. And I have always been sort of an opportunist in travel. And I knew the whole year that I'd want to take at least some small block of time and do something other than just immediately get another job elsewhere. Like after I lived in Rwanda for a year, and after I lived there, I kind of like bounced around very quickly and did a lot of quick, short travel. Like I saw a bunch of friends around the U.S. and I realized that I didn't really give myself enough time to kind of reflect on the year, and I wanted to do sort of like one singular thing. So after my Luce scholarship. So I thought about like taking Spanish immersion classes or working on a farm or, doing something that would be like a month. And then I had a pretty rough year in Thailand because of just like a lot of personal stuff. Like I went through a really excruciating breakup when I was there, like a really, really terrible time. And so I wanted to do something that would allow for some like emotional healing sort of, or like allow some kind of time and space to like decompress from that, and to sort of allow myself to have like a specific purpose and role that I had created and that didn't, basically I needed to put myself in a place where I was not finding happiness or purpose from another person and from only myself. And when I was in Asia, I did a vacation to Taiwan with a couple of other loose scholars, and we biked around the coastline of Taiwan. And they set it all up. They had biked before. They like kind of knew what they were doing, and I was like literally along for the ride. And it was like a relatively easy biking trip. It was, it was like a week and a half. It was really fun. And on that trip, I thought, oh, biking, this is what I could do. And it just stuck in my head in the way that nothing else stuck. No other, sort of option that I had been thinking about. They kind of would be in my mind for a couple of days and then like float away. But I thought about biking every single day after that. And so I just did a ton of research about biking in the US, and I asked my friends for a lot of advice. I read a lot of blogs, and I was like really nervous, but yeah, I basically just did a ton of research, and then came back to the US and bought a bike and bought a bunch of camping gear and left. So that's why.
Okay, I have so many follow-up questions. What was your packing strategy and strategy for just getting the necessities of like food and water when you're on the road so long?
Okay, so everything that I did, so my only experience with biking before this trip was that trip to Taiwan, where there was like 8,000 7-Elevens along the way, and we stayed in like cheap guest houses every night. So we really didn't need to take that much with us, and it was extremely easy to buy or to access food and water along the way. So this one, to pack, I just relied on a lot of blogs. Like I literally just Googled bike across America, and found various blogs and write-ups and articles, and a couple of people had written up their packing list, which was really helpful. And I went through and, sort of felt like I don't need any normal clothes. Like I'll only take biking clothes and like, an extra set of comfy clothes for camping. So I pretty much made my, clothing list off of that. Like I did 2 sets of biking clothes and then a set of warm clothes for camping. I bought a camp stove, and I had like just a teeny little camp stove, a book, a journal, a sleeping bag, a tent. That's like, it was pretty pared down. Like I took less stuff than other people had taken, but I didn't, I felt pretty good about what I was taking, and I figured it would be, relatively easy to buy additional stuff. And I was nervous about taking too much weight. When I left, I had a 33-pound bike and 35 pounds of gear, I think, something pretty close to that. And I didn't want to take too much weight because I figured that I wasn't in great shape and I didn't have any experience, and I figured I would struggle with more than that. So yeah, I pretty much just spent like a while at REI talking to like the people in the there, like asking about camping gear, and spent several days at bike shops in DC, or at a bike shop in DC, and the bike mechanic who worked on my bike and a couple of other people there were super nice. I was actually pretty nervous to tell them what I wanted to do, because I thought they would say like, you have no clue what are you doing, and instead they said, we love adventure. Like, so cool. So, we're so jealous, and they offered a lot of tips, and so just kind of all of that compiled. So yeah, I brought a pretty like streamlined amount of stuff, I guess, but it was really fine. I found that I wasn't missing anything that big, and I left the bike trail at one point. I had to fly back east and go to a wedding, and I saw my family at the wedding, and I brought back like just a couple of items of clothing that I didn't need and gave it to them. So I shed a few things on the way.
Wow. And what was your strategy for sleeping? You said you have a tent, but did you just go on the side of the road?
Yeah. No, so my sort of only concession to being a solo female on my trip was that I tried to find real places to stay, or at least places. I used a series of maps from the Adventure Cycling Association, they were phenomenal biking maps. They have a lot of bike routes that they've mapped out across and around the US, and they sell these maps that are in like 400 or 500 mile chunks. And on the maps, they have like convenience stores listed, so where you can get water and snacks, and campgrounds or hotels or whatever, or like, places that have hotels. So I really heavily relied on those on those maps to find campgrounds. So the first couple of days, I mapped out exactly where I was going to stay, like this campground, and then like this outdoor store that will randomly let cyclists, sleep outside, and just a handful of things like that. I had a friend in Charlottesville, which was like my third or fourth night, so I knew the first like 4 nights, I guess, and then after that, I just like would like wake up and decide where to go, or like the night before, I would look at what campground was accessible for the next day. But yeah, I stayed at a lot of campgrounds, a lot of RV parks, really a lot of RV parks. I knew nothing about sort of like the RV way of life before this trip, and now I have met a number of people who are permanent RVers. And I used this website called Warm Showers, which is like couch surfing for bikers. And I stayed with, I think I maybe 5 times used it over my trip, and everyone was really nice. So that was great. It means that you can just stay at somebody's house for free. Which is like a really amazing resource that exists just because people are really nice. And then I camped at a bunch of city parks for free, which is basically like where you show up, and every single time without fail, I would show up like 30 minutes before dark or so, and I was so tired, and I just wanted to set up my tent and like get my, evening routine going. And there was always a, parent and child playing on the playground, like, which is great. That's what parks are for. But I really wanted to like set up my tent, and I felt too creepy doing that while they were there. So I would just like hang around and wait until they left, and then set up my tent. And there was a couple of times where I was like pretty grody, and I showed up at a city park, and they don't have showers, so I just was like kind of gross. But it was fine. I really don't mind. It was fun. It was cheap. I erred on the cheap, and then. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I did the whole way. And there's a handful of like friends of friends along the way that I stayed with.
So how did your body respond to, carrying around 70 plus pounds for as long as you did? Did you run into any injuries along the way?
No, I was pretty lucky. I got a brand new bike before I left. Every other bike I've owned in my life has been like a real piece of shit. And yeah, so I bought a new bike. I got a Surly, which is a really good touring bike. I love it. I will die with this bike. It is like an amazing bike. And I got a bike fitting, which I did not know existed, but it was worth every penny. So my joints didn't hurt. I was really tired every day. I was like exhausted basically for the first few weeks. Like I felt like for the first 2 or 3 weeks, at any second of any day, I could have pulled over to the side of the road and taken a nap. But yeah, it was okay. I just didn't do, I guess, more than I was able to. Like for the first like 2 weeks, I don't think I went more than 65 miles every day or each day. But it would take me the entire day. So I spread it out. But yeah, it's really not that much. Like 70 pounds maybe sounds like a lot, but it really wasn't bad. Like it's really hard to go up a mountain at all on a bicycle, but it's hard to go up with a bunch of gear. But it's not impossible. Like you just take your time, you get stronger every day. And it's good. Like I've always been like relatively fit, but like in no way a good athlete. Like I've always been, I would say, a below average athlete. Like I ran track in high school, and I was always in probably the bottom 10% of runners. Like I'm really not a talented athlete. But bike touring is not about being an exceptional athlete. It's just about being somebody who loves to bike and is able to, understand their body and go at the pace that works for them, and loves to travel. Like it's really more about, it's a much more holistic experience, I think, than, like racing a bike or like, I don't know. It's much more about traveling by bike and less about only biking.
So you saw so many different parts of the U.S. I'll just read out the states that you went through.
Yeah, sure.
Virginia, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and then you ended in California. What were your favorite and least favorite parts of the country?
Sure. Well, okay. So in case there are any bike tours listening, I took part of the Trans-America Trail. I did that, the Adventure Cycling Association's Trans-America Trail for the first half, and then Route 66 for the second half. So those are the routes that I took. I loved New Mexico so much. I loved biking in New Mexico and Arizona. I loved the desert. I had been very, very briefly to Arizona once and New Mexico once before for like a day or two each. But so I spent like over a month, I guess, in the Southwest. And it was just so beautiful. So I grew up in New Jersey, and I think I could move to the desert tomorrow and live there until I die, and it would still feel like an alien landscape. Like it's just so different in every day, in every way, from what I'm used to, right? The plants, the scale of it, it's just this, vastness, and all the plants are so different. I'm used to like lush green trees that lose their leaves in the winter, and the desert just has this, the scrub and these mountains and these colors and the light is so phenomenal. Like it sort of illuminates the grass. Like I would bike, the hour or two before sunset, and the grass would be this yellow that felt sort of both muted and bright at the same time, and I kept trying to think while I was seeing this of a better way of describing it other than these two contradictory words, and it really is both of those things at once, and that's just really so exceptional. So that was my favorite part, was biking through that landscape. And my least favorite part was biking through Texas. I went through the Texas Panhandle, and it was just so windy that it was so painful. Like there was a day, it was my first day in New Mexico, so it was quite close to Texas, and it was so painfully windy. It was something like 24-mile-an-hour headwinds for 55 miles, and I just kept wanting to burst into tears for the whole day. It was so hard. And then I kept thinking, like, I don't have time to stop and cry. Like, I'm not going to make it to the campsite before dark, and there's no water before the campsite, so I have to make it. And I really tried not to bike after dark because that would be pretty dangerous. So this entire day, I was so upset and stressed and just like, really not having a good time. So that was pretty hard.
Wow. So did the trip itself give you the sense of closure that you were hoping it would going into it?
Yeah, I don't know if closure is what I was looking for. I think it was just reclaiming of self-reliance and independence that I think I had totally inadvertently lost in the wake of this relationship leaving my life. And yeah, just looking for I was really looking for something to like funnel my energy into. And I've always liked biking ever since I was a little kid, just like biking around town, basically, like nothing big, but I've always just enjoyed, going for a bike ride. So yeah, I mean, I think it accomplished a lot of what I was hoping it would. And I noticed, you meet a lot of people. I met a ton of people and had a lot of great conversations along the way, even just like really short conversations with people. Like every time I stopped at a convenience store to refill my water, I would just stand outside for a couple of minutes and rest. And every single time somebody would come up and say like, what are you doing? Where are you going? Like, this like girl with a, bike with a bunch of stuff on it. And so I was I told you like a more comprehensive reason, but like to somebody that's just coming up to me at a convenience store, I wouldn't say like, oh, all of these things, oh, why are you biking across the country? That's not how I would respond. So I was forced to just make a pretty quick summary of it, and I would just say something like, oh, I just thought this would be like a really interesting thing to do, or like, oh, I just, wanted to try this kind of like crazy thing just for fun. And I was surprised at how quickly, like really within the first week, that became true. And like that, this bike trip started because of some stuff that I wasn't in control of happening in my life, and how quickly it really became my own. That was something that was really great. Like kind of the ownership of this trip like transferred fully to me very quickly. So yeah, I don't feel like a sense of closure, I think, of like everything, but yeah, it really like, I think I kind of like constructed this like strange way of like getting myself out of a pit in my life. And yeah, for me, it totally worked. Like this was 100% the right thing for me to do. Even if other people are not experiencing like such intense times of uncertainty or emotional intensity, this is a type of activity that I would really encourage people to to look into. Like just a couple days, just for fun. It is just really an exceptional way to travel and a really fun thing to do.
Very cool. I'm really eager to talk about your time in Thailand, but before we do that, I want to talk about how that was possible and how you became a loose scholar, because I think that your perspective could be one that a lot of people listening who maybe want to apply to a big job or fellowship or grant could take away a lot from. And even myself, I'm really curious in hearing how people navigate that process. In this next section of the interview, Annie and I talk a lot about her experience as a loose scholar. So I wanted to jump in and give some quick context about what this program and scholarship are about. So each year, the Loose program provides stipends, language training, and a professional, individualized job in Asia for 18 U.S. citizens. This program is so unique because it's meant for young leaders who have had limited experience with Asia and who otherwise might not have an opportunity in the normal course of their careers to come to know the continent. So that means you don't need to be fluent in Mandarin or have studied Asian history or have even traveled anywhere in Asia in order to be eligible for this scholarship. The program's mission is simply to enhance the understanding of Asia among America's future leaders, and they do this by sending these people there and supporting them while they work and experience the culture for a year. I'd love to just break down the steps to get to the Loose Award and then your take on it. So like the 3 or 4 steps of the Loose application is you write an application, you submit it, you're nominated by a university, and then you have an interview from a Loose affiliate, and then your application is sent to the national committee. The committee looks over all of their applicants that were nominated, and then they select 45 finalists, and then from there they pick 15 to 18. So let's start with the written application. The main essay was pretty open-ended, but asked the applicants to talk about like why they're interested in the Loose, future plans, and thoughts on leadership. So I'm wondering, how did you answer these questions, and what was your general approach with the essay and the application?
Sure. Yeah, the Loose's inclusion specifically of your view on leadership I thought was interesting. Like every other application that I'd done, was something like, why, tell us about you and tell us why we should pick you, right? And I thought that Loose had this further reaching idea about, what does leadership mean to you? Like that question sort of sounds like generic, but I liked that they included it. And I liked being forced to think about that and weave that into my answer. So with job, right, you're applying so that you can contribute value to an organization. And with a fellowship, they are investing in you, either the fellowship organization or your host organization, or a combination of those. They're investing in you as a future leader, I guess, or participant in the field that fellowship is about. So they're basically putting money into you to say, like, we're gonna fund you for this 1 year, but we expect to get sort of like returns in the long term, like not to us specifically, but like to the field. Like with Global Health Corps, like for me, it was an introduction to global health and health equity. And with Loose, like it's just it's exposure to Asia, right? So that in your career, hopefully you can start to work with Asia, or at least you take, the lessons that you learned in Asia into your future career. So one of the ways that I approach a fellowship application is by thinking, and like this would not be the driving force, I guess, but keeping in mind that you need to make a case for yourself why they should invest money into you, right? Why should they pay for you specifically to have this opportunity? So with my Loose application, I guess, okay, and also with a fellowship application, it's important to talk about your personal narrative. And I've like bounced around a lot, but it's always been, even if someone has had a sort of like meandering life, you can still weave that together in a pretty cohesive way, so long as you find a thread that links everything. And then you can talk about how this fellowship opportunity is a great next step for you, because blank. Like this fits into my future plans, because it makes sense in this sequence of events that I've taken in my life. So it's all about building a case for yourself, why this makes sense. Why have you done what you've done before? What has that experience taught you? What are you lacking that this fellowship opportunity can bring to you? And then how will this contribute to you, learning something critical to apply in the future? So like with Luce, I had never been to Asia before. And I wanted to go and see the area of the world that had the most, big cities. Like that is what I was interested in. That is what I am interested in, is working in urban areas, working in the built environment. So for me, seeing the built environment in a new part of the world was really important, right? To learn about just to experience, huge cities that I'd never experienced before, and see how they worked or how they didn't work, and how different cultural values, right? How quite different cultural values would influence the way that people built, planned, and used and experienced a city. So that was why I felt that doing the Luce was important for me.
Cool. So I'm sold already on you just after you explained that. It was very articulate, and I think even the way you're describing it sort of elicits like buy-in from people, because it sounds genuine. Your reasons are, you can tell, like your own, and something that's important to you. So I wasn't the only one who thought that you were nominated by your institution, and then you had an interview with a Luce affiliate. And this one, from what I've heard, is can vary a lot in how that interview goes and who it's with. What was your first interview like, and can you describe how you prepared for that and how it went?
Sure. Yeah. I don't really know if I prepared at all. I mean, I guess I reread my application and I looked at the news that week. Like, I think if you're doing an interview, it's important, even if the interview is not about, anything related to like media or politics or whatever. I think it's important just to be a little bit up on what's happening in the world, just so you seem like a, out and aware person. But yeah, I mean, I don't really think that there's like, we were talking about the thing that I know best, which is me. So there was not a whole lot of preparation to do. Yeah, the thing that I really liked about that is it was not a series of questions that I had to answer. It was very conversational. It was like I actually loved all of the Luce interviews. They were so enjoyable. It was just it was just great conversations with really smart and interesting people about topics that interested me, so it was the topics that were in my essay and application. Like, we didn't only talk about my essay, we talked about, a handful of other things on my application, like some classes I had taken, in college that were on my transcript that were part of my application. So yeah, I mean, it was just like a very comfortable conversation. And I think a lot of it is not about, like the specifics of your application, but a lot about how you present yourself as a person, and about how you're able to, conduct yourself in conversation and have a discussion with somebody that you're not familiar with. So yeah, like I have always been a pretty introverted person, and when I was growing up, I was really shy, and I always found it really hard to talk to people. It made me really nervous. So in college, so I studied architecture in college, and we had to present. I'm sure in many other fields as well, but I am only familiar with architecture education. So we had to present, verbally present several times a semester, our studio projects to a panel of professors, and there would always be people watching, and that would like frighten the hell out of me for a really long time. But you get better at it over time. You get better at presenting your ideas, your projects, at emotionally divorcing yourself, but like at separating yourself enough from the idea that if anything is criticized, you don't feel personally attacked. That's really important. And at pretty much just being able to handle criticism and being able to speak with confidence and feel that your idea has merit. So that was really good preparation for these interviews later. So in the Global Health Corps interview, which for me was entirely by phone, and the loose interviews, which for me were all in person. I went into the New York office for my first round interview, although many of them I believe are by Skype. I just happened to be in New Jersey and could very easily go into the New York office. It's just, for me, that was good preparation for the interviews, having been forced to present for a lot of years, and just like kind of being forced to show yourself as more confident. And it's great. I love meeting people. That is something that I've learned about myself. That's actually something I realized about myself even more strongly on the bike trip. I loved meeting people along the way. Like I mentioned, I'm pretty introverted, and so it didn't bother me at all to spend so much time by myself on the bike. Like the bike trip was 69 days for me, and I did almost the whole thing by myself. I met a couple of other cyclists on the road who I biked with for a handful of days, but mostly I was by myself. And so when I did meet people, I was like really chatty. But I loved meeting people, like all the places I stayed. If there were other people, I would talk to them, and like at convenience stores, I would talk to people. So I'm like genuinely interested in other people, and I think that's also a good quality to have, I guess, if you're interviewing for a fellowship, is just like being a friendly person, right? Like that sounds really silly, but it really means something if you're able to show that you're genuinely interested in the conversation.
So you were selected, obviously, and then I'll fast forward a bit. Every loose scholar goes through a 2-month language immersion program, and then in your case, that this was in a different location in Thailand, and then you were placed in Bangkok. Could you just give a quick overview of once you were all settled in, what was your day like?
Sure, yeah. So I never totally had a routine in Bangkok, I think to my detriment. But I guess my sort of closest thing to a routine is that I would wake up and go for a run as early as I could to beat the heat. And then I would go to work. I worked in a pretty cool part of town. It was like a very like middle class Thai neighborhood. It was like pretty crowded, pretty dense. I really liked walking from the metro station to the office because it was by like a whole bunch of food vendors and like street vendors, and that was pretty fun to walk by. And then my office was on the top floor of an apartment building, and it had these really amazing views of Bangkok. Bangkok is so spread out and has like close to no planning or zoning, so it's just this like really spread out city that has like all these tall buildings kind of all over the place, which is like not how most cities are. Like things are a little more grouped, I guess, in other places. So from our office, you could have this full view, 360-degree view of the Bangkok skyline, and that was really incredible. And I had the nicest coworkers. They're so cool. I really liked my coworkers a lot. Yeah, and it was a small office. It was about like 9 people. They're all Thai. And then I would be at work, most of the day. We would always go out to eat lunch together as a whole office. This was something I thought was like really, really funny. It never changed. Every day they would like people would people would speak to each other in Thai, of course. And then like if something was relevant, they would say it to me in English, or if they were like making a joke and all laughing, then they would translate for me. But, they would speak to each other in Thai, and then somebody would stand up and say, "Annie, rice or noodles?" and I would go, okay, rice. And then we would go to the place that had rice. Or sometimes they would just go, "Annie, lunchtime." And I would go, okay. Like I would just sit there like a child, waiting to be like told when to eat. Yeah, basically. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, I'll eat now. And then in the whole office, we would all go, a place like a block or two away, and all eat together. And it would be, $1.25 or something for like a plate of rice and a bunch of vegetables and meat. Or like $1 for, a bowl of noodles or something. And yeah, so every day. And see, like sometimes it was like a little bit uncomfortable because, like, for me, just because everyone would speak in Thai, and I would kind of think like, ugh, I don't like. Even though I had taken Thai, their Thai is like, I was not fluent. So even though I had taken Thai, I really couldn't understand a lot of what was going on. But yeah, mostly it was just fun to hang out with them, and that was nice.
Did you have a hard time with that at any point? I mean, you were there for a year, and being in that outside place where you can't like really understand something, did that ever wear on you, or is it pretty easy for you to just sort of be comfortable in that spot?
Yeah, kind of. If I had been placed in a country where the language would be perhaps more useful in life, like if you're in China, right? That is like an exceptionally useful language to learn. I was not planning on living in Thailand permanently. So for me, learning Thai wasn't the most important thing that I get out of the year. For other loose scholars, the language is enormously important. It certainly helps your social interactions and your professional experience to gain more proficiency in the language. I am not a talented language learner, nor was learning Thai a big priority for me. So I studied. Like I really liked the 2-month language study that we started with for the year. I actually, it was really fun, and I loved learning the Thai alphabet. That was so interesting. And I had a tutor that I saw like once a week during the year, but other people, would spend much more time on the language and gained a much higher level of proficiency to their enormous credit. I kind of wish I had spent more time, but like also, like I don't need Thai now. I don't need to use Thai now. So it's kind of dependent on where you are, how useful the language is in your future, and then just what you want to get out of it in the long term. And in Bangkok, most of my coworkers, my boss was fluent in English. She'd gone to graduate school in the U.S. And a couple of my coworkers were like pretty good with English. So for me, it was more like fun social stuff to use Thai.
So I loved reading about how you went and joined this sketch group, Bangkok Sketchers.
Yeah, I loved that. Yeah. Bangkok Urban Sketchers, yeah.
So could you describe what that is? And then I'll probably have some follow-up questions after that.
Yeah, totally. So when I was in college, I studied abroad in Copenhagen for a year, and I took a class about watercoloring. I think it was called Watercolor Journal or something, but it was watercoloring for architects. And I really liked it. I've always liked to draw. Like when I was a kid, I used to like sit at my parents' kitchen table and just draw for hours. Like I've always been a real nerd about it. And like, for architects, like sketching is a big thing. People like kind of try to show off sometimes. Some people don't care, but some people kind of try to show off with their sketching. And I just always have liked to do it. So one of the things I had like sort of like a personal goal for myself, totally aside from the loose, but that during my loose year, I would make more of an effort with my sketchbook. I have this watercolor sketchbook and this like little travel set of watercolors. And I just wanted to spend more time doing that and like have a nice visual record just for me, like just for fun, just for me throughout the year. And then I think I found this urban sketcher group like totally randomly. It was the beginning of the year when I just moved to Bangkok, and I think like Googling art supply stores or something. And I somehow came across a Facebook page for Bangkok Urban Sketchers. Thai people love Facebook. I have never been a big social media person, but and never big on Facebook. But in Thailand, I learned the like real value of of Facebook. So I found this Facebook group for this Urban Sketchers group, and they were going to have like a meetup that Saturday, and it just had a location and a time, and I showed up at like 9 a.m. in Chinatown, and I didn't see anybody, and I was like, maybe it was like 2 minutes after 9 a.m. and I thought, oh my gosh, I'm late. Like they already left. They like went for their sketch walk, and I like kind of like hung around for a couple of minutes and was so disappointed. And then I thought, well, you know what? I'm here, have my sketchbook. I'll like just do this by myself. And I started to walk away, and then across the street, I saw these two guys with big sketch pads, and I thought, you're my guys. And then like, within the next 40 minutes or something, like a bunch of people showed up, and we all sat around and sketched, and they were like totally happy to have a new person and really accommodating, and they were so nice. Everybody says this, Thai people are so nice. Yeah, they were like totally like willing to fold in this, this new and obviously not Thai person into the group. And we just sat around, and I think I sat between, I remember the guy who I sat next to was a high school art teacher, and he was so talented. He was sketching so quickly, and it was beautiful, and I was so intimidated. And on the other side of me was this like probably 70-year-old guy who I found out was like a tour guide in Thailand, and he just like sketched totally for fun. He was really sweet. And we all laid out our sketchbooks on the ground. There were probably like 25 of us, maybe. We'd all been sitting on the sidewalk in a row, sketching just kind of like whatever was around us. And we all laid out our sketchbooks, and, you could like kind of be anonymous and like put your sketchbook in the middle and people wouldn't totally know it was you. But then, you would just look at everybody's sketches, and it was just really fun. I really liked it. Like I always thought of the hobbies that I've had, like little, arts and crafts and drawing and like biking around town as like sort of solitary hobbies. So it was really cool to see a social group for drawing. Like that was just not something I had really thought of a social activity before, and it was so cool. I just really liked it. And as it turns out, urban sketching is like a big global thing, and there are urban sketching groups all over the world, and I just had no idea before Bangkok.
Wow. And yeah, I had no idea before I read about this, and I never would have thought that something like sketching would bring together 25 people in the middle of Chinatown, from 20 to 70-year-olds.
Yeah,
that is very cool.
And other groups like somewhere in Malaysia, like maybe it's KL in Malaysia, or like Penang, or like somewhere like Malaysia has like a real urban sketch presence. Like they have like big groups. People are really into it. People are extremely talented. Like I'm like, okay. It's like just for fun. But some people are like really serious. Like I met a Thai guy in the group who was trying to make a business out of his sketches. He wanted to like put his sketches on t-shirts and mugs and, just sell the sketches themselves and whatever. And like he was trying to like make a life off of his sketches. So for some people it's really pretty serious, but for most people it's just a casual hobby that they're just like really interested in and excited about.
So you mentioned how sketching is sort of closely related with what you do with architecture and design. I'm wondering if there's any other like non-traditional design activity that you found helps you in turn with your work at design. So anything that doesn't involve you being in like a firm or in front of a computer or sketching that inspires your work or helps you come up with ideas.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think just talking to people, honestly, like just like a designer is, especially a designer of the built environment, right? You're supposed to serve the public, or I mean, I guess people who are like building private homes, that's not really serving the public, but the kind of work that I want to do is very public focused. Like I really would like to work with public space and public infrastructure. So just talking to people and finding out like what they're interested in, and what do they like to do in the city, and like how do they like to use space, and like what do they think is convenient or inconvenient. Like I have these like arguments with my parents all the time about like what they are willing to go out of their way for versus what I'm willing to go out of my way for. Like my little sister and I always rag on our parents to like use reusable grocery bags, and they say like, "Ugh, I forgot it in the car. It's like too annoying to go back." And we'll say like, no, you have to use these. It's so important. So I think, that doesn't like directly relate to like the design of a building, right? But I think learning what people value and are willing to go out of their way for or not. Like if somebody is willing to wait for a bus versus, they have to get somewhere and they have to take a car, like that affects, the design of a city, right? So I think then like learning how that could change, like what would make somebody willing to take the bus? What would make somebody want to sit on a bench in a park versus like sit at home? Like just talking to people and hearing about that, I think is really important.
So you wrote about the Loose Scholars Program, and there's one passage that I really love how you phrased. So I just want to read it and then do like a quick follow-up to wrap up our loose section. So you say, "Our professional placements are not the main point, but rather a mooring from which to live, explore, and grow. Personal qualities seem to trump professional ones with the Loose Scholarship. As one of the older fellows in the cohort at 27, I've had to adjust to that idea, and now I'm quite excited about it. A year of becoming a better person, more patient, resilient, aware of things in the world I've formerly ignored will benefit me and those around me more than a year of intensive job training." So you wrote that before the Loose, and now that you've gone through that year and you've had some time to reflect, how do you think that whole Loose process and your placement in Bangkok and the trips and everything else you experienced changed you as a person?
Wow. Yeah, what did I say? More patient, more resilient. I thought a lot, like resiliency is like a big buzzword now, right? Both environmentally and personally. People want to be resilient. And I dealt with that in both capacities during my lease year. A lot of my work at the landscape firm where I was placed for loose dealt with environmental resiliency via landscape architecture. And then like I mentioned, I had a pretty personally tough year. So that was a big opportunity from which to gain personal resiliency, I suppose. So yeah, I actually thought about that. I remember at one point as I was writing a grant application about landscape and resiliency, and I was like really going through a hard time personally, and thinking about like this, obvious and yet to me like extremely like poignant parallel between these two resiliencies, and how I was dealing so deeply with this theme in all aspects of my life. So yeah, I think a lot of what I kind of, I guess, hoped and predicted in that passage that you read, I think I did end up getting, whether I wanted it or not. Yeah, it was like a really strange experience, and it was just sort of like a whole kind of perfect storm of a lot of different factors, most of which had nothing at all to do with loose and just kind of happened that coincided with loose. But yeah, I've always thought like when I talk about job training, right? Like there are a lot of people that like sit at their desks and, gain experience in this computer program or like this, project management thing. Like that stuff is really important, right? But in my mind, there's always been a lot of people that have those skills. And if I have the opportunity to do something different, like why would I not take that opportunity? So that has fueled a lot of my interest in these fellowships, right? Like why would I be one of 1,000 people when I could be the only one?
Do you think that is a factor in why you're maybe so willing to seek out these opportunities when there's so much uncertainty?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I know that people have a lot of. I spent a lot of time talking to my friends about like my fellowships versus other people's like pretty stable jobs, and there's like totally legitimate reasons to like have a very stable life, right? There's financial reasons, familial reasons, personal reasons, like I totally get it. But to me, like there are all of these really phenomenal opportunities that exist, right? Like I've done it via a couple of fellowships, but there's, I think, probably, I'm sure there's other avenues to have, quite a unique life, or, see the world in ways that are just different. And, for me, like fellowships are a way for, or, jobs like are a way for that like exciting life to be funded, which is like really important. Yeah, I just think, what I thought, like, okay, when I lived in New York, I lived and worked in New York when I was, I think, 24 and 25, and I came across a lot of people that were like very on the path, right? They'd gone to college, they'd gone to grad school, they got a job, they were like working in Manhattan, living in Brooklyn, and they were just going to do this for a really long time. And like I would look at, things in the news that like were happening in other parts of the world and think like most people, not that they don't care about it, but like this is so foreign for most people, and they will never like it will never be real to them, right? And so when I heard about this fellowship in Rwanda, I applied for it thinking like I had no shot at it at all, but like why not? And then when it was offered to me, I was so nervous. I was actually like overwhelmed with like anxiety about whether or not to take it, because it was so different. Like I had only ever been to the U.S. and Western Europe, and I was being offered a year in East Africa, right? And in retrospect, like yeah, of course, I mean it was 100% the right choice to go, but I was so nervous before I had to say yes to it, and I realized like I could live my whole life like with these like kind of with blinders on, right? Like only seeing what was right around me and having that be the extent of my experience and like extent of how I could compare myself with the rest of the world, or like what I knew about the world. And so if there are these avenues that exist to like blow your world open, like I totally think you should take them.
Do you see yourself continuing looking for these different avenues, or do you see yourself maybe going down a road of more stability in the future?
Yeah, well, for me, I think I've like put myself in a position where stability is like very new and exciting for me. So I think I'm gonna try that for a little bit and see how it goes.
Okay, I have just a couple of questions that I really like asking just anyone. How about, what was the most memorable day in your recent memory? This could be on the bike trip, or working in Manhattan, or Rwanda, or Thailand. Just a really memorable day that you have.
Oh wow. A memorable day. So at the end of my loose year, I went to Japan for 2 weeks, just to travel around. I'd always wanted to go there. And when I was in Kyoto, I was by myself and I was just going for a walk. And I was walking down this really quiet street and just, kind of hanging out. And this old man was walking on the street near me, and we kind of ended up walking next to each other. And we like sort of started to talk a little bit. Like I don't know any Japanese, and he knew very little English, so we talked like in pretty minimal, basic words. But it was just really friendly and really sweet. And his name was very similar to the Prime Minister of Japan, and we like had a laugh about how his name was like almost the same. And I remember he like raised his hands high and said like Shinzo Abe, and then like raised his hand low, or lowered his hand and went like Shanzo Abe and pointed to himself. And we like joked about how, he was like so much lower. And then we kind of walked together for a while, and then he like tugged on my arm and pointed at a restaurant and said ice cream. And then he like dragged me into the restaurant, or not dragged, but gently tugged, and I went along into the restaurant. And we sat down, and he said something in Japanese, and then these two giant matcha ice creams with red beans appeared, and we ate ice cream together. And I like had this ice cream date with this old Japanese man. And then we left the restaurant and kept walking around, and we walked to a temple, and like I remember there was this like little stream, this like constructed stream that had all of these like little drops, kind of like maybe it would go down like 6 inches every couple of feet. And he pointed at the stream and he said, "Human life." And I thought, wow.
That's a big jump from ice cream.
Yeah, I know. I was like thinking about this, and and he was, I guess pointing out that the landscape architect or the architect or whomever had built constructed this stream that was about like the the difficulties and like trials and like and yet continuity and strength in human life. And then he walked me to the subway station, and I got back in the subway and went to my hostel. And it was this totally random and like exceptional and really special thing. And all it came from was just like walking down the street. And I think something that I have learned through traveling, and definitely through the bike trip, this is like one of my biggest takeaways of the bike trip, is that people are so nice. And openness to other people is one of the most important qualities to have. Like we have this real sort of stranger danger fear in our culture, like with good reason, right? Like sometimes people are crazy. But on the whole, people are just really wonderful. Like people on the bike trip were overwhelmingly so generous and sweet. And I had really great conversations, and like people offered their homes to me and like would offer to like buy me a meal, and just were just so generous. And, this Japanese man, right? Like we were just walking next to each other and had nothing in common. And I think other people may have like been sort of frightened by somebody that they didn't know talking to them, or just like walking near them. And, so long as you're not like an idiot, basically, like I think you can have really wonderful experiences with other people like that. So that was like a very special travel thing, I think.
I love those moments of spontaneity, and like how they can just stick in your mind forever. Like we can plan out the most elaborate trip, but sometimes just walking on a street leads to something really special.
Yeah. I used to like really intensively plan my travel when I was younger. I would like really make a big list of everything I wanted to do and just like blow through that list. As I've gotten older and traveled more, I've like relaxed quite a lot and just like had a couple things I want to do, but like really just wander and like kind of take stuff in at a slower pace. And that is what allows room for that spontaneity, as you mentioned. And I think that's really important to have.
Okay, I have one last question, and then I'll let you go. What is the kindest thing that anyone's done for you?
Okay, so when I graduated from high school, my mom gave me a present that was, when she gave it to me, it was in like a red, it was like a, yeah, it was like kind of like big lumpy thing in like a red cloth. And my mom is like not crafty and is like very impatient. And so she doesn't like sew or, you know, she doesn't do anything like that. And when I opened this package that she gave me, it was a blanket of all my t-shirts, or of like a lot of my t-shirts from growing up, that had been cut into little squares, and it was a quilt of all these t-shirts from my childhood, and my mom had made it herself. And when I was at like track practice or at school or whatever during high school, my whole last year, she had gone to one of our neighbors' houses who was a quilter, and our neighbor had helped my mom assemble and sew this quilt for me. And I knew that my mom would have been so it would have been really aggravating and hard for her at different points to do this, and she had made this whole quilt for me. And I remember like, I'm not like a super emotional person generally, and I remember just like weeping with like being overcome with emotion, right? At like what an amazing gift this was. So I think having a physical representation of all of the time that my mom had taken to do this, and like how far outside of her comfort zone she had stepped in order to make this for me, was probably the nicest thing.
Awesome. That is a perfect note to end on. Thank you so much for doing this, Annie. It was a blast. I love talking to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Tyler. This was great. I look forward to hearing all of your future interviews.
The only time you really experience time as it actually passes, so it's not speeded up or slowed down, but time as it exists, is when you're listening to music. I had a pile of them, and I filled up 450 some pages in longhand in different colored pens that took me 3 months over the summer. It was kind of craven in a way, because it was the only thing I could do that would distinguish me from everybody else. So if I was seriously going to be a writer and walk around and say, well, I'm a writer, that means I had to finish the thing. The loveliest thing about writing is how you open up doors in the imagination that you see rooms you'd never seen before, and that's only comes from doing it. I couldn't open any doors just lying on my bed thinking I'm waiting for inspiration to happen. It wouldn't come.
Larry Edgerton is an author, an omnivorous reader, a classical music expert, and an English professor. In this episode, Larry talks about his love for classical music and literature, his daily routines, and his approach to writing. He also shares his thoughts on distractions, teaching style, and his favorite failure. Larry grew up in Iowa, got his BA from UC Berkeley, and then his master's from the University of Chicago, and finally a PhD in English with high distinction from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Since then, he's been an English professor with the Center for Academic Excellence at University of Wisconsin-Madison. I've never met anyone with a deeper appreciation for the arts than Larry. One art form that has always played an important role in his life is writing, something he's been doing prolifically since he was in 5th grade. By the time he was 16, he had already written 8 novels, and to date, he's finished 25 books, 4 of which were published, over 85 short stories, 20 published, several hundred poems, 25 published, and a dozen movie scripts, 4 sold, and one of which, Bloodhook, was produced in 1986. But perhaps his fondest art form is classical music. He started playing violin and learning about classical works as a child, and he continued to study music throughout his academic career and now teaches the subject as part of his intensive survey course on the arts. That course was actually how my very unlikely friendship with Larry got started. Larry was this tall, dominant, omniscient figure who commandingly led this really large lecture, and I was this short, insecure freshman in college taking this course that someone told me I should, who had no idea what he was doing. Now, despite our very obvious differences, Larry and I pretty quickly connected, first over classical music, but then also over writing, cooking, and drinking good beer. After the course ended, we kept hanging out, grabbing beers, and seeing classical music concerts. It's now been about 6 years since Larry and I met, and he knows me better than anyone else, and I know him pretty well too. There's so much that fascinates me about Larry. The first is how he's found a way to stay entirely true to himself and his passions. You'll hear him say that some of his most impressive accomplishments were a result of him simply doing what comes natural to him, what he loves. He loves writing, so he writes. He loves reading, so he reads, and he found a way to do it as a career. And he loves music, so he listens to it all the time and has found a way to weave it into his professional life. And when there's so many opportunities for us to compromise, whether it's with our careers, relationships, or ourselves, it's really refreshing to be around someone who has stayed so true to what he loves. I also admire the focus and dedication that Larry brings to work. No matter what kind of project he's working on, he always brings it. So when he's working on a book, he does deep research into the topics, characters, and time period he's writing about. When he's preparing for his lectures, he creates folders worth of notes, materials, and talking points. And when he's meeting with students, he gives them his undivided attention, does whatever he can to help them succeed. Even before he attends any classical music concert with me, he gets a copy of the score and memorizes the entire piece beforehand so that he knows every single note. That level of commitment is really rare, it's really inspiring, and it's really contagious. So please enjoy this episode of the Portrait Podcast with my guest, Larry Edgerton. So I know you learned some music while you were young. You learned violin, right? And you...
Yeah, I started studying violin when I was 8 or 9 years old. Mm-hmm. I had a 3/4 size violin that young students start with because the full-size violin is too long for your arm. So I had a little peewee version violin. They actually go smaller now. I think you can get a half size and a quarter size too.
And how did your sort of love for music develop after that?
It was the most natural thing in the world because I was in orchestra and I would play little truncated versions of Smetana, Theme from the Moldau, and Johann Strauss Jr., and maybe themes from ballets by Tchaikovsky. And I joined a record club, the Columbia Record Club, and you get 6 records for $2 or something. So my parents got me a turntable, and I started listening to these records. I listened to them over and over and over. I had them memorized very shortly. And
were you getting the same records that you were playing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Except the long versions of them. So I'd hear, the complete Romeo and Juliet by Tchaikovsky instead of 3 minutes of it that we played in orchestra. And then concurrently, I was able to watch one of the most extraordinary programs in the history of television, and it was Leonard Bernstein doing the young people's concerts, and they were on maybe once a month or so, and I would get in front of the television and watch these amazing demonstrations of classical music that he would do. He'd lay out, I remember his introduction to Mahler, his introduction to Sibelius using the Second Symphony, and he'd talk about how the opening was a little cell that expanded to do the entire symphony, and I was blown away by the clarity of the presentations and what he could do with bringing the music to life. So it came to life for me. And
what age were you when you first started watching those?
Probably 13, 14.
Okay.
something like that. And I mean, all across America, there were kids just like me in little towns who got hooked on watching Bernstein,
Yeah.
you know? So that's why I've got 2 or 3 pictures of him.
Yeah, we're
here in the
looking around
office.
in your office, and
Yeah.
he's everywhere.
Yeah.
And you even turned me on to some of those videos. They're on YouTube now, and each of his talks is so captivating. He's such a likable guy, and he makes the topics interesting. You can even see like the kids, and they're just focused on whatever he says.
Oh, they love him.
Yeah.
You know?
Why did you decide to keep going with it? I mean, you went to school and you got your PhD in English, but you also kept up with music the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was also taking courses as a grad student in music history. And it was just a natural thing. I mean, there's never been a moment, a day or a week in my life when I haven't heard music or thought about music or been excited by it. It's as natural as, eating food every night. It's just something I do.
And I'm interested in hearing why you think for some people my age and any age, it's not natural for them to hear that kind of music. They hear it and they automatically turn off, or they don't want to give it a chance. Why do you think that is?
Well, this is a question I've long pondered because I do it in class. And when I teach my critical thinking class, I do a whole range of artistic genres. I do, say, for example, the films of Hitchcock or French movies. I do short stories by American and English masters. I can show slides of Jackson Pollock, and even 2 or 3 students will respond to that. But weirdly, when it comes to the classical music, it is the most resisted art form that students tend to have. And I think the answer lies in several directions. One would be that American schools no longer foster the kind of music education that I was able to have in the state of Iowa. Now, I mentioned I took the violin. I was also in a choir. I was also in a church choir. I played percussion in the band. And I had, all through school, up through, I think, 8th grade, regular music appreciation classes. And we would go in and listen to everything from Beethoven to Stravinsky. The Firebird was one of the first pieces I heard when I was 10 or 11 years old, fell in love with. We heard Tchaikovsky on sort of Friday informal day. We would do things like Rodgers and Hammerstein and listen to Oklahoma and South Pacific and so on. But every kid, and I'm talking every single kid in my school, went through these music appreciation classes. So that by the time he graduated, whether he went to college or went to work on a farm or whatever, you knew some classical music and you could identify the big tunes. And if somebody said to you, Johann Strauss Jr., you knew the Waltz King. It was just expected of you as much as being able to balance your checkbook or handle a saw from manual arts class. It was just part of the education that everybody received. And of course that has disappeared from America. And the funding for the arts in Congress is pathetic. People see it as somehow an infringement on their freedom to put money into the arts. So that has happened, and so several generations of students haven't had music appreciation the way they've had civics and algebra, calculus. And, I have to say, I can't imagine how calculus is going to serve you in your life beyond school, whereas listening to classical music is something that will sustain the soul and make you feel good and get you out to go to concerts. Another problem is that America has a tradition of making fun of classical music. And it's been around for a long time. If you watch old movies in the 1930s and 40s, you'll see classical musicians regularly referred to as long hairs, the long-haired musicians. And they were a source of ridicule. And people grew up making fun of opera singers. You know, the fat woman who comes out on the stage and sings was a common icon that made its way into Bugs Bunny cartoons and was a regular source of humor, you know, from Abbott and Costello films to whatever. So that people grew up thinking that there is some kind of split between the music that they want to listen to, which is the you know, whatever's popular that year, versus the stuff that's been around for 200 or 300 years because it's supposedly long-haired, elitist, from that other world, forgetting that, you know, in Italy people walk around and whistle the tunes from Verdi's operas and don't think a thing about it. But we've got a ridiculous prejudice in this country for at least those two reasons.
What would you say to people of the generation who haven't grown up around music, who are open to maybe giving it a shot? How would you convince them that it's worth the effort?
Well, I would take them somewhere where they can sit for several hours and hear a couple of pieces several times. If you skim along the surface of a piece of classical music, that is, you're doing that so-called what is it when you multitasking? I don't believe in it, and I couldn't even think of the word. But if you're multitasking, like washing the dishes or doing something else when you should be listening to classical music, you can't bring your entire focus to it. We don't do this with anything else. If you're reading a novel, you don't do something else. You sit and look at the words on the page and pay attention to them. But people get the idea that they can turn classical music into a movie score and have it playing in the background, and so they don't really listen. So what I would do is pin somebody down, not let them leave the room, and they have to listen to the Beethoven Fifth 3 or 4 times, or they have to listen to Appalachian Spring 3 or 4 times, and that's all it takes. And once that melody gets into your head and you start breathing with the music, you're a goner, and you're going to spend the rest of your life listening to the music. But it's fighting with all kinds of prejudices that build up, and you have to wash them away to get someone to pay attention.
Right. I can speak from experience in your class. It was hard at first to just sit down and listen for an hour.
Nobody sits still anymore. You know?
Yeah, it goes against everything you're doing the rest of the day to just sit and listen. And it was definitely a process, but I think it was worth it. I know you've said in the past that you thought music and really studying it and listening to it has made you a better person. In what ways do you think that's true?
Well, I start with composers who spend a lot of time in nature, like Beethoven, walking out in the woods and being inspired, or Sibelius, living near the water, or looking up at the clouds, or wandering in the trees in Finland. I think music has a real reflection of the way time passes when you're in nature. Stravinsky once said that the only time you really experience time as it actually passes, so it's not speeded up or slowed down, but time as it exists, is when you're listening to music. And music creates that meditative feeling that you have when you're outside paying attention to nature. You know, there are the studies out there that say that people who spend time in nature are calmer, happier, see things the way other people don't. It's a Zen meditation if I ever saw one. So when I listen to music, I am absorbed by reflections of nature and time as it actually exists, and it's a time for me to forget me and be absorbed into the music. And most art films, or most art from films to novels, ballet, whatever you're thinking, I don't know that you lose yourself the way you can when you're listening to a piece of music. You can be absolutely gone. Take the Mahler Third. That's an hour and 45 minutes, and you can be utterly absorbed in that and forget yourself for an hour and 45 minutes. And then you emerge from it, you're better somehow. You're calmer, you're breathing deeper, and it's like coming out of doing exercises or spending time outdoors on a long walk. It takes you from here to there. It disrupts the jittery rhythms of everyday life.
Yeah, I agree. And now that you just said that, it is the experience of finishing a longer piece is a lot like exercising, in that you feel accomplished and energized too. I've started a piece, put my headphones on when I was feeling sick even, and then I ended, and then I felt completely different.
Your cold is gone. You can emerge from your deathbed and tackle the world. All because of Beethoven.
Yep, Beethoven's quite the antidote. Let's transition to a different sort of artwork that is pretty prominent in your life, which is literature. I know you love to read. In fact, I've seen how much you love to read recently when I went to your house and I saw 6,000 books that you have in boxes right now after your recent move.
4,000 unpacked now.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. And I can't wait to see all 6 on the bookshelf. Which 2 or 3 of those 6,000 or any of those books that you've read over the years have had the biggest impact on you, and why?
Well, I'm going to have to turn to the book that almost everybody cites. People who read all the time or people who just read occasionally, but it's the most obvious choice ever. It's Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger. And it was a complete revelation to me when I read that. I was 15 or 16. I remember getting it at the library. And I got it at a time when it was still considered forbidden reading for young people because the word fuck is in it. And it was kept in a special case in the high school library, and I had to beg practically to get it. But I got it, and I brought it home. And I remember lying down probably right after school around 4 o'clock, and I started reading it, and I read it all the way through till midnight or later, and it was just a punch in the gut, but also to move up the body. It made my head explode because I completely identified with Holden Caulfield, and it's amazing to me how many people, when I say in class, what books have you read? Who do you identify with? People are still, how much later? That book was published in 1951. 66 years later, that thing still speaks to everybody, and it speaks in ways that I don't think is just, the usual kid making fun of phonies and adults and so on, but something deeper. It speaks to independence and the poetry of the soul and kindness and all kinds of things that are in there. So that was the book that knocked me for a loop, and I went on to devour the rest of Salinger. There are only 4 published books so far. I guess all those that are in the vault are supposed to come out one of these days. And I just absolutely adored everything that Salinger wrote, because he was so full of life and wit, and could pin down all the phony stuff in life that I, as a 16 or 17-year-old young intellectual, just, latched onto, maybe too easily. Norman Mailer said one time that Salinger was the greatest mind ever to stay in prep school, which is a real put down. But he meant that, all the temptations you have when you're 17 or so to make fun of people because they vote the wrong way or walk funny or whatever, comes out when you read Salinger. He's sort of support stockings of the soul at that point for you. But as you get older and you go back and reread them, man, he's beyond that. There are the things that he could do. The other great source for me at the same time was a writer who loved Salinger and was influenced by him, and that was John Updike. And I started reading Updike about the same time. And book by book, I went through Updike all the way through his career. Loved every single thing that I read. Marveled at that style that everybody always talks about. And he remains one of my great loves of my life.
Is there a particular phrase or scene or even sentence in any of Salinger's or Updike's work or anyone's work that really sticks with you?
Well, my favorite of all of Updike's books is one he wrote in 1963 called The Centaur. And it's a portrait of his dad, who was a crazy school teacher. By crazy, I mean he was footloose and fancy-free and yet burdened down by the world. And there's this gorgeous scene in The Centaur when the young hero, Peter, who's 15, who's Updike as a young man, and his dad are stranded in town during a blizzard. They live out on a farm, and they drive in every day so his dad can teach. That's one of the things that burdens him, his students and the life he leads as a high school teacher of science. And Updike does this remarkable chapter where the blizzard comes. And they wake up in the morning, and his dad is already out on the streets at dawn, celebrating the beauty of the day. He's out looking at the way the snow has landed, how the street crews are plowing, how people are tentatively getting out of their houses. They're kind of poking out like a little mouse out of the hole to see what's out there in this new white, snowy, beautiful world. And the way he handles the dad has always impressed me because it is so full of spirit. And I love the technical stuff in that chapter, the way Updike does the snow. If you read Updike, you know what I'm talking about. And nobody can describe the world like Updike. But it's also the spirit of the father who is, even though things weigh him down, he's just full of life and energy and happy to be out there greeting this gorgeous white explosion of snow that's there.
I love that. So let's talk about writing a little bit, because you write a lot yourself, and you have for a long time. We were just talking about how you wrote 8 novels by the time you were in high school.
Well, it's because I was a typical loser kid. I mean, I grew up in all these little towns in Iowa. Biggest one was probably 5,000. And I was eternally the new kid in school. And I didn't learn how to play any sports. I played golf, but that was about it. So the typical thing that kids like me do when they're growing up is to turn in on themselves and get library cards and read a lot. And eventually you start writing. It's not eventual. It's probably the next day after you read a few books. So it just was a natural thing to try to imitate the books I was reading. So when I was 14, I was reading Hardy Boys books and childhood mysteries, and I wrote, and they all had sets of brothers or sisters or twins or something. So I wrote one that had 2 sets of twins called The Clue of the Silver Locket. And it was about 450 pages on tablets that I'd gotten from my dad, who worked in a grocery store, and he brought home these order tablets. You know, they were probably about 6 by 9.
What do you mean tablet? What's a tablet?
Like a collection of paper that's glued together, called a tablet. I guess that word has disappeared. Anyway, I had a pile of them, and I filled up 3 of them, 450 some pages, in longhand, in different colored pens that took me 3 months over the summer. And I, because we'd moved to a new town and I was friendless but quite happy filling in these notebooks with my first book. And I bundled it up and sent it off to a publisher of dictionaries. Not the greatest place to try to publish a book, but I didn't know, anything about where you send books. Yeah, I finally got a note back from a woman with the most gorgeous name that I remember all these years later. It was Velma V. Varner. What a great name. And she was some kind of senior editor at World Publishing, World, they still publish the college dictionaries. And she said, I'm sure there's going to be a fine future as a writer for you when you grow up. But as of now, this book doesn't satisfy our needs. And that was a rejection slip that I came to memorize because it's been repeated so many times in my life. When somebody says, well, as of now, this book doesn't suit our needs. So then I just kept at it. It was fun to fill up notebooks. I think that was the next one I moved to a notebook. And then my parents bought me a typewriter for my birthday when I was about 15. And I started typing like crazy. And I typed the next 6 of them through high school and put out a little magazine. I had a literary magazine. And wrote columns for the high school newspaper. It's the usual silly stuff that any kid who wants to be a writer does growing up. You go through reading everybody under the sun. You have endless books stacked up next to your bed that are overdue at the library, and you just work all the time. It's the most natural thing. That and the music were seamless. I would practice my violin, go to the typewriter and type for a couple hours, and finish reading a novel at 1 a.m.
It is. I don't agree that it's usual. I think it's remarkable that you could so naturally just stick to something and write 450 tablets in 3 months.
450 pages and 3 tablets.
And 3 tablets, I see. Because a lot of people of any age want to write, and then they can't finish something, And for you to just do that so prolifically at a young age is still something that makes me somewhat embarrassed, but also really impressed.
Well, it was kind of craven in a way, because it was the only thing I could do that would distinguish me from everybody else. So if I was seriously going to be a writer and walk around and say, well, I'm a writer, that means I had to finish the thing. Because, I, of course, wanted to show it to somebody, teachers or friends, and you can't give somebody 2 chapters. You have to have the whole thing done. So but I was always interested in how it was going to end, and I took a real kind of smug pleasure in seeing those manuscripts build up, so that you get a foot of paper that you've typed and that you feel good about yourself.
Right. Did you ever feel that writing as an exercise could be somewhat lonely, or being in your head that long and struggling did it ever have some negative effect on you?
No, not at all. I've always relished the time to spend by myself and work through projects. And if you're watching a movie about somebody wanting to be a writer, they always talk about, the great hours of loneliness and how you have to go off by yourself. But that's part of the process, and it's a fine thing to be by yourself and use the imagination and solve problems and take yourself in some new direction. You leave your life behind and enter the lives of other people. That's a splendid way to spend the days and nights.
I've always been fascinated, I know you have been too, about writers and their routines and little quirks. For example, I'll just read a little bit about what our boy Anthony Trollope did every morning when he wrote 47 novels and 16 other books by getting up with a wake-up call, having coffee, and writing just from 5:30 to 8:30 a.m. With a watch on his desk and writing 250 words every 15 minutes, which gave him about 10 pages a day. And then after that he went, and here's a punchline, to work as a postman for the rest of the day.
And invented one of the standard mailboxes.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I'm not sure which one. it could be that humpbacked one we see at every street corner, or it could be something that's peculiar to England that I don't know about. But I recall years ago a professor mentioning that in class, and I was blown away by the fact that the book we were reading was the guy who invented the mailbox.
Yeah, dual threat.
Yeah.
What are some of your routines? I know you have some in the morning. Could you tell me those, and then any other that you try to keep up throughout the day?
They're pretty boring. I mean, I get up and I make coffee and I boil 2 hard-boiled eggs, I boil 2 eggs, so they're hard-boiled, and get a half cup of juice. And
What time do you wake up?
well, it depends on projects, but lately I've been doing about 6:35 in the morning, and try to be doing some serious work by 7:15 or so, or 7 if I am hustling. And then I cross things off my lists. I have lists galore. I love making lists, to-do lists, and the greatest pleasure is not doing them, of course, but it's crossing them off. Everybody always says that. You just feel, again, so smug. I can't tell you. Or maybe I can tell you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what about throughout the day? Is there anything that you sort of do regularly?
Yeah, for example, on class days, I come in, I go to the computer, do all the stuff that people do. I check email and so on, and then I get terribly focused and get my class together and sort of see it in my mind the way I want the class to proceed, and write up a set of notes that will be cues about what I was supposed to do for 50 minutes. Talk to students then afterwards in appointments, and get through the day grading papers and taking care of domestic stuff and all the things you have to do to try to lead a good, organized life. And at night, generally read late and get up and do the same thing again. So it's pretty dull existence. There's nothing in there that breaks the routine up, but it keeps me focused and organized and happy. I'm happiest when I've got work to do, and I'm doing the work and feeling good about it and crossing things off my list. And it doesn't matter whether it's domestic stuff like cleaning something or putting something together or cooking a meal, or reading through some writer and saying, okay, I've got 3 more books in this writer's canon to get through, or completing a book or whatever. I like being quiet and organized so I can get through my projects.
Where do you fall on the spectrum of your philosophy towards writing and production? From one end, like a trollop who's writing 250 words every 15 minutes, to someone who thinks that it's better to only write when they're inspired and to not force it?
Oh, I think everybody who's ever written seriously would poo-poo the idea that you should wait for inspiration. You'll never write. Countless writers have said in interviews that the inspiration comes in the writing, and that's true. If you sit down and work, 10 minutes into it, you think, well, why was I hesitant about it? Because some flash of happiness comes over you that tells you how you're going to proceed and what to write and where to go on it. And the loveliest thing about writing is how you open up doors as you work into the imagination. Opens doors in the imagination that you see rooms you'd never seen before, and that's only comes from doing it. I couldn't open any doors just lying on my bed thinking I'm waiting for inspiration to happen. It wouldn't come.
Right. So some people might look at all you've done, writing and going through school, and you have a lovely wife and kids, and you're juggling stuff with classes, and think that you're just a production machine. But I'm always interested in the things that weigh you down or distract you. What are some of your common distractions?
They are intrusions from the world about things that have to be solved. Like recently I bought a house, and the number of hoops you have to go through is absolutely horrendous, as anybody knows that's gone through this experience. Pieces of paper that have to be signed, and calls that come in at all hours. And that's just buying the thing, let alone moving in and discovering, as I did, that I needed a new garbage disposal I needed 2 new toilets, all these things that have to be solved that take time away from what I want to be doing, which is living inside my head. I have to deal with an electrician who put a new light in for me the other day. It's just all sorts of little things like that. They're kind of pleasurable to get accomplished, but they will suck you dry. And, after dealing with things like that, by the end of the day, I'm not always at my best for the stuff that I want to be doing. I don't like being interrupted when I'm working on a project either. It gives me a real jittery feeling in my head. It's some version of a headache. I guess it's kind of like a feeling from a bad hangover that lingers for all through a day, or when you have a coffee headache or something. I feel this thing in my head that I'm not bringing my full attention to something because the phone keeps ringing or I have to solve a problem, and that drives me crazy.
Are there any internal influences that stop you from getting things done? For example, for me, if I'm on a computer at any moment, I am susceptible to just pulling up YouTube and watching brain-numbing bullshit for an hour, and I hate myself for it. But it keeps happening. Is there anything like that you have weaknesses for?
Well, who doesn't?
Yeah.
Sure, and the computer facilitates that. The computer is the devil's gift to us. It is the most extraordinary thing ever, and I couldn't live without my computer or my phone. I love all the goodies all the doors there that open for you, but the problem is that if you walk through one of those doors, it's awfully hard to get out. Unlike the doors of the imagination, where you're liberated somehow. Here I feel trapped by YouTube. I have watched more crap on YouTube than you can imagine. On the other hand, my man Bernstein, I can watch any of his recordings of the Mahler symphonies, or I can see the young people's concerts again, the ones that I watched as a little boy. I can watch all 14 Basil Rathbone Sherlock Holmes movies from the 1940s, which I love. It's everything's out there, but that's the devil's handshake with us there.
So we only have, unfortunately, about 10 minutes left or so. I want to hit you with just some no-context, rapid-fire questions that I'm interested in your take on. So my first one is, what is your favorite failure? And by that I mean something that maybe at the time was devastating, but then in the end turned out to be something good for you.
Well, it's a book that I've been working on for 3 years this November. And it's it has been virtually impossible to write every day of my life because it is reluctant to come to life in the way I want. And the reason is that I decided to write a book that was a complete break from every piece of fiction that I've ever done. I wanted to write it in present tense and not use any metaphor to speak of, and to set it in the past. And all that has been a considerable burden. So when I sit down to work, it's always the sense that I'm pulling up a word from a deep well. One by one, the words are coming up, and that I'm not going to be able to get it done. But I do have it done. I'm just revising it, but it is still enormously difficult, and it gives me a feeling all the time, well, I'm going to screw up on this. And I remember Rupdike said once that for every book he published, he'd put one in the drawer that he didn't publish. Now, the man published 60 books, so we're looking at 120 starts and only 60 finishes. And I don't want to do that with this book, but it hangs over me because I'm in uncharted territory for me as a writer, and that's a kind of failure. And I'm sorry I talked too long there. You wanted to go rapid fire.
No, that I like that.
That was slow fire.
Slow
burn.
Why do you consider it a failure, this difficult book you're working on?
Because when I walk away from it and come back the next day, it doesn't seem to have spontaneity or life to it of the kind that I like. I like books with wit and jokes and high metaphorical style and firecrackers going off. And I wanted to write a calm book. So maybe I keep thinking it's contrary to the basic material of my soul, that the way I see the world, which is comic and pleasurable and the cup's always half full. I'm like Updike's guy, and the centaur gets up and sees that snowstorm and feels good about it. That I'm tackling something that is contrary to who I am as a human being. So it makes me think that I'm messing it up as I go through it. But I'm determined to get through it, and damn it, I will. That's just it.
And I really admire you for sticking through that. Okay, what is something that is true but that very few people would agree with you on?
Well, right now, one of the cliches of the moment, one of the social codes of the moment, is that we all need to work in teams. And in education, it has taken on not just actions in classes, but the way, for example, libraries are built, where you have meeting rooms for people who have to work in teams. Or you go into any kind of meeting with your colleagues, and the first thing you hear is, we need to improve team relations. And the assumption is across the board that we all need to work in teams, that things can be accomplished better in groups, and that independent anything is suspect, or at least not to be valued as much as teamwork. I'm not against teamwork. It's just that's not the only way to proceed. And I fall back on every cliche imaginable when I think about this, how Beethoven and Mahler didn't write those symphonies with a partner. About the only artwork that I could think of that ever worked, Broadway musicals or Gilbert and Sullivan or Hollywood films that are written by platoons of scriptwriters, but most good, serious work is done independently by one person. And to train our students today to think that their best work comes from participating with somebody else is folly. You got to do both. You work together, but you also work independently. And I feel like the independently part gets lost today.
Last question. What is the kindest thing that anyone's ever done for you?
A lot of kindnesses in my life have been handed to me. When I was a grad student at the University of Chicago, I had applied to come here to teach and do PhD work as a teaching assistant. And I was taking a linguistics class that made absolutely no sense to me. It was like doing some weird brand of algebra that came from Mars. I just didn't get it. And I got a C+ in that course, and I wrote, which meant the end of everything for me. It meant that my teaching assistantship would go down the tubes at Wisconsin. And my whole life of moving from Chicago to Wisconsin and everything. And I had a wife and a child at that point. So I got a hold of my professor and said, can I do some work to jack up that grade so I can continue my life? And he obliged, and that stuck with me. And so all this time later, if students approach me about something that they are on the borderline with, I try to return the kindness.
And it certainly is appreciated as someone who has been the recipient of that leniency and kindness. Well, the time flew by, but I think we should wrap it up here. Thank you again, and we'll sign off here.
Alrighty.
That was awesome. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
That was fun.
I talked up a storm.
No, that's
what
perfect.
What a piece of shit I am.
What? No, that's what I wanted.
There's sort of a Venn diagram of like software engineering code that you would want to create, and then code that is sort of interesting or tricky or beautiful. The beautiful piece is kind of the overlap. But fifth grade, you don't really know any of that. And I wrote this 40-page book by hand or something. And
was this for an assignment or
no?
Or
Just for fun. Like I wrote my own language. It had its own like character set. Whoa. It was crazy, yeah. And it was called Jibbin.
Cool.
But I don't want the hand waving to feel like a cop out kind of either, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like every book at some point needs to make you believe in magic, and hopefully I can do that.
Rob Jauquet is a software engineer, a writer, and a bookworm. He grew up in Green Bay and graduated with degrees in computer engineering and computer science from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 2014. His professional journey started 2 years earlier, however, when he became the first engineer at Swoop Search, a tech startup in Madison, Wisconsin. Throughout the next 5 years, Swoop Search grew from an idea into a successful business, and Rob, of course, played an essential role in the company's development. In addition to being a great engineer and teacher, Rob is also a perfect example of someone who refuses to stay boxed in. Rob's interest and experience traverse the technical landscape, from websites to databases to back-end indexers and to hardware. And as a writer, he similarly draws influence from different genres like poetry, cinema, and fiction. I think all types of people enjoy hearing what Rob has to say. If you're in the tech or the science world, Rob's take on writing beautiful code might speak to you. If you're a reader or a writer, Rob's philosophy on storytelling and creating something magical might inspire you. And if you're someone who has interest across art forms and professional fields, Rob's take on doing what he loves and finding transferable skills will hopefully encourage you. So, please enjoy this episode of Portrait with Rob Jauquet. We were just talking about how you only eat twice a day, or normally. Could you talk about how that happened, what times you eat, and why that works for you?
Yeah, sure. Yes, I eat 2 meals a day. I skip breakfast pretty much always. I remember the last day I said I was not going to eat breakfast anymore. It was kind of a stubborn thing. It was in winter because I also said I wasn't going to wear a coat then either. So it was I don't know, I think it was high school, probably sophomore year. Yeah, just eat a big lunch and dinner if you got it. And that's about it.
Do you still not wear coats?
Coat season is really short. So if winter is 13 months, then coat season's only 2 months.
2-month coat season in Wisconsin.
It starts next month.
Ambitious.
Yeah. Maybe 3 months. It probably goes through February.
For me, it's 8 months out of the year. We met at Swoop Search. And I remember you said one time that the way you got involved in it was sort of coincidental. Talk about how you think about things like chance and how that brought you here.
Definitely so. Yeah, it was kind of strange. So Quinn, one of the founders, and I were roommates sophomore year, and the reason that we were roommates was even kind of odd. It all kind of points back to our mutual friend Brennan, who you also know.
Right. Good guy.
Yeah, good guy. So I was transferring from lacrosse freshman year, and I needed a place to stay in Madison once I got here. And so I just kind of messaged Brennan and was like, hey, I might get into Madison. Can I live with you guys if that works out? And he was like, yeah, sure, whatever. So they waited forever, luckily, to find an apartment. And there was just 2 guys there that I didn't know. I knew 3 of them beforehand, and then 2 of them I hadn't met. And one of those 2 guys was Quinn. So Quinn and I then lived together sophomore year, and then didn't really see each other junior year because I went abroad. So when I came back from being in London, I happened to run into Quinn on the street, and he was like, hey, what are you doing? Do you want to get coffee sometime? I'm working on this project. And actually Brennan had been talking to Quinn already at that point. I think they were both kind of trying to see if they could work on this thing together, and this thing obviously was Swoop. So I asked Brennan a little bit. He's like, well, I can't really tell you too much, but if you want to get coffee with him kind of thing. And I did, and I was like, yeah, sure. I'll sounds fun. I was doing computer engineering at the time, so mostly hardware stuff, and the stuff that they needed then was front-end stuff, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and I hadn't done any of that before. yeah, just kind of like the first meeting was really like Quinn and I getting back in touch with each other, and him kind of not even realizing. I mean, he knew that I programmed, but it was sort of like a, by the way, you want to do this? Yeah, okay, sure.
Was there anything significant about that meeting or the way Quinn framed it or anything else that made you want to jump into it? Because it's sort of a big commitment to do that. And as a CS guy, everyone has a lot of opportunities to do a lot of interesting stuff. So what made you want to go down that path?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think a lot of it was like, you have these opportunities and these risky moments. You know, they're kind of like points in time where you're like, I could do this thing and it's really risky, weighed against something else. But that particular one wasn't really that much of a risk for myself. It was time, but because we didn't have funding yet, because like, you know, it was just sort of like poking the bear to see if this thing would work. I could keep doing everything else that I was already doing and just, you know, take a chance and see if it went somewhere. So I think with CS, the nice thing is you don't really need anything to get started, right? Like you need a computer, which not everyone can get, but it's not too difficult, at least, you know, for college students to get a hold of a computer. And then you need an idea, but it's all kind of about implementation. So we had a lot of late nights, a lot of fun building this thing. And, you know, it really kind of came down to like, I didn't feel like I was giving anything up to do it. You know, like,
Right.
I wanted to program. I wanted to learn how to do this stuff. I was teaching myself on my own time anyway. So why not have it maybe lead to something?
What was the worst day that you can remember at Swoop, and also the best day at Swoop?
Yeah. The worst day, that's a great question. The worst day was probably debugging over the phone when all the code was like compiled and minified and obfuscated.
Yeah. So what could you set up the context of that? Why would you debug over the phone?
Yeah. There was some particular code. So the front end code always kind of gets like reduced and minified, and you make it as small as possible just so you can serve it up easier. It's just smaller over the wire kind of stuff. And to obfuscate the code a little bit so that, you know, our client side code isn't so easily readable. There was one feature that wasn't really working. We were hitting an API, and every time we hit it locally with like the test data, it would appear to work. But then basically every time, not always, there's a few times that would work, but we weren't getting any errors. We weren't getting like any information about what was going on.
Oh,
that took a
tricky.
while. I think that one, you know, overall we probably spent like 2 or 3 weeks trying to track that one down.
Oh wow, that's a long one.
It was brutal.
Definitely get that. So okay, that was one of the worst days. What was one of the best days that you can remember at Swoop?
One of the best days. Yeah. Well, you know, getting funding was really fun. Definitely there were some big days in the beginning that were just so different. Everything changed like on a day-to-day basis. You know, the rate of change kind of slows down over time, you know, as you kind of get more people, like your days are a little bit more similar. So in the beginning, things were just so volatile. And, you know, we'd be sitting in the office and like someone would call and, you know, they want to know if we can like do a certain thing. And the product was like so small at the time and like so just like in its infancy that, you know, we're kind of like, yeah, sure, we can like try to show that off. We can try to prove that. We can try to, you know, get this thing going on this hardware or whatever. But so the first day we got funding, we kind of had everyone involved with Swoop, not just the founders, but just kind of everyone involved in the investor in Madison. And then we just had like kind of this day-long meeting actually at what was going to be our office, which was up on the square. But after that, we decided to go with the one we have now. But so we're sitting up in that office, and things went well. And afterwards, just sat up on the square and got a drink, and just kind of talked about at that point it had been already, you know, two-ish years, year and a half of us like working on this thing together, you know, trying to get this off the ground. And it was at that point where I was like, yeah, okay, I can do this. I can do this thing that we made for like a career,
Right.
That's pretty cool.
And so you are and you have been a professional developer for, what has it been, 5 years or so since you've been with Swoop?
Yeah,
right?
so like
But you've been
2012 is when
programming.
Swoop started. I've been programming a little bit longer than that, probably 2010, and then 2014 to 2017. So really like 3.5 years of like full-time development.
Mm-hmm.
I went part-time for school for a little bit to work on Swoop. And then I was also working on Swoop while I was doing a co-op at GE. So I was kind of doing like double duty there, and then went part-time to work on it in the spring. And then finished up my senior year.
So you've been in a new couple of positions programming. Like you said, you've done front end and back end, and have definitely worked with a lot of programmers. What qualities mark an exceptional programmer in general?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm going to stop saying that now because you're asking all good questions. I think it varies depending on what you're doing. If you look at really low-level stuff, hardware things that are getting installed to kind of mission-critical or like volatile environments, if you're trying to design something to withstand like high heat, bad weather, and you're going to put it out there and you can't service it, the person that needs to be able to do that, I think, is a different person than the person that gets to iterate on problems and kind of like problem solve while something is deployed, right? Like if you're making a web app and there's a website out there and you can just like, it's sometimes a lot better to just be the first one out rather than like the least buggy. Right. I mean,
Right.
if you're out like a year ahead of time, and then you can say, okay, these are the things that are like critical and broken, and let's fix them. So, it does sort of depend, but I think for like those types of positions and those types of people, it definitely helps to have someone that's not as afraid to put something out there in the world, to release something, to finish something, to say like, this isn't the perfect thing of like full body of code, but it's probably the perfect thing for like this moment in time and like this installation and these people, and then we'll fix it if something goes wrong.
Yeah. So like a willingness to create something that's not perfect, maybe.
Yeah. Anytime you make something, I think it's hard to. I mean, writing's that way too. Anytime you do something creative, and programming is creative, it's scary to put it out in the world, but a willingness to do that and kind of like a desire to do that and to get feedback and to collaborate, I think is big.
Yeah.
That's always been my kind of favorite people to work with too. Independent workers, people that are like self-starters, will get things done, will learn on their own, but have kind of like a similar goal in mind, similar aspirations, similar like this, this is what we want to put out to the world. And, we'll do whatever it takes, whatever feedback we get back from that, we'll respond accordingly.
Right. So you had a lot of books in the office. You basically populated the whole bookshelf. And I took one that I really liked called Beautiful Code, which was about leading developers or programmers and like projects or pieces of code that they found beautiful or were exceptionally proud of. What is the most beautiful piece of code that you read or wrote yourself, and could you explain in very basic terms why that is?
That's a great question. Yeah, I will say that there's sort of a Venn diagram of like software engineering code that you would want to create, and then code that is sort of like interesting or tricky or beautiful. The beautiful piece is kind of the overlap, right? Like you want your code that you're building for a company and releasing to be very straightforward, very basic, very readable, like don't do anything kind of clever, too clever. You don't want to be like more clever than the next person that's going to be reading it. You don't want to be more clever than yourself, right? Like you're going to also have to 5 days from now, you're going to have to read that code and try to figure out what's going on. So, but there's beautiful code in that space. And then there's also kind of like this code that's kind of programming to just for the sake of programming. One of the things that I wrote was a video manipulation tool, and it took frames of a video. And then depending on what you kind of clicked on the front end, it would perform different kind of manipulations to that video, kind of frame by frame. And the code itself was sort of like this cascading. You could kind of tick things on and off, and it was very recursive. So it would just sort of like reuse itself to manipulate sort of the image coming through it. It's not the easiest thing to translate to English, I suppose, but I wouldn't write it like that, I don't think, again, if I were going to put it in something someone else had to read afterwards. But it was sort of a compounding flow of the image going through it. And
did that structure come to you right away, or how was that born? Did you have a lot of failures that you improved to create that?
That's a good question too. The process of kind of figuring out which design pattern to follow. I think a lot of times there's ones that you just sort of fall on. Like, there's specific cases where recursion makes sense. There's specific cases where just sort of like linear programming makes sense, or multiprocessing, or kind of all these different sort of paradigms of programming. But in a lot of particular cases with like image processing, you either can kind of process the whole image at once. So say you're going to do like 10 things to an image. You can do like the whole image for the first thing and then send that over to the second thing and do the whole image and send that over. Or you can kind of do, I'm only going to take like the first few pixels of this and do the first thing and then send it over to the next thing and kind of let it flow through the system a little bit more. That's sort of like a streaming mechanism. So we sort of had the option to do both. And we're doing this in JavaScript, so kind of the callback system lends itself decently well to sort of streaming stuff, not necessarily for speed, but for cleverness. So yeah, we went through a few different ideas. So for me, it was like, I know that I can't necessarily follow like something that's going to be reusable, and I might not even reuse this. I'll probably rewrite it tomorrow or like over the course of the next week. So I can afford to be a little bit clever if I'm not really planning on having the rest of the world see this code. So that sort of drove those decisions.
So let's back off from sort of the hard programming stuff a bit, and say you were talking to someone who could be interested in coding or programming but doesn't have a lot of experience in it. What would you, or say you are that person knowing what you know now, and to make it a little more interesting, let's say doing a computer science degree, it just isn't an option. What would you do to learn? What languages would you pick up? What kind of learning style would be best for you, and how would you approach that problem?
Yeah. I do think everyone's different. And I've noticed that with Swoop, especially kind of training people, that each person sort of has a different aha moment in a different point in time where they're like, oh, wait, okay, now I understand what programming is. Now I understand what, control statements, all these things. There's sort of different levels of learning, right? Like, there's all this vocabulary, but the vocabulary itself isn't really programming. We're really just kind of talking about how to get a machine to do something, or really sort of, from the CS standpoint, it's really more mathematics. Like, how do we take something and have really, really concrete steps on how to do that thing, repeatable steps, right? So it's logic and it's repeatableness. And for me, learning that stuff was always trying to do more of the engineering side, right? Like, can I take those kind of big concepts like algorithms and things like that and apply it to something that I understand? And a lot of times people will start even tutorials that way, right? Like, the first app you might build is like sorting, maybe, or it might be like a to-do app, right? Something simple in concept, but you're going to cover a lot of the bases and the basics by going through it. So if I'm learning a new language, I mean, this still happens all the time. If I'm learning a new language, I'll usually pick something a little more complex than sorting, but most of the time I'll start with merge sort, actually. It's just like a sorting algorithm that I understand, that I find fun. There's recursion involved. There's all these kind of... it's a good algorithm in itself as far as like performance goes and all these sorts of things. So there's computer science concepts there, but then... And I know how to do that in different languages. So if I'm presented with a new language that might even be kind of a different paradigm, you can kind of sneak it out of there with something that you know already. But for someone that doesn't know the computer science side already, picking something that's more grounded, right? Like one of the first things that I wrote was for a class, and we had to do like this Pokemon battle, basically. So it was all text-based, but it was just easier to kind of like remember what it was like to play a game. And I mean, games are getting a little bit more complex now, so sometimes it's hard to do, but you remember what it's like to play a game and like the different screens you saw and like the button inputs, and then think about how that translates to what's actually going on in that little machine in your hands, right? So when it's just text-based, we had to, clear the screen, write new code to it. There's all sorts of kind of this main loop of things. You have to calculate damage. You have to do all these things, right? But that was a lot easier to kind of like zone in on what programming actually is.
Yeah.
What am I trying to do?
So this question, and I've seen this happen, has created like firestorms on the internet about which language is the best to start learning.
Yeah.
But for you, being exposed to a lot of them, which language would you start with if you were to start at square one again?
It's a great question, because I think on the one hand, I need to stop saying that. But on the one hand, I like where I'm at, right? Like I like how I got here. So I can definitely say that the way that I did it worked for myself. If I were telling myself right now, I would probably just say learn Python, because I find it so much easier. It strips away a lot. It abstracts so much stuff that I think it's the closest and the easiest to set up to just getting there and programming. The thing that you lose, though, is a lot of those intricacies. Like, you don't always know what's going on. You don't know what, like, kind of the compiling process is, or assembly language, or, like, the kind of the relationship of hardware to software. So there's sort of, like, the quick and dirty way, if you want to, like, the fastest process to writing code and, like, putting it out there is probably languages like Node, JavaScript, Python. Things that aren't compiled, things that you don't need to set up like a lot of tooling for. You don't need to have like a sysadmin friend come over and set up VMs and whatever, right? Like,
right.
You don't need to do AWS. You don't need to do any of that stuff. You can just like sit down and program. And Python does that, right? You can just sit down and write Python code. But on the flip side of that, I think getting farther into your career, it's really important to know how everything kind of fits together, right? Like, you need to know how it works with hardware. You need to know what kind of a processor is doing behind the scenes, so that it even makes sense to know what like multiprocessing is for, what threading is, or what your operating system is really kind of doing with your code, doing to your code. Certainly the processor doesn't know Python, but somehow that code gets translated a bunch of times.
Right.
Down to sort of machine code assembly.
Yeah.
To actually do stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting topic. I want to transition though to books or fiction or writing.
Certainly.
Because you are working on a book right now. And before we get into that, I was wondering if you saw any overlap between what work is like writing code and what it's like writing English or fiction.
Yeah, the metaphors are there if you want them. I think that they can be really, really similar. Even my kind of like development process of writing is basically the same as how I code. I still use Git. I still use version control. I'm using like Sublime. I'm using the same tools that I used to write code.
Are you writing in Sublime, which is a text editor?
Yeah. So some people write in Word and that's good for them, and some people write in Vim and that's good for them. I wouldn't program in Word, obviously, but there's overlap in other areas, right? It probably goes better this direction. It probably goes better if you know the the CS world. It probably translates better to like the writing world versus the other way around, where you might do some layout if you're like LaTeX is for technical writing and things like that, and it just helps you kind of lay things out. So there is some overlap in like academia with writing, but for novels and stuff, the CS world to the writing world has been beneficial for me for sure. And it's basically the same. I mean, I'm not compiling anything, but I still have kind of version control and changes and all that good stuff.
So other than like the tooling, what is similar between your process with writing code and writing?
Yeah, architecting is a similar way. I mean, there's more world building in fiction than there is with programming. In programming, we have sort of this, these rigid sort of goals. Like, we want this software to be able to do these things. And in writing, I don't really even want to have that. I don't want to have... I mean, I have a little bit higher level, like I want this book to say these things. But it's sort of more emergent, right? Like while you're writing about a character, I don't need to know everything about that character. I just kind of need to feel it out as you go, right? So there's a little bit more just like off-the-cuff stuff, I think, in fiction, and a little bit more rigidity in programming.
Right.
But other than that, I still do the same sort of like outline, do these kind of pieces. I might not even do them in order, right? Like you don't have to write a book from page 1 to page 1,000. So I do start in like a bunch of different places. But before I write any pages, I do have kind of like this idea of what the world is, what my goals are, the paths, the general paths of kind of these characters and stories, and the flow of things. Yeah. What
is your like daily writing routine? And this is, I love learning about this. Everyone has their own little quirks. What kind of environments do you like to write in? What time of day? What do you like to eat when you write? Any little details would be very interesting.
I think along with the programming stuff, I kind of just write like I'm programming. I treat it like a job. I treat it like, programming's not always fun. It's not always enjoyable. You don't always sit down and get what you want out of it. And writing's kind of the same way. But doing it every day and doing it often is probably the most beneficial. So I can kind of write anywhere. I mean, I sort of program anywhere. I kind of write anywhere. I prefer like natural light and quiet and no music and no people, but you can't always get that.
Right.
So
I know it's sort of tricky when they're in the middle of something to talk about it, but would you mind saying what inspired like the inception of this project that you're working on, or what's the context of why you're even doing this writing project in the first place?
Yeah. So way back when I wanted to, well, even farther back, like 5th grade, I was going into middle school and we had this grammar teacher who was a little bit intimidating, kind of known to be strict, known to kind of give out, grammar was hard, right? Like it was a lot of like English. I think the English language isn't always fun to learn, and I was always really bad at spelling, but I was pretty decent at grammar. So the trade-offs there were interesting, but 5th grade, you don't really know any of that. And I wrote this 40-page book by hand or something. And
was this for an assignment or
no? It was just for fun. Like I wrote my own language. It had its own like character set. Whoa. It was crazy, yeah. And it was called Jibbin. Cool. I still have it somewhere, but it wasn't very good, as most things when you're in 5th grade are. But my sister sort of ratted me out to her, and before I could start 6th grade, she was like, "Oh, Rob wrote a book. He is really into writing." So my sister's like 2 years older than me. I'm not even sure she'll remember that, but so Mrs. Moore, our teacher, kind of like approached me like day one and was like, "Those are my goals too. Like we're gonna both like publish books." And so ever since then, kind of I was just like, I need to write something that's good. I want it to be good. So I've made a few attempts. I have another book that I wrote that's more of a coming of age story, but I want it to be more fiction. I want to remove myself more from the process and write new characters and new ideas rather than kind of borrowing so much from my own life. So this one is sci-fi, which, from a genre perspective is kind of my favorite genre. It pulls in technology again, right? Like there's all these parallels and metaphors with my own life anyway, but instead of having those kind of be like the main forefront, like character thoughts, they're sort of like the background. That was kind of the beginning. So I've been thinking about this book for a long time. This particular book I've been thinking about for a long time, but I never felt ready to start a sci-fi novel. I haven't read that much sci-fi, and I always kind of felt like I didn't know enough about the genre to do it. I watch a lot of sci-fi. I just like thinking about it in general, or like even kind of like fresh new tech and things like that. So, I'm just going to do it.
Just going to do it.
Nobody needs to tell me that I'm ready,
Love it. So if you haven't read a lot of sci-fi, what have been your biggest influences in the literature world, like books you've read that have big impact on your authors that you're really keen on?
Yeah, so Douglas Adams, which I guess is sci-fi, but more in the comedy space, right? So Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That whole series was really, really impactful to me. I didn't know that you could be funny when you wrote and still be successful about it, right? Like comedy didn't really fit into literature to me at that point. Or I didn't think you could be taken seriously if you did it. But he was so weird and kind of so out there, and there's all these people that, really care about his work and really care about things he has to say, like interesting quotes. There's still insights there. It wasn't all just sort of, this is 7th grade me at this point, I think, when I read that. Kind of discovering that comedy is good and can say something and comment on life, So that was really impactful. Not that my book will be a comedy, but I just really liked his writing style. It was unique to me at the time. I think it still is unique, but kind of contrasting that to kind of my other favorite book at the time, which was Dracula, which is sort of like this episodic horror, right? Like it's not funny at all. There's tiny bits of humor here and there, but just knowing that you can be different when you're writing. I like all of these different genres. I didn't really feel like I needed to pigeonhole myself to specific, like read all the sci-fi and then you know how to write sci-fi and then you'll be successful at sci-fi. It's sort of like read a bunch of books and you'll kind of get an idea of what should be in a book, right? Reading doesn't necessarily make you good at writing, but it's all storytelling in the end, really.
I've talked to a couple of people, and I share this experience myself, where you're reading and then there's just a passage or a paragraph or a scene or even a sentence that just clicks and it engraves itself like in your mind forever. Yeah. Where you say like, that's me, like you connect with that completely. Have you ever had that, or is there anything similar to those books you've read?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I started highlighting passages in Hitchhiker's Guide. I have like sort of like the 5 volumes that Douglas Adams wrote in like 1 volume. I started highlighting things I liked, and then I kind of realized that I was highlighting the whole book. Like literally every passage was just so funny to me. And there's ones that I think like everybody quotes. There's actually a bunch from Alice in Wonderland that always stick with me. Just like even just little ones. Like my AOL screen name was Said the Hatter. For some reason, like every time the Mad Hatter speaks in that book, it always like just says Said the Hatter, right? And for some reason, I thought that was really cool. It's like it doesn't mean anything. They just call him the Hatter in the book, right? He's not the Mad Hatter,
right?
I just always thought that was interesting. But that's such a small piece. That's one just like sticks to me. That's not really it's not really meaningful. It's just
it's catchy.
It's just a thing that's in my head. Yeah, and there's a lot of those. I mean, classic ones, right? Curiouser and Curiouser. Yeah, pretty much all of Hitchhiker's Guide, which I won't quote back to you. Trying to think. Movies kind of stick in that way too. I've had some like really kind of important movies in the sci-fi space, really. Interstellar and pretty much anything by Christopher Nolan. Yeah, I don't know. Poetry too. I write a lot of things down. I have a hard time like reciting things. So maybe I'll just send them to you.
Do it. So heard you just mentioned storytelling, and I've been guest to a couple conversations about Star Wars where you geeked out with Brennan, who we mentioned before. I'm not hugely knowledgeable about Star Wars, but I'm more interested in how you think about storytelling, because from what I remember, it sounds like you're really familiar with what it is.
Definitely so. I would say that Star Wars resonates because of the world, because of the world building and the characters. And it's not that, we sort of treat those things separately, right? Like, you could watch every Star Wars film, and it's possible someone could say, I love Star Wars, but don't like any of those films, right? Like, the concepts there, you can fall in love with without actually liking, like, the individual specific stories that they're telling, right? So I really like kind of the world building aspects. And I think Star Wars has just built a thing that feels really real, and a thing that people want to live there. Harry Potter's that same way too. Harry Potter probably does a better job of that. Even, they're both, cultural phenomenons for a reason. And that's kind of why. It's just like, you want to live in those worlds. You want to have a lightsaber. You want to have a wand. You want to have, they both sort of have magic in that sense as well. So I'm really interested in those aspects. And that's usually where I start too. I don't have very many pages written at the moment, but I have a lot of just like, this is the real world that I want to exist. And these are the things that I want to be true in it. These are things I want to be false in it. And I want them to be believable, even if they're not physically possible, right? I don't need everything to be scientifically perfect. But I don't want the hand waving to feel like a cop-out kind of either, right? Mm-hmm. Like, every book at some point needs to make you believe in magic. And hopefully I can do that.
Very cool.
Yeah.
What I really want to ask is about a childhood experience, because it sounds like there's a lot that went on there that influenced you with your reading, with your teacher, with just, you and I both grew up in Green Bay, which is another interesting part of how we randomly got connected.
A small world.
Yeah. Was there any sort of childhood memory that you hold on to? And let me give you some context of why I'm really interested in it. Because for me, one of the passages or just the stories that sticks with me forever is at the end of Brothers Karamazov, when one of the brothers is talking to a group of like school kids, and the book ends with him saying, like, no matter what happens, as long as you have like a good childhood memory that you can hang on to, like, you'll be saved no matter what you're going through.
Yeah.
So I think about that a lot. I'm wondering if there's like one really good memory that you hang on to from childhood in Green Bay or elsewhere.
Yeah, that reminds me of Harry Potter as well. Just like the
right.
If you need a good memory for your Patronus kind of thing.
Right.
Like, there is those kind of concepts of being able to fall back on happiness is like a substitute for being currently happy or being like currently present, right?
Right.
Yeah, definitely. I have a few of them. A lot of my memories that are my favorite memories aren't very concrete. Like, one of them is writing. We had this house with these big oak trees. So the whole backyard was like always shaded. And I would sit outside just like under the oak tree and like try to invent my little language. And
what was it called again?
The book is called Jiven.
I like that.
I don't even really remember that much more about the book other than I was dumb and wrote a language. That was basically just a copy of English, but with different characters that looked weird. I don't know.
Cool.
But it was good. I just kind of remember, and I would do that at a lot of places. My grandparents lived up in Door County, so we're sort of out in the wilderness there as well, and would find places to sit and write or read, and it's always small moments, always a short amount of time, but I still do that now if I want to just like relax. It's sort of meditation too. As far as concrete memories go, though, I'm sure there's a bunch. I don't know if you had a gun to my head and said you need to come up with a memory. That's a terrible way to get me to remember something.
Right.
I feel like.
Yeah. Well, let's sort of riff on the memory theme a little bit, because I got the sense that you're also pretty into traveling or taking trips. Like, you just got back from Denver.
Yeah.
And I remember vaguely hearing about like a long road trip you went on before. So I'm curious, what is the best trip or the best travel experience that you've had?
Yeah. When I was abroad, I was feeling like I didn't go enough places, right? Like I was there for like 6 months and I felt like I didn't really go to that many countries, but a bunch of my friends had already left and didn't really have anyone to travel with. So I took this solo trip to Norway and told myself I would go hiking and like hopefully like meet some people that weren't scary and murdery or whatever. And I did, and it was really cool. It was just like really refreshing. I had never been somewhere like that before. I was in Bergen, just like a little town. Well, everything in Norway is in the north, but it's kind of in the middle of the country. You know, it was later spring, so things are nice. I mean, there's still snow kind of on the mountains and stuff, but it was just a lot of walking around, listening to The Tallest Man on Earth, and
Cool.
Yeah, hiking through the mountains.
How long were you out there for?
It was only like 4 days. You know, I went like solo hiking the first day or two. I got lost a few times, which was a little bit dumb on my part, but and then like the third day, I think I met this guy from France who we were both sharing this dorm, but it was like a 12-person dorm, so there was only the two of us in there. So we're like, well, we might as well talk to each other. And he's like, I don't speak English that well, but he said it perfectly in English to me, so I'm like, oh, sure, this is fine.
Yeah.
And he was perfect. He was so nice. And he's like, well, I'm going on this like 13-mile hike or something tomorrow. And it was like the day I was supposed to fly out. And he's like, I mean, you're flying out at night. I think you'd have time for it. And so we went. I went. It was really great. But he kicked my ass. It was rough. I'm not always in the greatest shape. So
13 miles is not casual for.
No, and he was like training for a half marathon in the mountains. Wow. So he was significantly better at most things in life than I was, but it was really great. Yeah.
I think solo trips are very underrated.
I totally agree with you. Yes. I try to do one a year if I can. You know, I drove out to Denver by myself. Obviously, I'm meeting with people I know, but super underrated. I like thinking. I like listening to podcasts. I like listening to music. It would be nice if self-driving cars existed so I could like write while I drive, but other than that.
Right.
Yeah.
Soon. What is the most influential product or your favorite product that you've bought for under $100 or so?
Wow. I'm going to go with the Raspberry Pi or Arduino. I've gotten more joy out of both of those.
What was the second one?
Arduino, it's just a little microcontroller.
Okay.
So if a Raspberry Pi is a mini computer, this is just like, you know, I don't know how to put it in layman's terms. Someone else can do that on the internet. But,
okay.
They're both relatively cheap, and I think if you want an excuse to break a computer, kind of like do more damage than is good, computer better be cheap. So
right,
it's really fun. Yeah.
What's like the coolest thing that you've done with one of those?
I definitely really liked the rotary light I built for Swoop. I never got it fully working how I wanted to, but you know, that used both of them actually to kind of control a light and control a speaker.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Play music when people's stuff was approved. Yeah.
Right. So how I understood it was that when a developer submitted a successful feature into our product, then this thing would pick it up from the site where our code is and then spin up, and the siren would go and the light would go off and they would play like a little theme song.
Yeah,
right?
I used John Cena's walkout music to start and never really got a lot more music put on there, but yeah, it was fun. I mean, the hardware itself is really simple. It's only like maybe 3 components. It's one diode, it's one transistor, and it's one relay. And that's all just sitting on a breadboard, and that's hooked up to the Arduino. And the Arduino is just waiting for kind of like a ping, a little signal. And as soon as that happens, it just supplies power to the whole thing, and off it goes. But it's fun, and you can do that, you know, very cheaply. There's a lot of knowledge, I think, that goes into like how you figure out how to do those things. But I don't think it's as expensive as people think it is. So,
right.
You know, you can do all that for under $100.
Very cool. What's something that you hold to be absolutely true, but that very few people would agree with you on?
Wow. Yeah. Going deep.
That's a heavy one. And
I am the best at Super Smash Brothers 64.
Oh.
It's definitely the answer to that question.
Hot take.
Yeah. I know a few people that would disagree with me, but I can prove to them that they are wrong.
Yeah, I won't disagree with that.
I don't know. Is there a serious answer there? I am serious about that, but that's I probably don't even deep down believe that. But is there a thing that I believe? I think I'm a little bit too agreeable to have something that people disagree with me with.
Yeah, I think with that one, you either have something that you're really pissed off about that people just don't get, or maybe there's not something that's keeping you up at night.
Oxford commas.
Oh,
definitely
okay. Here we go.
If you don't use the serial comma,
screw you.
You are wrong. And I will stick by that for forever.
I'm a big fan of the Oxford
I
comma,
was
so I'm glad I'm on your good side.
It ruins friendships, I tell you. Yeah.
It ruined a company too. Have you heard of that? They forgot that in the contract. In the last 5 years, what's a new belief or a new thing that you changed your mind on?
What have I changed my mind on? I've got a lot of stuff in programming because that's where I spend most of my time. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on that. I think there's like some paradigm stuff that's changed. Microservices versus monolithic stuff versus, there's reason to kind of progress. I'm generally pretty quick to drop beliefs and move on if there's evidence for it. So probably most things in the last 5 years I've sort of changed my mind on, which I think kind of harkens back to your previous question. Like I don't have a lot of things that are set in stone, just because I kind of assume most stuff will change over time. We'll have some sort of new evidence to change that. So there's not a lot.
I liked what you said earlier in our talk about how to be a good programmer, you have to be willing to make something like imperfect.
Yeah.
And that, I feel like that idea is really deep in like startup culture too, for people who are just putting something forward, trying to be first at the cost of being perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So along those lines, what's something that you might consider, or others might have considered, like an instance where you failed in your life or came short, but that actually turned out to be something in the long run that benefited you? Like a favorite failure, in other words.
Yeah. I don't know if this is the greatest answer, but the first one that came to mind was actually like what school to go to. I was convinced that I was going to go to Boston University, and got in and fought with my mom about it for a long time. And it was sort of this kind of point of contention, this thing that I wanted to do. I was going to go there and do physics and whatever. And money reasons, all sorts of reasons, decided not to, or kind of wasn't able to, and switched to lacrosse, and then kind of went through the same experience again in transferring to Madison. And again, then when figuring out what college to go to for going abroad, I got kind of like rejected for my first choice, and then ended up going. Schools wise, it was rejected for different reasons. Like I got in everywhere I wanted to go, and then felt like I couldn't go there. And I think the failure on my part there is just sort of like realizing, like not making decisions purely just on like, this is the thing that like looks best to other people or something. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Why do I want to do the thing that I'm doing? And figure that out first, and then make your decisions. So lacrosse was great. Madison's great. I think there's reasons to go to wherever you end up. I'm sure Boston University is great. I'm sure, all of those things are fine. And yes, there are probably ways I could have gotten, I screwed around freshman year of high school and, had a lower GPA or whatever, right? Like there's all sorts of what ifs to big life events, but it all worked out anyway. So I don't think it was worth stressing over.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Last one. What is the kindest thing that anyone's done for you?
Oof.
Yeah, that's a deep one. Oof. But I like it. I think it's a good one. And
kindest thing. It's actually sitting right here. This one just comes to mind because it's happened recently. But like grandparents are pretty great. My dad's dad is his whole family. I just feel like my whole family on both sides is just very very welcoming and very. They always want to do stuff for people. They always want to give things to people. The thing that came to mind was my grandma's painting, which is sitting right next to us.
This blue one?
Yeah, the blue one right
Cool.
here. She is kind of giving everybody sort of a piece of her art, a piece of her work. I think sharing those kinds of things is big for me. I'm not a big material person. I like stuff. I like cool things, but like I would just as soon break it, right? Like I don't. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have that much value to me. The things that have value, and like the kind things, the kind gifts, if we're talking gifts, are things that like people made themselves or put effort into. Or, I mean, there's a reason the phrase like the thought that counts exists, but it's not really more thoughtful to get someone like an iPod versus like a, whatever. I don't even know if anything else exists right now, but like giving something that you put some work into, some effort into, letters, handwritten things. I save a lot of notes from people that they've sent. Yeah, it's not the greatest answer, maybe.
No, I like it. I'm gonna take a pic of that if I can.
Yeah,
I'll
definitely.
put that in the show notes so people can see.
Definitely so.
All right. Well, we're at about an hour, and I want to respect your time because you got a novel to write. So I'll cut it off there.
Thanks.
Thanks again for talking to me.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
How are you going to put the ketchup on the pizza? That's disgusting. And then his other friend joins in and he calls his other friend. And so like a few minutes, you just have like 6 people talking about why I'm putting ketchup on pizza. Every day, 9 to 6 at Google, learning how to code. Then like 7 to 10, 12, 2 a.m. working startup. Hold on to your core beliefs, whether it's family or not having drinks. I think I learned that throughout time. There's so many hardships and there's so many downfalls that you're going to go through. I felt like I have the need and the calling to share that.
Mahmoud Khedr is not your average 21-year-old. He's an immigrant, a college student, an entrepreneur, a public speaker, and one of the most honest people I know. He's lived in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and as of 2008, the United States. Since then, he's interned at Google, Facebook, and Echoing Green. He created the Entrepreneurship Club at the City College of New York, and he co-founded 2 companies, a food delivery solution named Runner and Flora Mind, a startup focused on educating the youth in mental health and well-being. Mahmoud's resume is obviously insanely impressive, but what really made me want to talk to him was his maturity and honesty. I initially saw Mahmoud speak at a conference where he shared his story of failure, successes, and the lessons he learned along the way. His talk caught my attention because he spoke about his struggles with complete honesty, candor, and even optimism. It's hard to be vulnerable in general, but especially so in front of a room full of strangers. Yet he did it so effortlessly that I felt like I needed to do some more research on him after the conference and figure out what he was all about. I found one of his articles entitled 21-Year-Old Muslim Egyptian Immigrant Entrepreneur, 21 Failures, 21 Successes, 21 Goals, the link to which is in the show notes. I was so blown away by how vulnerable, honest, and ambitious that article was that I decided for the first time to reach out to someone I didn't already know and ask them on the podcast, and I'm glad I did. Just like in his talk and in that article, Mahmoud keeps it real in this episode as he discusses his experience growing up in 4 different countries, being bullied during school for his faith, how he's dealt with rejection, and how his what's next attitude has allowed him to do so much in such a short time. Mahmoud is definitely someone to look out for the next couple years. I have no doubt that he'll continue to inspire and make amazing things happen, and I can't wait to see his impact grow. So, please enjoy this episode of Portrait with Mahmoud Khedr. So why don't we start with your background or your childhood? You came to the U.S. in 2008 as an 11-year-old, but before that you lived in Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt. What was that like growing up?
Yeah, it was interesting. When I was born in Egypt, I spent a few months there, and then ended up moving right away. Lived 7 years in Saudi Arabia, so that was kind of really, really early childhood. And Jordan 4 years, and Egypt a year, and then we came here. I think living in these countries and kind of moving between all these years was always, a little bit of a culture shock. Even though you look at the Middle East and you think about Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt, they're all Arab countries, right? But the culture there is so different between each one that whenever you go to a new country, people just notice that you're an outsider. And so for me, it was shocking because people just acted differently, they spoke differently, and I automatically was the outlier. I was the person that did not speak the same dialect. I was the person that did not sound the same. I was the one that was new to the class. So that was one part of it, which kind of affected my early years, was always kind of trying to fit in and trying to, assimilate to new ways of speaking and new cultures. So that was a little bit tough. Other than that, I think growing up in these different cultures was, for me, the positive side of it was just, also being immersed in these different cultures and getting to know how people live differently than they did in Egypt. Even though I lived in Saudi Arabia for 7 years, I still went back to Egypt pretty often. And so my Egyptian accent was always there. And then, in Saudi Arabia, I would just learn their accent. And so when I was leaving Saudi Arabia and going on to Jordan, they kind of picked up the Saudi Arabian accent and the Egyptian accent. So people kind of couldn't tell which one I was. But then over time they did, because the Egyptian one was more heavy. We were always speaking it in the household. So that was interesting. But I think overall, the experience, even though culturally shocking and kind of pushing me to be at outliers in certain situations, was pretty awesome. Just getting to experience that.
What were some of the biggest cultural shocks or the customs that took the most getting used to between those three places?
I think a lot of it was going to the classroom and having to speak in class, being called on and having to interact with other students, and just not knowing which is the right way to speak. I think that was kind of the most part, is interacting with other students and people who were my age, and they tell jokes differently. They they talk to each other differently, and of course the food was different as well. But we always, my mom would always cook Egyptian food at home. But that was less of the shock. I think a lot of it was just the interactions with other people and students that lived there. I think for me it was just oh, so that's how you say that. I thought it was this way, but apparently it's this way now. So let me try to adapt to that and kind of cancel out the way I was already doing it. So the main part of it was interacting with peers while I was in school, and of course outside. Yeah.
Interesting. What inspired that move, or why did you move so much at a young age?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the majority reason was, my dad, when we were younger, first in Egypt, he was working, a lot of his life he was working in translation and kind of the English to Arabic profession. And as he had more kids, he was always looking for different opportunities that would, one, move his career forward, and two, get more income for the family. So over time, my dad and mom ended up having more and more kids. And today we're at a point where we are 8 brothers and sisters, well, 9, including my brother Fauzi. My dad was always looking, a lot of these different opportunities were in other countries. And so I think for my dad, it was always like a ceiling that you hit. It's okay, so where's the next opportunity? And he realized from Egypt to Saudi Arabia, from Saudi Arabia to Jordan, it was always a better or different job, better job. And then, and he spent a year in Sudan when we were in Egypt, and it was all around work. It was all about, kind of trying to get more income to improve the family living style. And then when it came to the U.S., he always wanted to move here, and he ended up making that happen.
So was your dad remaining a translator between all these locations, or did he have different jobs?
Good question. Also, I think he was deep into translation after he left Egypt, I think he spent a few years teaching at the American University in Cairo. He's teaching English, Arabic, and funny story, that's actually how he met my mom. She was one of his students. That was pretty interesting. I think afterwards, yeah, he took up a lot of jobs in translation with different companies and organizations. Yeah.
What was the biggest lesson you took away from your dad?
I've always admired my dad's work ethic and his relentless focus and drive to always, make sure that he's getting up in the morning, every single morning, and he's going to his job and he's going to get it done. And I think growing up, I've seen that. I mean, like, my dad literally cannot take any breaks. Like, I'm at a point in my career and my life where, sometimes, like, I'll shut off for a few days and I won't do any work and I won't talk to anyone and I won't, get anything done. And it's funny, I mentioned that one time when I was talking to my team with the Entrepreneurship Club, an initiative I'm working here at City College. And one of my close friends and a team member, his name is Ariel, he responded and he said, LOL, like, I wish I could do that, but I can't because I have a daughter. Like, my daughter, Gia, will remind me not to do that. And I think for my dad, having kids and having that big responsibility and obviously having multiple kids, and on top of that, moving and being outside of home and having really nothing to fall back on was always for him a motivator and always a reason for him to never stop. And I think that's what I took from him, is that drive. And I think it's something that I'm always and continuing to try to instill in myself, is that no matter how I feel, like, if I'm feeling kind of shitty and it's a dark, gloomy day, I look at my little brothers. Like, my youngest brother is 7 years old, and I have two other ones, 8 and one that just turned 12 today, actually tonight, is his birthday party. And they give me my reasoning to work hard, and I think, I get a lot of that from my dad.
What was it like growing up with so many brothers and sisters?
It was, it had its ups and downs. It had the positives and the negatives. I think you always have that community, right? I mean, the house is never quiet, ever. There's always kids running around. There's always someone fighting about something. There's always someone, laughing about something. And so the house is always and forever pretty noisy and pretty loud. But I think, even though that's that, I think when I think about not having siblings, and when I think about, like, sometimes when I go and live in different places, like I was in Austin, Texas for the whole summer, it was kind of sad being home and, like, there's nobody around and there's nobody to talk to. And I think growing up with a lot of siblings, it gives you a sense of community, it gives you, a sense of belonging and family. And I think my mom actually, she grew up a single child, so she talks about how much of a blessing it is for us to have siblings and siblings that we can talk to and rely on. And I think it's pretty nice.
You talked about some of the transitions from Saudi Arabia to Jordan to Egypt. What do you remember about the transition to America when you came, almost 10 years ago now?
So when we first moved here, we moved to Long Island, New York, and obviously for a lot of families in the Middle East, and I'm sure across the world, it's the dream to come to the U.S. and for us, I mean, like, I was so excited. Like, I mean, I remember just jumping up and down and screaming. I'm pretty sure I cried that day just knowing that we're going to be here. It's a dream come true. And I think coming to the U.S., you just think about all the opportunities that are here, all the different, educational opportunities, all the different professional opportunities, and having access to all of that, just being here is what excited me the most and excited my family. I think the transition was, I think it was tough. It was definitely tough to, again, have to move again and understand a new culture and understand, a new way of speaking English, and understand that, there's certain things that I'm not supposed to do. There's certain things that are not really acceptable. One story I'm always reminded of when we came here, I was in middle school and I was sitting in the cafeteria and I got a slice of pizza. They used to give us free pizza. I don't know if you remember when you were in middle school, you got free pizza. And I sat down and I went to get some ketchup and I came back and I put my ketchup on my pizza. My friend looks at me and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I thought he was joking, so I kind of laugh a little bit, and he's not joking, and he starts just coming at me really heavy, and he's like, "How are you gonna put the ketchup on the pizza? That's disgusting." And then his other friend joins in and he calls his other friend, and so a few minutes you just have 6 people coming at me and my life and talking about why I'm putting ketchup on pizza. And I think that hit me, and so that was one of the moments really early on that I realized it's going to be different just growing up here, and it's going to be different living.
Do you still do pizza and ketchup?
Nah, man, they totally beat me out of it. I mean, they totally after that I was traumatized, bro. Never again, Tyler. Never again did I put ketchup on my pizza. I kind of want to now that we're talking about it. I think after this, I'll go grab a slice and just throw some ketchup on it. It's been a while.
Yeah, do it. I'm going to start doing it in your honor, or at least I'm going to try, give it a shot. So you mentioned that you were bullied in high school because of your religion, Islam. What was it like growing up as a Muslim in the U.S.?
Yeah, I think so. That was kind of the second interesting part moving here. Obviously, it's a very sensitive time. And a difficult time to be Muslim in the United States. This is post 9/11 and post a lot of things that happen in the U.S. that are always tying back to Muslims. And so a lot of people here just the way I look at it, a lot of people just didn't have Muslim friends, and they didn't understand what it's like to grow up Muslim, and they didn't have the right perception of it. So for me, even in middle school, I just remember getting certain types of remarks from people that would, they would try to be funny in middle school and high school, but they weren't really funny. In high school, I on many different occasions, some of them were really close friends, others weren't so much. From just just calling me a terrorist and making these sounds that they thought would be funny. Just chanting Allahu Akbar and screaming it when I'm coming around, or calling me Osama bin Laden. I think a lot of that I didn't take very seriously when they would call me names like that, but I think over time it would just be pretty hurtful for me, because I thought it wasn't very funny, and I thought that they actually believed that, and that's kind of the way I felt them just repeating it over and over. I think just took a toll on me over time, and just trying to represent what Islam is to what a lot of people don't think or don't kind of understand it as was my as I was growing up, was kind of my goal, is to represent Islam, especially that it's still underrepresented in the U.S. and a lot of places I go to. I am either the only Muslim or the only Arab sitting in the room. Whether it's with different experiences and internships to jobs to meetings, I'm always trying to represent that. So I think it was tough, definitely growing up and just navigating that. And I forgive everyone, man. I let it go. Talking about it a little bit makes me kind of emotional, but I let it go. I'm just they didn't know any better, and I think maybe a lot of them didn't have bad intentions behind it. They might have been just joking. I think some of them had bad intentions, but I already forgave them. I think a lot of people over time will realize that when you are bullying or making fun of people, you really have to be sensitive to stuff like that, because you don't understand how the person feels about it. Even if you're a close friend, you can say comments like that could hit someone and hit a wrong button, but they won't tell you because you're a close friend. And that was my approach, is that I didn't confront anyone, because a bunch of them were close friends that made these comments. And I think if we take more of an approach of trying to understand and empathize with other people, we won't have a lot of those circumstances.
If the general response, like in the moment, is to sort of just let it go or not cause conflict with your friends, how do you deal with that hurt after the fact and get to the point where you are now where you can forgive someone?
Dealing with it for me was, like you said, at the moment was kind of just like joking along and nodding and just being like, haha, yeah, like that was kind of funny, blah, blah, blah. I think over time is just realizing that this happens a lot. Like, I'm not the only one, and there's a lot of people that have it way worse than I do, in terms of, just being called names and being bullied. And, like, I was never physically bullied about stuff like that, but there was a lot of people that were. And I think for me, dealing with it was just understanding that a lot of those people just didn't know better, Tyler. Like, they were not told any better. They were not, when they were growing up, like, their parents didn't teach them better. They never had the right perception, and just didn't understand that sometimes, you have to be more sensitive to people's cultures. And I think, just being an immigrant and being a Muslim and Arab, like for my school, especially for high school, that was like I was pretty much like the only person. Like my high school was mainly, I think 90% Black and Latino, and like 5% white and other races, and like there was like a very, very small 1% of mixed races like myself and other people. And I think it's just like I'm kind of the anomaly, and people didn't know how to just like come at me, and I think dealing with it over time is just understanding that they didn't know better, and I'm sure their intentions weren't that bad, but even so, even if they were, what am I going to gain out of holding on to things like that? I can always remember, and I can always, look back at it. But just holding on to grudges and holding on to things like that are really deep. I don't think there's any benefit in doing that. And so I came to terms with myself and just understanding that it's okay. Like I hope that with the work that I'm doing now and continuing to do great work and continuing to strive to do great work, and putting my name out there more and just having a seat at the table is representing what I want to show, what our culture is about, what our religion is about. And so going forward, that's what I'm hoping to do. And I think for me to go forward, I have to forgive the past and I have to let it go.
What kind of stereotypes or misconceptions are you trying to disprove when you're representing Islam?
Yeah, I think one of the most there's a lot of stereotypes about Islam, and I think one of the biggest ones is that we are not very open to like new modern thinking. And I mean this is more of a personal perspective than it is, because I can't really speak on Islam fully as a religion, but I can speak from my perspective as a Muslim. And people, I feel like people think we're kind of sanctioned off and we're very like outside of the world, and we have this very old way of thinking about everything, and that we don't want gender equality, or we don't want certain people to do things that we consider haram. Like for me, my view on Islam as a Muslim is, you can like do whatever you want, and I'm not going to judge you. It's not my place to judge you. I don't care what you do, even if you're a Muslim or you're not a Muslim. At the end of the day, on a religious perspective, you're coming to terms with what you're doing with God, and so that's not for me to judge. That's not for me to speak on. You can do whatever you want, whether you're Muslim or not. I think a lot of people just think that we're very like secluded and we're very out of this world, and what I'm just trying to show is that we're normal people too. Like, one thing that I heard recently, Tyler, was one of the main reasons a lot of us don't get along in this country, whether it's white, black, or Spanish, non-Spanish, or Muslim and non-Muslim, Muslim Christian, Muslim Jewish. And maybe this is true or not, but I feel like I kind of believe it like pretty well, is that we don't know each other that well. Like, we don't know. There's a lot of white people that don't know a lot of black people. There's a lot of non-Muslims that don't know Muslims. And I think if you sit down and you have a conversation, like a deep heart to heart with another person who is not from your culture, who's not from your background, you'll realize that that person is human. You'll realize that person has emotions. You'll realize they're going through a lot of the struggles that you're going through. Whether it's family issues or personal, mental, physical, emotional issues, we're all the same, people. We're all humans. And I think a lot of people who make judgments or have preconceived notions or are racist towards a certain group or make certain comments, they just don't know that group very well, and they don't have a friend in that group. It'll be a lot harder for you to be racist to a black person if you have a close black friend, or if you just know a few people who are black. It'll just be so much harder for you to do that. And I think we should throw a big event about cultural diffusion and get people to just have dinner together. I think people will leave that just refreshed, understanding other cultures and perspectives. And obviously, this is not the solution to world's biggest problems, but I just think that's a very simple way to get the conversation started.
Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about your article. I want to talk about a lot of them, but one of them that popped out was how you received, you said, 16 rejections from internships or programs. Could you just give some more context on this point? What kind of programs or internships were you going for? And were there any common reasons why you think you didn't get those?
Yeah. Thanks, Tyler. Yeah, the article was really heavy for me to flush out. I stayed up one night, just overnight, writing it, and took a few more days to kind of just look through it and edit it. But I didn't do much editing after that one night. I think flushing it out, it even for me was a lot of personal affection, so it was really good. About the programs and internships, so whenever I apply to stuff, I just apply in mass. And I think, I did this with schools as well. When I was applying to undergrad, from high school, I was applying to schools. I think I applied to 27 schools, and a lot of them were top-notch schools like Harvard and Yale and UPenn and whatnot. And I ended up getting 25 rejections back, and I got into 2 schools or 3 schools. And I did this with internships too. So I was in programs like Management Leadership for Tomorrow and internships with companies like Google and Microsoft and other programs, summer programs that took you abroad or got you to intern at a company. And I think part of me being ambitious is applying to so many things. I think one of the reasons, and I don't know particularly why I didn't get into so many of them, but I think reflecting and looking back, I feel like for schools and for programs as well, you really have to put in time for some of those programs and some of those applications, and you have to tailor it very, very well and show the people that you're not just using kind of a general structure that you're putting slight iterations to, but that you're actually interested in that program or that school, and you are dedicating hours and hours of work, of thought, of clear thought, of pure, writing and intention in that application process, that whoever's reading it will be right away, it will be okay, this is not one of those, applications that this person just mass produced. And I think that was my problem with applying to so many programs, is that I kind of just laid out basic structure, and I changed it up a little bit for different schools and different internships and programs, and I don't think that worked out for me very well. I think that might be one of the reasons. Another one, I don't know, maybe I was underqualified at the time, applying to a lot of these big schools, coming from a school that was really, really small. My graduation class was 67, half of my class didn't graduate. They dropped out or moved to other schools that weren't as good. And my credentials weren't really up there at the time. I didn't take any AP courses. I didn't do anything, that was super extraordinary. But I think a lot of it was just, I could have definitely spent more time tailoring my applications to these programs and schools. So I think tailoring it and just putting more effort into producing high quality, very important. I think it would have probably helped me get into, a few programs or schools or internships that I really wanted to.
So those are some big numbers. I mean, 27 schools, 16 internships. Even if it was more general, it's a lot to do, and a lot of no's to hear. When you're getting like so many rejections, how do you deal with that? Do you think that you have a good response to that, or does it get to you in a way?
I think early on, with these programs and with schools, I mean, especially also schools, because I really wanted to transfer out, but with also programs and internships, a lot of those rejections hit me hard, and they hit me hard because I felt like even though they were general, I spent a considerable amount of time on each application, and I think for me it was like, wow, like, okay, that didn't work out. Like, there's sometimes, like, there's really funny. I have a recording on my phone that I was just listening to the other day from 2015 or 2016 when I got rejected to a school that I applied to called Baruch College. It's one of the CUNYs here. I really wanted to get into there because it's our kind of premier business school. And I got rejected to the school 6 times. But this school, like, I actually put so much work in. I mean, I made connections in administration. I did appeal letters with recommendations. I, like, wrote my heart out, and I showed them kind of why I deserve to be there. I did internships and I did everything, and they still rejected me. And in that recording that I did, I was just, I was totally breaking down, and I started like crying, and I was like, I don't understand why they're not accepting me. Like, am I not like, worth it? Am I not like working hard enough? Do I not deserve to be there? And I think for a bunch of those rejections, I felt the same way. That was just like very negative emotions around just rejection and feeling like I'm not good enough. And, it's something I still struggle with today with certain things where I feel like I'm not good enough. But back then, it hit me harder. And I think it also hit me harder because I was really early on. And I didn't have that many wins under my belt. I felt like I took so many L's, like in the past 2 to 3 years. I mean, even the past 4 years. And I think also, especially because I had not went to college straight after high school. So the story behind that, I graduated high school, and that was in 2014. And I left high school, and for the first time in a few years, I don't know for the first time since we came here, but for the first time in a few years, we went back to Egypt, my home country, and we went back to visit. And I was really excited. I was planning to stay there. So yeah, summer of 2014. So I ended up going back to Egypt, and I was planning to stay there for 1 month, right? And I was going to come back, and I was planning to go upstate to the University of Albany to their business honors program, which seemed like a cool program at the time. What ended up happening is my dad lost our passports, and we got stuck in Egypt for about 4 months afterwards. So that kind of extended period of time forced me to withdraw from all of my classes and miss my first year of school. And so that was obviously like this was like one of the hardest times going on like in my life, because I didn't know. It was kind of like a constant, what's going to happen next, right? Throughout the whole summer, throughout those 4 months, like I didn't know I was going to leave in 4 months. It was like day by day, when is my, visa going to come in? When is my passport going to come in? I don't understand. Like, I'm emailing professors, and I am so stressed because I just don't know. And so when I came back, I ended up, reapplying to a few schools. And I think I started looking, after kind of coming back and taking it all in, understanding that I'm not going to be in school, and all of my friends are going to college, and I'm not going to college anymore. And like, there's nothing I can do in my hands because I missed too much of the semester. So after taking it in and being kind of depressed and sad about it for a week or two, I got out and I started volunteering at different events, and I reconnected with a few people that I met in high school. And I went to this event for a program I was doing in high school. I was, I think, volunteering with them to help out with their business plan competition. And I met the executive director there, and I said, hey, like, this is what happened to me. I'm stuck. I'm here for, a year. I don't have anything to do. I need a job. I need something to do. Internship. Like, I'm willing to work for free. Just like, let me know what you need. And she was like, okay, great. Come in on Monday. And I was like, what? You sure? And she was like, yeah, we'll find something for you to do. Like, you're great already. Like, I heard about you. I've talked to you like 1 or 2 times before, come through. And I ended up going, and so I started working full time for them. So I'm here, like, understand I'm a 17-year-old, fresh out of high school, and I'm working every day from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. sometimes, and then you push it a little bit for some late nights for extra work. I think it made me grow up even quicker. And what made me grow up before was just being in the family environment, having a lot of brothers and sisters, and I always did something throughout my career. Like, I was always working throughout high school. I was doing busboying, I was delivery boy, I was washing dishes, I was selling chargers, I was doing all that stuff. But then getting to work actually full time with a nonprofit national organization, I think just pushed me to even grow more. And it made me one of the main things it made me do was it activated a tick in my head that really made me realize, honestly, that nothing can stop me. And what had happened was, I just like started to understand better that, okay, great, like, I'm working a full-time job now, what's next? And I think that question just kept coming up day by day, like, what's next? What else am I doing? And I went to a hackathon at NYU, and I have built this app that we were trying to do, like, introductions on LinkedIn, trying to make it easier. And then after that, I got involved with a startup, and then did a coding program at Google that summer, and then started college, and then started the entrepreneurship club. And so after that, my question was always, what's next? And I think it got activated when I was pushed to work, and to work full time, and to have so much responsibilities on my lap. Was just like, okay, like, this is it. If I can get a full-time job out of high school, this is really cool. What can I do that's next? And I think that made me really realize that.
I love the what's next attitude. And when you're asking yourself that, like, what's next, are you answering that for yourself? Like, are you defining, like, exactly what you want? Or are you, when you're asking what's next, are you looking for, like, the best opportunity and then just taking whatever you have?
Yeah, I think it's probably the latter. I think the what's next thing for me is very, like, mindset driven. It's very personality, like, whatever comes up next, like, what's the next event that anyone will send my way, what's the next opportunity that anyone will talk to me about, and me just hopping on board and being like, yes, I'll work right now. Like, the startup that I ended up working on, that I worked at that startup for almost more than a year, more or less than a year. I think maybe closer than 8 months without any pay. And I was just working around the clock. Like, I would go to work in the morning, and at night go work at startup every single day. Even in the summer, when I was doing that program at Google, every day, 9 to 6 at Google, learning how to code. Then, like, 7 to 10, 12, 2 a.m. working startup.
So when you have that what's next attitude, or that yes mentality, how is it that you say no, or keep things from getting on your plate to the point where you're just stretched so thin?
Oh man, that's kind of the epitome of my struggle, is saying no. I think over time I've learned to be better at saying no to things and turning things down. I think today, like, I know kind of well what I can take on my plate, and even though I know that, like, I will still stretch myself a little bit thin. And I think at the back of my head, it's constantly wanting to push to see how far I can go in terms of just producing really good work. I think on the downside, it's still a struggle, because I'll say yes to meetings, and I'll say yes to doing certain things, and I'll say yes to projects and whatnot, but I really don't have enough capacity to take it on. So what ends up happening is that I'll give it maybe 80%, or I'll give it even less than that, because I have to manage so many other things that it doesn't end up going as well as I wanted to. And I think that was my struggle when I moved into the what's next mentality and just saying yes to a lot of things. I started this phase of what's next, yes, let's go, work, and then crash and burn. And I think I just started going into that cycle over and over and over again. I think I mean, even today, sometimes it'll still happen with certain things. I'm like, I just can't say no to this right now, or this is something that I really need, and I'm willing to sacrifice something else. Like, I'm willing to sacrifice family time right now for this because I feel like this is gonna help me, a few months from now or a year from now, and doing that in the future, a year from now, will help me spend more time with my family because I'll be in a better position where I can, do more, whether it's financially or just, relationally or career-wise. So I think I try to rationalize things in my head sometimes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I think most of the time, most of the time and always, it's a learning process. So that's what I'm trying to always understand myself better and understand what I can take on and what I should say no to.
What kind of opportunities are you always going to say yes to, and what kind are you okay with saying no to now? Whether it's business event or help with a startup or an org or a job, which ones do you like saying yes to and which ones are you okay with saying no to?
I will always say yes if someone's asking for my time in regards to advice about something personal, about career even, or about life, about their startup, students especially. And I'm trying to assess outside of students, like people are like, oh, like you should start telling people that are not students that they should pay you. And I'm just like, that's a good suggestion. I need the money. Maybe I should start thinking about that. But I think for me, my soft spot, if you're asking me for advice, you're asking me for help with something, you need an ear to listen to, I'm very likely to say yes to you. What I try to say no to is what sometimes people will make a request to, what I've been saying a lot no to recently is meetings. And so people will try to request to do like a meeting with me or try to, like get me involved in something that I feel like there's no reason for me to be there and there's no value added for me being there physically. And so I'll just be like, no, like it's okay. I feel like you got this, or, I'm just like, I'm absolutely busy at the time. And, meetings is tough, man. Meetings, like really, like taking on meetings throughout the day. Like I used to get to a point where I'm taking like 3-4 meetings a day, and some of those meetings would be like Midtown, Manhattan, Uptown, back at New York, Uptown back in my college, and then go back downtown all the way to like, Wall Street area. And meetings are really draining. They take up time. You got to prepare for the meeting. When you count in transportation and you count in mental energy, like it takes up from your schedule a lot, especially if you're trying to do actual work and you're trying to produce. Having a few meetings a day could kill your vibe if you're not setting up those meetings correctly. Like you could set up a few meetings back to back in the morning, or a few meetings, towards the evening, back to back. But having a meeting, like for me, I can't have like a meeting at 10 a.m. and then have another one at 11, another one at 12. Like that will kill off I won't be able to do any work. And so I try to say no to meetings that I feel like I'm not supposed to be there.
And another of the failures I wanted to follow up on was when you said you gave up your values and beliefs to please others. What were those values and beliefs, and how did it come about that you felt you gave them up?
I think a lot of it was, one was, at the core, it was family. And so for me, like startup days, and I mean, I'm still even new ventures now with startups, but even back then, like for the summer of 2015, when I was working full-time on the startup that I was telling you about, this was the time before college. And for that startup, I think I was a freshman in college at the time, and I was interviewing with Bloomberg for an internship, and I got the internship, and the internship, they were going to pay me $7,500 that summer to work with Bloomberg, and I ended up turning that down to get paid very, very little that summer with the startup. And I worked so many hours that summer, and my family was going back to Egypt for another summer, and I ended up saying no to that, and I spent almost zero time, like from that time to like the year after, with family. Like I wouldn't, birthdays, I would miss some birthdays, I'd just not be home. I wouldn't be talking to anyone. I'd just be always working. And I think for me, like, a core belief and value is family, and obviously close friends, but like family specifically, because I mean, that's also just the culture we grew up in. But like, I love and appreciate my family, and I want to spend more time with them. And I sometimes regret not being the best older brother that I could be, whether it's just through like asking questions about my little siblings' days, or just asking them how I can help them, or actually supporting them in their interests. Like, my little brother wants to code, right? And I have told him like multiple times, I was trying to kind of outsource this responsibility to my older brother and trying to get him to help him out. But I could have dedicated a little bit more time to like either getting him in a program or doing some research, or I don't know, like getting him tutoring lessons, but I didn't. And to this day, I still have not. And I regret that. Like, it's at the back of my head pretty often. I should, but I don't, because I prioritize other things instead. So I think kind of doing that to please, obviously, the company at the time, and to please people I was working with, and, you know, to really not let them down, was doing that with family. I think that was one of the main things. You know, hold on to your core beliefs. You know, whether it's family or not having drinks. I think I learned that throughout time, and it's something that I'm trying to apply always.
Another one that stuck out to me was how you wanted to read a lot. What's one book or a couple of books in recent memory that have had a big impact on you?
I mean, the book I kind of always refer to, or pretty often in conversation, when people talk about career or how something went a certain way, and this book is kind of like, it explains why certain things have happened the way they did in my life, is The Alchemist. And the book talks about this young man, young shepherd, who finds his journey, who kind of is chasing throughout the entire book, is trying to find this materialistic thing, and he ends up throughout that journey, he's finding his personal legend, and the book kind of explains how everything that he does is maktub, and in Arabic maktub means written, and how just like it's all, I think the story overall is just beautiful. At the end, he realizes what he was looking for is where he started. I don't want to ruin the book for you, but just like the epitome of, I think the not the verse, but the line, just maktub, and knowing it was repeated throughout the book with so many situations that he was in, and challenges, and finding kind of the love of his life, and going back to it was written. I feel like it just hits home with me so much with anything that happens. Like, I look back at being stuck in Egypt, I look back at startup days, and I look back at different internships and how I got rejected from different schools. Like, it was all written, and it all, I feel like, panned out so well that I can't really, like, I don't have much regrets, or like, I'm not like super upset about not getting into something like that school, Baruch, the college I was trying to get into, the business school. I think if I would have went there, I would not have started like the entrepreneurship club. I would not have been involved with this fellowship I'm doing, or have met so many awesome people here. And I'm thankful. And I think that book just embodies that. And I actually haven't read it in a while. I probably should reread it. It's really a great book. The second book that I'm starting to read now is Start With Why by Simon Sinek. And I think, obviously, like, starting with why for me is the most important thing for me to do the work that I do every single day when I wake up. And that why is always revolving around, family, obviously, which is very important to me, and inspiring other people, and continuing to break kind of ceilings, and continuing to break personal goals and kind of limitations that sometimes I set on myself. And so always starting with that why. That book, I'm just literally starting now. Like, I just got it. One of like an entrepreneur I met ended up giving it to me. But it's I think it's going to be a really good book. I'm excited about it. But just the concept of it even just gets me pumped up to be able to dig into it deeper.
You've also met a lot of really interesting or unique, influential people. Who's the person you met who has had the biggest impact on you?
It's definitely Kareem Abulnaga, who, when I was early on just doing research on people, I think I ran into Kareem through a few different occasions. One of the first ones was that I was interning at Echo and Green, which is a big social venture that backs a lot of entrepreneurs throughout the world, and I noticed his name, and I found it interesting because it sounds like an Arab name, and so I was just looking at his profile, and I noticed that he's Egyptian, and for me, like, I never see that. Like, I never see Egyptians in, business or technology that are around the same age bracket and are doing really phenomenal work. So when I was looking at it there, I was like, wow, like, this guy sounds amazing. And then I, on a different occasion, like, saw that my friend I was just talking about, Jaswal, he had him on his advisory board and he was working with him. So I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then I ended up at a time I wanted to apply to Cornell's Hotel School of Administration, and that's the same school that Kareem had graduated from. And so that was kind of my first, I think, point of contact with him, was reaching out to ask for help with the application. And from there, kind of just kept talking, and I met him in person, and we connected there. And then over time, he's just been super helpful and a true inspiration in so many ways, from when I was with Runner, providing so much advice, to even before that. I think one of the even earlier time we met up was when I wasn't. I was kind of like had a big. It was a really dark time for me when the startup that I was working on, we kind of it wasn't working out anymore, and they said, like, you should not be part of the team anymore, and I was like, okay, and then that was done with. And at that time, it was kind of a very downhill time for me, because I felt like I gave up everything for that, and then it didn't work out, which really sucked. And that was one of our earliest meetings. He provided a lot of insight, and it gave me a lot of realism, or a realistic perspective on kind of what I was thinking, which was like, okay, like, so what? Like, you're super young. How long have you been with them? Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, you're good. And he provided a lot of good advice, and not necessarily advice, what he likes to call perspective. And so when I talked to Kareem and I asked him for advice, is like, I can't really tell you what to do, but what I can do is I can offer you perspective from my experiences and from what I've been through. And he's been really helpful ever since. And he's really great. I think he's going to continue doing great work with Practice Makes Perfect, and he's going to continue to inspire a lot of people around the world.
So if you could step back and give yourself some perspective, we'll say, about when you first came to the U.S. in 2008, what would you say to yourself?
Oh, man. I would say, listen, Mahmoud, you got to listen to me, bro. This is going to be a tough ride. This is going to be super tough. You're going to have a lot of downs. You're going to have a lot of dark moments. You're going to be, sometimes super depressed and super sad. And sometimes it's going to feel like you won't be able to make it through. And there's some nights that are going to be a lot longer than other nights. But this is going to be the greatest experience of your life. This is going to be, the best thing that's ever happened to you. And regardless of the negativity out there, remain positive in all situations. Stay above the influence. Stay focused. Stay driven. And always remember why you're doing the work that you do. Because if you don't, you're going to lose focus and you will fall down. And so, stay focused, man. And don't let people, especially people, don't let people put you down. Because people are easily negative. Humans are negative. Just stay on your own lane and always inspire. Always put out positive energy. Always.
Awesome. I'm pumped, man. I'm ready to go. That's good. So something that is obviously a quality with you is that you're very good at being vulnerable, or you're willing to do that. You never really met me before, and yet you're doing this podcast and really like opening up about yourself. You posted this article which does the same, and you've done that multiple times across your platforms. Where does that willingness to be vulnerable or real come from? Is that natural for you, or is it something that you had to work on throughout the years?
I feel like it's realizing that, like, we all go through these things, right? And over time, like, you see social media and you see places like Facebook and Instagram, and you see how everybody's lives seem perfect, including mine. You know, if you go on my Instagram, you'll see, you know, a lot of different accomplishments and speaking engagements and fun and this and that. And I think just realizing that people really think that, like, people specifically towards me think that my life is perfect, and they think that I have everything so good, and they think that, you know, I'm living my best life. And this is not to say that I'm not. Like, it's not to say that I'm not so blessed to have so many amazing opportunities, but I think I came to a point where I realized that it seems like it's all like fun and especially with entrepreneurship, like it seems like it's all fun and uppity and money and you know, all good times, but at the end there's so many hardships and there's so many, you know, negative moments and there's so many downfalls that you're going to go through. And I felt like I have the need and the calling to share that because of just going through so much. I realized when I was first sharing, like, with close friends early on, they were like, oh man, like, thank you so much. Like, you know, friends would reach out to me and they were like, thank you so much for, like, telling me this, or thank you so much for opening up. Like, this meant a lot to me. And over time, friends would be like, you should share with this friend, or like, you should talk to my friend here. Like, they're going through it. And they'd just be like, you know, you should start sharing this stuff more. And that just kind of became something that I wanted to do, even though sometimes it's hard. It's like, should I really be talking about this? Like, you know, who's going to see this blog post? I mean, definitely, like, employers, when I apply to internships, apply to programs, they're going to go to my LinkedIn and they're going to, you know, look up articles I posted, and they're going to see, you know, what I'm up to. And maybe one of them sees, you know, the article about my failures, and they look at it and they're either going to be like, wow, like, this kid's been through a lot and he's resilient and he's inspiring, or they're going to be like, I didn't want to read any of that. I don't know why he did that. And I honestly don't care. Like, I'm willing to take that risk. For me, it's a lot more about inspiration and providing, you know, that value to other people. Like, if someone read my article and left a comment, like a bunch of people did, about how inspiring it was, you know, like, I posted the article on LinkedIn, like, just read through some of the comments and you'll realize why I do that. And read through, like, some of the private messages that I get on Facebook or Instagram when I post these things. Like, people really say some super kind-hearted words that I'm like, whenever I have a deviation in my head, I'm like, why do I do this? Why do I share so much? Why do I do this or that? It's like, it's a instant reminder with no question that I do this because a large part of it is I'm helping other people through their struggles. And I think that gives me so much fulfillment, is knowing that something simple like that, it became simple over time. And I think even though sometimes it's hard, like, it just helps other people. I think that's beautiful. And I think I'm going to continue to do that for that reason. And it's also pretty good to self-reflect, you know, it just helps you. But you get to inspire a lot of people when you put it out publicly. So that's really awesome.
We're getting to the end of it already, which is crazy. But I want to ask you one more that I think will send us out on a good note, which is, what's the kindest thing that anyone's ever done for you that you can remember?
There's so many of those. I mean, over the years, when you just, like, think about my parents and you think about my mom, who's, like, continuously doing her best, and she had to give up her job to make sure we're all, you know, getting food and we're all eating well. And then my dad, who worked tirelessly throughout his entire career to make sure that we're, you know, there's a house that we're living in, and that, you know, we go out and we're living kind of our best life as much as he could. And I think that overall, that's the kindest thing they can provide, and I think I'm eternally grateful for that. So I can't really. Actually, the kindest thing. So aside from that, which I'm obviously, like, eternally grateful for, a friend recently that came to New York City from Indiana, she gave me a gift, and the gift was a painting of the pyramids from Egypt, and it had New York State Empire building right next to the pyramids, and it said "Love Yours," which is a song by J. Cole, really my favorite artist and probably one of my favorite songs of all time. And her name is Maura, and she's very sweet. I mean, that really touched my heart. She really did not have to do that. It was a very thoughtful gift, so that was very kind. But man, people do so many kind things, and I appreciate all of it.
Thanks a lot for just coming on here and talking. I know we focus on a lot of the L's, but you've got plenty of W's under your belt, and I'm sure more to come. And I'm excited to see what's next for you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Tyler. Thank you for having me, man. I appreciate the conversation, and I look forward to building more with you and hearing other episodes on Portrait. I'm really excited about that.
There's only about actually 200 to 300 feet of 5'4" rock climbing. If you fell, you're dead. But the emotional part of doing something where there's a death consequence at that time was appealing. Just keep moving if it's nighttime, and don't get too caught up in taking too big of breaks. Nobody knows what you just did. It's just you, and that's the way it should be. You don't have to advertise anything like that. But I do say you need a dump truck full of failures to really have success in life.
Many runners aim to complete a 10K, the half marathon, or maybe even a marathon. Others still have the goal of completing a triathlon, even an Ironman. For Scott Drum, a 2-time state champion and collegiate runner, the ultimate goal is to do something that nobody had ever accomplished or even tried before, and that's consecutively run Michigan's National Lakeshore Trail and then the Isle Royale National Park Trail, covering a total of 83.5 miles, or 134.4 kilometers. Scott completed this feat in just over 24 hours, including the time he spent in a float plane flying from one park to the other. And starting this fall, Scott will start his next big adventure, running 25 classic mountain adventure trails across North America, and then using the data gathered by his wearable technology to write an evidence-based book about his experience. When he's not on a mountain or in a pair of running shoes, Scott acts as an associate professor of exercise science at Northern Michigan University. Throughout our conversation, we discussed how he pulled off that crazy run I mentioned, how it feels to rock climb without ropes, and what life lesson he learned from the band Megadeth. So, please enjoy this episode of Portrait with Scott Drum. You've looked into what sort of performance parameters affects these non-traditional sports athletes and what makes them so good at what they do. Just take as an example one category of these athletes. It could be ultramarathon runners or climbers or fat tire bikers, and talk about what kind of physiological patterns these athletes have that make them so good.
Yeah, good question. And related to that, maybe ultra runners are the best example at this point. And one thing that an ultra runner has that, as far as being a non-traditional sport athlete, is durability, came to mind when I think about that type of question. And that means that as an ultra runner or even some of those other non-traditional sport athletes, you don't need the traditional great running economy or great economy of effort or great VO2 max or even a great lactate threshold. You have to be able to endure. And it's always, in my book, too, 100% physical, 100% mental preparation that these types of athletes need because of the different types of terrain, the different types of even weather, and everything's really unpredictable. And especially if you're talking about ultra runners, ultra bikers, and even you throw climbers in that are doing things all day, the traditional types of performance parameters don't matter. It's the attitude, it's the motivation, it's also the prepping of the entire physique, not just mental but physical. And then you can always turn that around and say not just physical, it's mental because they're enduring for so long. So it's that relationship of really trying to get into the non-traditional aspects of the sport, and what ties this all together is that non-traditional sport athletes tend to live it as a lifestyle instead of just, I'm just training for the day or I'm eating this or that. they have to live it as a lifestyle and then build their bodies to really fit that non-traditional mode, which is usually going all day.
So what makes someone, we could take ultra runners, for example, what makes an ultra runner so durable? What do they do physically and in preparation that makes them consistently durable and successful?
Yeah, interesting. They make it go back to the lifestyle portion of it. A lot of it is attitude and that free flow form of loving life and the outdoors. And so they tend to exercise or train often, but not as potentially intense as others. And so what they're doing is learning to last a long time, and they really think more so than traditional maybe runners. They think more about what goes into their body from a hydration standpoint and nutritional standpoint. Not to say that, of course, if you're trying to run a fast marathon, those individuals in fast 10Ks or Olympic level athletes in the running realm, yeah, they're really trying to figure out diet and training and so forth. But what I see with the non-traditional sport athletes, they're out there living it, and I think they live it to a much greater extent. That's probably arguable in a way, versus the Olympic level runners is what I'm calling that other realm outside of the ultra endurance runners. But I think they tend to put all their mental and physical preparation into being very holistic and healthy, and that includes, I think, ultra runners do a better job of recovering because they don't take themselves too seriously. They don't have to run all the time. There are those individuals, but one thing that these non-trad athletes, especially the ultra runners, do is they do other activities too. It could be speed climbing, it could be mountain biking or road biking, and they're not afraid to throw in different movements, which makes them more functionally durable.
What about diet? What's the optimal diet that someone who's preparing for a extremely long run, like let's say 50 plus miles, should have before the race or weeks leading up to the race or even during the event?
The easiest answer is whatever you will eat often. It's probably, and and you can get into the, certain ratio of carbohydrates, fat, and protein, and even the ketogenic diet versus the high carb diet versus what am I thinking of? It's more of I call it the hunter-gatherer type of diet. So it's still trying to fuel for that recovery, as I mentioned before. I think ultra runners and the non-trad athletes tend to look at things as more of a lifestyle and not so seriously. But from a diet standpoint, it can make or break any type of athlete. So the big thing is trying to eat the healthy food. So then I always come back to a really, I think, straightforward answer is eat a whole food, plant-based diet interspersed with some good organic beef and other meats. So fish is good. And I say organic, and I always sort of laugh because I tend to tell people pick cows that people have petted at night or talked to nicely and so forth. They're the type of beef you would be proud to eat, not this not processed crap that you can put into your body. And so it's really that whole food plant-based diet interspersed with some meat products so that you have the protein for recovery. The good heme comes from animal products and others. You can get that from a vegan diet, for instance. And so you got all these different grades of diets, but it comes back to really being holistic and then repeating that lifestyle I think is important for these types of athletes, and they tend to live it a lot better than most.
So what about during the event? I know a lot of people like goo bars, while some people just like to load up beforehand and sort of stay away from those or eat whole foods. What do you think would be a good strategy for fueling while you're running?
Yeah, interesting question again, and it does boil down to the whole point of eating foods that someone has practiced eating and they enjoy eating. And that really is not just one thing. It comes down to a combination of the gels or the goos and the bars and a lot of this pre-made food that might have 40% carbohydrate, 30 fat, 30 protein. Those aren't bad. So there's your 40, 30, 30 kind of diet. But eating a combination of real whole foods, and anecdotally, a lot of athletes prefer that later in a long endurance event of 50 to 100 plus miles. They may start out eating the 200 to 300 kcals, as a registered dietitian would tell you, per hour, with about a half a liter to a liter of water per hour. And you might, do something where you have a strategy to sip a certain amount of times. I know Matt Carpenter has done that in the past when he set the Leadville 100-mile trail record after a few failed attempts, I might say, or he finished, but he then would sip very precisely and eat very precisely. And there's a great picture of him, for instance, during that Leadville with a jacket wrapped around his waist, and he looks, like he's just out for a long day in the mountains, not setting this ultimate amazing record at the Leadville 100. He's already high altitude acclimated and so forth, but he developed a specific sipping strategy of hydration and then eating a certain amount of calories. And then, of course, he lived, eat, and breathed the exact undulations terrain profile of that race. I think he even mimics it on a treadmill. And so you can get really, I think, fine-tuned with both the nutrition and the training. But then you'll talk to other athletes who don't eat any special diet. Chrissy Mail is one of those ultra runners, female gals, that subscribes to pretty moderate to high carbohydrate, good foods, but has no special eating pattern, but makes sure that she does intake food. So I think we get a lot from those anecdotes when it comes down to eating, and it goes back to eat easily digested foods initially, potentially, and then whole, real food towards the end, especially when you're craving probably some favorite food towards the last. And I always say, it's always kind of tongue-in-cheek, wow, you're at the 70-mile mark of a 100-mile race and you still have 30 miles to go. How are you going to finish? Well, you're durable, but you're also going to maybe eat a birthday cake, and so, that's something that you can do.
So as I said, you focused on a lot of different topics of research, which I find awesome. I'm wondering, what's been the most fun or interesting project that you've worked on professionally?
Yeah, it's interesting to think about all the different things, but as far as melding together research and academics, the latest paper we did publish was the in-class cycling augments test performance. It wasn't a significant finding, actually, statistically versus traditional sitting, but I was the lecturer for this in-class cycling study, and it was amazing to watch the students. We did deceive them, by the way. Watch the students. There was 12 or so on the cycle, really gentle cycling, cycle desks versus traditional sitting. We randomized the students, and we said all we're going to do is look at their fitness levels after about 12 weeks of cycling. And I didn't say, and with the other research group, which were some students, and that's why it's a favorite one too, because it does involve students and a colleague, and we deceived them by saying, hey, you guys are just going to look at your fitness, and we didn't tell them that we were going to look at their test scores, our number one variable that we wanted to see potentially it would come out different. And the kids on the cycle overall did best on the in-class tests, chapter test, and then best on the final, and they had a higher by 4% overall average in the class. And so this whole semester long in-class cycling, and we tend to say that sitting is the new smoking, and so we live by that. So we try to use stand-up desks, we try to walk around and this and that, yet for hours a week we have students sitting in class, and we find that their attention span is better served if they're doing some gentle activity. And so that still stands out as the cycling versus the sitters study. It's kind of a nice combination of everything I've done.
So that's actually a good segue to talk about your physical achievements. Specifically, the one I came to know you through was this crazy run you did through Pictured Rocks and then through Isle Royale. In total, you did over 80 miles in just about 24 hours. I want to pick that apart because there's so much that I'm interested in this run. What did you eat or drink throughout the run? What was your strategy with caffeine and making sure that you were fueled for 24 hours of exercise.
Yeah, I did what any self-respecting exercise physiologist would do. I went to what I've read and taught, and so typically what you'll find in the literature and textbooks is, and I mentioned this a little bit prior in this conversation, is you tend to, or the nutritionists and the exercise physiologists, we may say ingest about 200 to 300 kcals per hour, and then drink up to a liter of water per hour or some solution, and that can be mixed in with caffeine, and you can start the caffeine towards the beginning, the middle, or the end, whatever you have individualized. So for me, the caffeine always comes in usually in the form of good old defizzed Coke, getting rid of the CO2, so because that can cause belching and cramping in the gut. If it's not defizzed. Some people like that though. But I'll usually, if I'm feeling that's towards the latter half of any event, whether it's a 50K or even a road marathon or a 50 miler or 80 miler like that, I'll usually save it towards the latter half when I know I'll need a good caffeine and sugar jolt. And that's what you're getting, is really high sugar, high caffeine in a Coke. And that's no better, no worse than any gel or any sport drink, by the way. That's sport drinks and other stuff. I might get lectured on this by others, but sport drinks and gels are no different than candy bars and Cokes. So they really aren't a lot of the time. The ingredients can be more organic and better. But that was a big focus. And then and part of this whole run was I knew that I would have, after the pictured rocks, and I self-paced to do it in just under 8 hours, about 7:52, I think I did, the 42-mile pictured rocks, started at night, so that I could have, because I was more familiar with that trail than Isle Royale National Park. And what we ended up knowing we'd have to do is jump in a car and go through Marquette from the end of Pictured Rocks, about a 45-minute drive to Marquette. I stopped at the local Border Grill to eat a really good chicken quesadilla that I loved, and just down water. And so we drove to Houghton, to the airport, and flew a plane, then a float plane, to Wendigo on Isle Royale, and then ran the length of the Greenstone Ridge Trail. And there's some drama towards the last 5 miles of that trail, because it splits after you've run about 38 miles along the Greenstone Ridge Trail, which is about 42 total. At the last 5 miles, you can either split right and go directly to Rock Harbor, or you can continue where most people do not continue, 5 miles to what's called Lookout Louise. And normally you have to retrace that 5 miles back to that intersection and run another 5 miles or hike back to Rock Harbor. We had arranged for a friend of mine and I did this, and you don't do these things alone. You surround yourself with good people. But his wife and my wife canoed from Rock Harbor across this bay about a mile to the end of Lookout Louise, which is the true end of the Greenstone Ridge Trail. And so we had that waiting for us. And with all that scope in mind, where you start at about 2 a.m., run 42 miles of Pictured Rocks, jump in a car, drive actually overall 45 minutes to Marquette, another hour and a half to Houghton, and then about a 40-minute plane ride. You're always thinking about refueling and eating. So mainly for me then, that was gels along the way, and some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with lots of water.
So I'm really surprised about or interested in this chicken quesadilla at the diner along the way. So did you just go in there and order it, or did they have some advance notice that you would be coming and expecting this bombshell chicken quesadilla before you got there?
Yeah, we called ahead just when we were coming from Pictured Rocks in the Munising area, and so it was more or less ready to go, and we just kind of were normal looking people walking in there in our shorts and running shoes, and we probably looked kind of weird that we all ran in there, grabbed food, and ran out, and then got in the car, to zoom back, and that was really the draw was the whole logistics of it, and how the FKT stuff, how this came about too. I'm kind of a competitive person by nature, But I also like to have fun with stuff, and I do believe it's more about the journey than the end product. But I thought if I'm going to do a fastest known time, the FKT thing, I'm just going to make something up in the UP where I currently live. And since I had done both Pictured Rocks and Isle Royal before, or I've been mostly on, you know what, there's a misnomer. I actually didn't ever completely do Pictured Rocks before. I ran Isle Royal in 07 with my brother, who was a park ranger actually there. And so there's some interesting information on that part too, about how the Park Service feels about people running trails. But we did that, and that always stuck with me. Then when I moved to Marquette, Pictured Rocks, I ran a 32-miler on the 42-mile North Country Trail through Pictured Rocks, and started to think after my first year here or two, living in Marquette, gosh, it would be really cool to link those two national park entities, with a car ride and a plane ride in between. So, there's a lot, I think, that can be said about this event, and that whole logistical thing was fun, and then involving lots of with family and friends were involved in that, and Liz, my wife, was instrumental in keeping me focused and on task.
So you shared a really cool video of your experience doing this run. And towards the end of it, I remember you saying how you were never going to do anything like that again. So I'm wondering if you had to give advice to someone else who wanted to do this exact same thing and beat your time, I guess, or get close to it, what would you advise them to do? Or is there anything that you would have done differently about your run?
Yeah, I would have run more at night and run more two-a-days. There are a couple of quick things, because I did actually prepare for this by running 80-plus mile weeks for 12 weeks leading up, and I knew both courses. I didn't practice on Isle Royal again, but I did a lot of running at Pictured Rocks. I had done the whole course, and like I said, I did a 32-miler all at once, and then did other sections of it. But I really didn't, I didn't cramp up or anything. I had done that right when I started running on Isle Royal, for instance. Within the first 10 miles, it became apparent that I was going to do a lot less running and more speed hiking. My legs, my strength left me, even though I thought I was pretty well fueled. But I began to realize that I hadn't taught myself to do multiple bouts throughout the day. And again, as an exercise physiologist, I know better, but maybe I got just lulled into a false sense of hope where I'll just go really slow, I'll go nice and even pace through Pictured Rocks, and then, I'll be able to weather the car ride and the plane ride, which I did, but it became apparent that my body was rejecting that second run of the day. So I would say go out and run a good 20-miler in the morning, and then go out again, and even wait just a couple hours, get a little bit of a rest, and I would tell people to go run another 10 to 15 miler on similar terrain that you might encounter, and then do it at night a few times. Do something like that a few times at night.
What is the experience of running at night for you? I think for a lot of people, myself included, that would be really daunting to do that, especially at the length that you were doing it. How did you handle running at night, physically or psychologically?
Well, number one, surround yourself with somebody who talks a lot. And Jeremy Reitman, he was awesome. He was a friend from Colorado. So I think these things, you can do them solo, but they're best done with good people, good friends, and family and support. And so Jeremy's definitely a wisecracker. And at night, we can't see farther than just the beam of light, and you take that, you basically are saying, I'm going to cover those steps that I can see. And of course, you're always covering them and then seeing a new set of steps. And so it's in the moment, be in the moment, and keep going. Another thing is just keep moving if it's nighttime, and don't get too caught up in taking too big of breaks. And I find a peace of moving through the wilderness at night, but I don't do it that often. That's why I say practice it a little bit more. But really, it becomes a pretty quick habit. The learning curve is really steep, so once you start doing it, it's a lot of fun. But it really is best done with someone else so that you can block those pain channels, and hopefully they're a comedian like Jeremy.
Do you like to listen to music when you run?
Yeah, I prefer not to. Especially when I was younger, that I always associated that with being more serious. I'm a serious runner. I don't listen to music. But nowadays I'll mix it up, and I especially find myself listening to music when I'm doing non-running events like cycling, mountain biking, cross-country skiing, or if I'm doing any of those things solo. And even in the mountains, the big mountains, if I was solo doing stuff, I would usually have an iPod or something like that with me. Sometimes I don't always listen to it, but it's there for comfort if I need it. But yeah, I'm usually someone who doesn't listen to music, but I think it's a great tool, and I think I should do it more.
I'm glad you mentioned climbing, because I'm really interested in talking more about that. You said that you focused a lot at Mount Rainier in Washington and also Longs Peak in the Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. What attracted you to those two locations?
Yeah, I just have always loved the mountains ever since, just in general, to back up to preface it, my parents took my twin brother and I, Greg, to Rocky Mountain National Park when we were in 8th grade from Berlin, Wisconsin. And we didn't really know what that meant until we were just outside of Greeley, Colorado, actually. We looked up and saw the Rocky Mountains, and our first words were basically, what the heck are those? And so my dad was instrumental in saying, hey, let's go climb Longs Peak. So in 8th grade, my brother and I, who had been running since the age of 10, we were like, all right, we can do that. And it kind of kicked our butts. We got all sunburned as well. Didn't know about that. And even though it was cloudy, we didn't realize about, rays could still penetrate that at that high altitude. And so we learned a lot. But it stuck with me that I really innately, and you can say naturally, it wasn't even a nurture thing. It was more of a nature thing, where my brother and I both fell in love with the ruggedness of rolling hills and mountains and rocks and high elevation. And so what stands out about Rainier and Longs Peak then, both are pretty much the largest, highest altitude entity in the mountain range or the national park that they're within, because Rainier is in Rainier National Park, of course, and then in Rocky Mountain, they both have amazing mountaineering, climbing history. Rainier has some of the biggest crevasses, glaciers, even bigger crevasses, big gaps in the glacier versus even Mount Everest. So it's a training ground for aspiring world-class mountaineers. Has amazing weather. You have to rope up. You might fall into a crevasse. You might actually fall into ice fall and whatnot. So just the sheer dimension of that drew me to it. And of course, I lived in Seattle for a couple of years, actually in the late 90s, working as a physiologist at the Veterans Hospital. And that's what you would see on a sunny day. And it's not always sunny there, so you learn to never take it for granted. And when I would see that behemoth mountain Rainier from Seattle, I just knew that I had to be there when I could. So I really honed my skill, had some great partners, took some classes, and learned how to do a lot of different mountaineering skills. And really the same thing held true for Longs Peak. It always stuck with me because it was that first big 14er I ever climbed as a kid. And then I always knew I wanted to live in Colorado for a while as well. So I had lived there for 12 years. And most of that time, a lot of that time was spent on Longs Peak as well, just because of the sheer dimension and diversity. And then the history, too, of the Diamond and so many different routes. North Face, the Notch, Couloir is one. And there's Keener's route, which is a mountaineering route. So there's just a lot of sheer physicality to both peaks and lots of vertical elevation gain. For example, almost 9,000 feet of gain on Rainier from Paradise at 5,500 feet to the top at 14,411 about now, and then 9,300 feet on Longs up to about 14,260 feet. So those are always big draws as well.
So you solo / speed climbed Longs Peak for about 5,000 feet. Tell me more about that. Why did you want to do that speed climbing or solo climbing, and how did that go?
Yeah, for me, the North Face, of course, the moniker of a North Face is that it's severe and foreboding and difficult. And to qualify that, when you do the North Face on Longs Peak, for instance, there's really only about actually 200 to 300 feet of 5-4 rock climbing. If you fell, you're dead. And usually you can rope up. It's the old cables route, so there's things to potentially hang on to, these big cables where they used to, or iron pins that are stuck in the mountain, big loopholes. The cable's no longer there. But for me, it was a solo venture. I actually was going through a difficult time in my life. Liz is my second wife, but my first wife, Stacy, and I were going through a divorce, and I found solace. I was going through my PhD also at the time at Northern Colorado University in Greeley, just down the way. I guess Greeley, when I first saw it, it had that draw. I knew I might end up in Greeley someday, even when I was in 8th grade. But the emotional part of soloing and doing something where there's a death consequence at that time was appealing. It no longer is, of course. But you do things that you feel you can do, and that was a really special day because I was able to realize exactly what I wanted to do. I could envision it. I knew the logistics. I had done that route before, roped up, and you start and you hike about 5 miles in, and I was, of course, always running, always fit, and I always wanted to move as fast as possible. And so I did that from trailhead to summit in about an hour and 47 minutes. And I was sort of thinking, gosh, can I get the record? The FKT, again, there's that competitive streak, was about an hour 23. And I thought, man, there's no way. And but I just kept going and pushing and getting through that couple hundred feet of soloing was something that was actually comforting, especially with thinking about who am I, what's going on here, when you have certain emotional turmoil. And so maybe that's the wrong reason to do something like that, but it certainly helped me at the time.
In the moment of that day when you were soloing in those areas where you would die if you fell, what was your mindset? What were you thinking when you were actually going through that?
How beautiful it all was. And no terror. It was absolutely enlightening, and that's where you need to be. If you feel like there's terror, or you feel like this is scary, I think you're in the wrong situation. And so I didn't know what I would find. And like I said, the first 5 miles is you're kind of hiking, running up as fast as you can with a little pack on, and you have running shoes on. So I was kind of like, oh man, I usually would do something like this in rock shoes, but I don't want to carry them. And okay, 5.4 is not super difficult. I know there's one crux, but absolutely, it turned out to be just a great experience and not harrowing at all. And you get to the top, and then you're like, okay, I'm done. And then you just, that you're only halfway, but it's nice that I actually came down the normal route, the keyhole route, and you're passing people and stuff like that, and you're not, nobody knows what you just did. It's just you, and that's the way it should be. You don't have to advertise anything like that. But the funny thing is, actually, there were a couple of guys roping up, by the way, at the base of this 5.4 area on the north face. And we made eye contact for a split second, but I didn't even say anything. I just whisked right by him, and I thought, oh, that's a funny cartoon right there waiting to happen.
Have you done any other solo or speed climbs after that?
Yeah, a lot of the stuff was doing stuff on Long's Peak and other things in the Rockies where I might be on a ridge or doing long scrambles in the Rockies alone, but never anything that was actual 5.4 like rock climbing. I mean, I have done stuff with partners and whatnot. There was some soloing related to that effect, but nothing that I think put it in the same category as Long's Peak. But I do enjoy different peaks of Rocky Mountain National Park, and one thing that really stands out is the loft route of Long's Peak, where you actually go up to the loft between Mount Meeker, which is a 13,911 foot peak. It's a great peak in itself. It just gets second billing to Long's, which is right there. But it's a loft, flat area between Meeker and Long's, and you go around back behind Long's Peak with Meeker on your left and then Long's on your right, and they're less than a half a mile apart. And you have to actually find a descent into a gully, which can be a little bit harrowing. You kind of back down it, and then you go up this backside of Longs to the top of the notch, actually, and then work your way up to the home stretch area of Longs and on top. And so that was really fun to solo. And then lastly, I'll put out, I never actually completed this. People have, of course, in Boulder and Colorado and other places, they really like to do this. There's 4 sub-peaks that are surrounding Longs Peak. And so I would try to solo and hit the 4 sub-peaks, and then Longs would be the 5th. I forget how much elevation gain it is, but it's an amazing test of strength. And I even tried that in the winter once. I always get to Meeker and Storm Peak, and maybe Mount Lady Washington is another one right there, and then sometimes I'll hit Longs, but I never got Pagoda Peak is the one that I could never find a really clean line to, because you have to down climb over cliffs and whatnot. But stuff like that, I think, is just, if you enjoy stuff like that, it's a great challenge.
I'm interested in the connection you made earlier with climbing or activity or being outside in general, and how that helped you deal with the other stuff in your life, like going through a divorce or dealing with the stress of a PhD. The challenge of moving in mountains or running gave you this tempo that helped you gain confidence and the confidence to pursue a career in academia. Suss that out a little more. How are those two things connected in your life, and do any other examples come to mind?
I think for me, and I think about the nature and nurture of things a lot, and it really is innate. And of course, a lot of stuff may be somewhat nurtured, and then there's role models you have. And for me, what always resonated was being physical, being healthy, and moving, and just keeping moving. And the mountains were that thing, and still are that thing, even though you can kind of get away from them in different periods of your life. But I do find myself still planning trips and whatnot, and really enjoying where I am now, for instance. But you don't know necessarily what you'll find solace in until something emotional or tragic occurs. And so my biggest thing is just be open to anything, but naturally what happens, go with it. And that's, for me, what naturally happened was being able to not only study, be intellectual, I don't always get things right the first time, whether it's relationships or even taking a test or schooling and doing a research project. You fail a lot. And on that note, I do say you need a dump truck full of failures to really have success in life. If you don't have a dump truck full of failures, you're not trying. You might be 6 feet under. I'm not sure, but so that always has resonated with me personally, and the mountains have provided that. Where I get to go and test myself, and then I can sometimes, a lot of the time, we need to turn off any negative voices in the mind. And the mountains have helped me do that. I'm really focused on my breathing, eating, the beauty that's around me. And then if there's a goal, I find myself, if I want to try a fastest known time or a personal best somewhere, that's appealing. And it's the afterburn, too, that you get when you're done with something that's really physically and mentally draining. You feel great, euphoria for days, maybe weeks afterwards. And that really is it snowballs into other great things, I think.
Is there a favorite failure of yours within this dump truck that you have? And what I mean is there a failure that led to something really special after the fact, or a failure that you learned a lot from, especially?
Yeah, I think I mentioned the emotional, the relationship, divorce, and that's something that hit me unexpectedly. And I'm always a believer, when I look at things again, that it does take two to tango. I felt blindsided and betrayed by that. But that to me was a failure. My parents are happily married. My brother's happily married, first marriage. And I'm a pretty liberal, totally liberal person, and do the right thing kind of outlook on life, be honest and true. And to me, if you have a commitment to someone, you work on that. And I, now see that maybe I didn't uphold part of the bargain, and that's been cleansing. So I've learned from, that there's others that you can't control is one thing that you learn too. No matter if it's your wife or your brother, your parents, your friends, but especially your loved ones and so forth. You don't control anybody. You can't influence them if they have a decision that's right for them and it doesn't include you. What I really learned is, well, that's there's nothing that I can do about that. I used to think that I could intervene in certain situations or make people see a certain thing, where now what I've really learned is, whether it's especially with the relationships, it's a give and take. And that's what I always thought I had aspired to do with my first marriage, and it didn't turn out that way. It turned out that there was lack of communication. There was some resentment that, for instance, that all my time is being poured into a PhD, and I missed a lot of warning signs at the time. And so it was a very very, very painful, emotional period that I had to do a lot of soul searching, like I mentioned, and found that innately in the mountains, and then with really good friends too, very good friends and family, and so that's the thing that sounds cliche, but it's absolutely true, that those are the things that should naturally meet your needs in times like that. And then you learn that you're never going to be perfect. You're never going to achieve everything you think you can. You should aspire to everything, but realize that there are choices that need to be made along the way that will make you a better person. And heck, you'll even, if you're open to choosing and not just sticking with one thing and beating your head against the wall, even though it may not be working, you'll be open to many different things and find many different successes.
So after you've been able to reflect on that time and your response after, how do you think that made you a better person, or what lessons did you take from that and then apply to your more recent life?
Yeah, I think part of it is that again, not realizing that things are not always, or nothing really is in your control. You can make, you're in control of your choices. Now, that's a famous belief of mine now, where I might talk to my brother or my parents or friends, about, this is all about choice. And so I've really learned that I'm in control of me, but I'm not in control of others. And I want to have always a good conversation with others. I want to have compromise. It's not my way or the highway. And even if there's somebody that's in conflict with how I see things, I realize now that any viewpoint is fair game. That's fair for somebody to have that viewpoint. And so I'm not going to try to be negative about anything. I'm going to try to help be constructive, and I can state my points, but I also have to be aware that, it's a team effort. For instance, if you're having a conversation or you're in a relationship, I've always believed that relationships are team efforts, but I have to admit that I failed in some part of that category, and where even insecurities that you have those, but don't make things personal all the time. That's another thing that I tend to do, and you have to recognize that your behavior is a choice, and that's probably the biggest thing now, that I'm always going to be a work in progress. For instance, I believe that, and I'll be that until I have one foot in a rut and or a grave. One is just longer than the other.
I know you mentioned in an email that you might have some other parallel stories or adventures related to your life, or stories with your twin brother, Greg, who's a park ranger pilot, or maybe Liz. Was there any that you had in mind that you just wanted to talk about?
Greg is the easy one, Liz too, to talk about with different types of stories. But I think with Greg, and there's also this feeling of what people may not know. They think twins are always are very much alike and very much in sync. And I think with Greg, just to highlight him, and I would actually have to say that he's probably the most, he is, if I had to choose one, the most influential person in my life, because we were born together and raised our first 18 years together. But we never hated each other. We were always very supportive of one another, but we were never really close those first 18 years. until we left and went to college, for instance. And now we are carbon copies. Our voice sounds alike. He runs, every day as well. He lifts, and he's influenced, people around him to be the same, healthy and whatnot. But Greg's someone, where I've done all these different adventures with, and he's usually the one, though, that because I was a successful high school runner and a pretty good college runner, he ended up running in college later, and didn't have as successful as a high school career as I did for running, for instance. But we've always, looked at each other as equals, or so I thought. But he's always had this chip on his shoulder, where he thinks that I think that I'm always better than him, and it's frustrating because he's got this really successful career, and he's law enforcement, park ranger, pilot, and there's only about maybe 6 or 8 of those individuals in the lower 48. A bunch of pilot law enforcement guys up in Alaska flying for the Park Service. Maybe 20, 30 up there. So he's one of 50 guys in the U.S. that has what you would call a law enforcement park ranger pilot title. And so just super impressive in his own right, but sometimes he's like, oh, you're just talking to me, this way or that way because you have a PhD, and so I'm like, I said, it doesn't matter, man. You realize the more you know, the less you know, kind of thing. And but he's been somebody where we were both living at sea level, and he was in Idaho as a new cop before he joined the Park Service. And so this is a fun story because I'd always wanted to climb Mount Rainier in a day, round trip from Seattle, Washington. This was in the late 90s. And he and I decided that we would do that, and we decided maybe the night before that we'd get up at 5 a.m. the next morning, drive to Paradise, in under 3 hours, which is in Mount Rainier National Park, this little area where the park, there's a permit area up there, and then you climb 9,000 feet up, 9,000 feet down in one day, and then drive back to Seattle before midnight. And we accomplished that. We did that, and I think it took us over 12 hours on the Gibraltar Ledges route, which is you go up to Camp Muir, which is the typical route, the first 4,500 feet or so, or 5,000 feet up the mountain, and then you get onto the glacier, and you go around this beehive area, they call it, this rocky volcanic rock, and Rainier is an active volcano. But my brother always has a tendency to argue with me in the least opportune times. And so, if I was leading on the rope team, for instance, and pulling him along, we would still say, fuck you to one another and like that, and slow down, you think you're better than me would always come up too in situations, any situation. And even we're 47 years old, we just did that again to each other this last summer. And our wives look at us like we're, 5 years old, and we feel like we're 5 years old. But on this particular route, we just, I wanted usually stuff more than he did. So I said, no, we're going to keep going, and we just got to get up there. We got to go. And it was really a tiring day, but in the end, it kind of, those kind of situations, you live a lifetime in one day. And so, again, we accomplished that goal from Seattle to Seattle with Mount Rainier in the middle in a day. And I even got decompression sickness coming down through Enumclaw, Puyallup, Washington area. I remember I had to pull over and throw up a few times because of my pounding headache and so forth. And Greg was fine, so. And then I was the one that was actually more fatigued and tired at that time. And so, he and I have constant adventures, constant stories like that where, he just hopefully, as an influence. I mean, like I said, he's the person that now I aspire to become, because he's actually found more of an even keelness and even more of a natural positive sink to life. And he does look at me sometimes. He goes, "You're way too hard on yourself," and he'll give me these tidbits. And so I think, relaying that story in a day, we usually come back full circle, like, hey, why are we even mad at one another? We're delinquents, we can be that. But in the end, I learn a lot from it, because it teaches me, again, humility, and the fact that even though we're twins, I still look up to him. and his successes, and that it always kind of makes me pause though, like how could am I really sending a signal off that I'm better than he is? And I always wonder, again, that's had to, that, in other words, that's forced me to grow and to realize, okay, I have to take what he says at point blank, and then I can apply that to other areas of my life. But he's the one that really can say, just he and I can say anything at any time to one another. We can even be wrestling over something, but then we're 100% family, and that'll never change.
What would you do if, for whatever reason, you couldn't exercise or study exercise physiology or even spend a lot of time running? What if you had to do something completely different? What would you do?
At this point in my life, especially having these different I'll just lay it out there. I definitely have now. I never thought I would think of this at age 47. Health concerns. I definitely have that. I can be emotional about it if I let myself. And that's where Liz, my wife, who's a registered nurse, actually, she's very good about saying, just suck it up. She's a very good listener. She's just amazing. So I do have that support with it. And what's amazing to me is, I'm actually now pretty much like, these things are what they are. So if I couldn't run or do these things, I would have to, wrap my mind around that for a while, but I'd have to let it pass. I would have to say, well, okay, this is the way it is. I can still try to find different ways around it. I'm a believer in, where there's a will, there's a way. So if I wasn't supposed to run or do something, I would still be active in some other way, other than running. But a couple of things, I would definitely become more of a writer. I like writing, and so I would probably pursue some of that, even a book, probably writing about exercise science, ex-phys types of topics, maybe even AFib and chronic endurance exercise, and trying to find out a really good action plan. There's nothing really out there that I've seen to help individuals navigate this world of paroxysmal lone AFib, which lone AFib is not even meaning having lone AFib without any other disease or any other abnormalities. There's no real algorithm to treat that. You just kind of are in it, and then you hope to come out of it. And so that's a huge psychology. So I would write more about that. But if I could do things even differently, I would go into park rangering. So that was probably predictable because my brother's a park ranger. So, but I definitely would. I would get out and do stuff, because if you become a park ranger, for instance, you can, that would be something that I would still, that would mean that I would give up academia too if I really wanted to go into a real stress-free environment and just live, and recreate and work in the outdoors. So that's kind of an interesting tidbit, I think.
Okay, I have a couple other just non-context questions that I want to ask. How about what's a fact about you that surprises people?
Yeah, I'll bet sometimes I guess I can come across a little bit stoic, but I tend to I cry easy over dramatic, I would say, movies. If there's a great, nicely directed and produced movie or scene, I'm very sentimental that way, and even my wife looks over at me and goes, "What the heck?" So I just can't. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I'm easily influenced like that way.
Is there a movie or a scene that always gets you?
Well, this is gonna sound weird, but there's one. I mean, I like the coming of age movies, and maybe it's Vision Quest with Matthew Modine, where he's coming of age as a wrestler, and he doesn't care about winning state or anything like that. He's a natural, but he wants to wrestle the baddest wrestler who's never been, who's undefeated, who's state champion, and at the end he realizes his goal, and everybody thinks he's nuts because he has a chance to win state in a different weight category and all this, but he wants to cut weight and go through, and it's lots of training sequences. And it always brings this sort of dramatic, heartfelt, aspirational ending, and you can't help but, just even though I know what's coming, I still get pretty choked up about that. That here's a kid that poured all this, against all this conflict of people saying you can't do this and coming of age, he finds out who he is, and it's the process of doing it, not the end.
So imagine you are really popular on we'll say Facebook, and that you have like 1 billion friends, and anything you post could be seen by a large fraction of the world. If you could just give like one message or one status, and this could be like a quote or a piece of wisdom or a word or a slogan or anything really, what would you say to all those people?
Yeah, I'll start. I guess, and I don't know why this. I can't really fully explain why this always appeals to me, and maybe I can, but this might catch you by surprise. The band Megadeth, for instance, had an album. They kind of labeled part of it, the subtitle, "So Far, So Good, So What?" And to me, that's always meant that whatever you've done, that's what you did. And so it's a pretty, it may be cliche, but don't rest on your laurels and make choices, whether you think they're good or bad. Sometimes we delay choices when we should have made a choice and go with it, and it should be the wrong one sometimes, because you'll find out what you won't do again. So and part of all that, it's so far so good, so what? Keep moving, keep doing, do great things, make choices, but enjoy that journey. So the movie I was talking about, Coming of Age, I think is really important, where you learn to really enjoy the process. It's not about the end product. And I think another great quote by Henry Ford that comes to mind that can punctuate all this is, whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, you're right. And I think that should resonate. So that means just make a decision and get going.
The Megadeth quote I did not see coming, but I like that a lot. Okay, I'll ask one more before I let you go. And this is one of my favorites. What's the kindest thing that anyone's ever done for you, or one of the kindest things in your recent memory that someone's done for you?
Yeah, a good friend of mine and colleague here at Northern Michigan, Dave Buell. Dave comes to mind because when I had knee surgery, I had meniscus that popped off the tibia. I had 6 weeks of no weight bearing to get that to clot, and unprompted, Dave just started coming over every morning. And to preface this too, my wife was actually she was in the park rangering business for a while because of my brother. She was a law enforcement park ranger in the summer in Colorado, so she had already left for that. She was there for my surgery, but then had to leave, so I was home alone now, 6 weeks, no weight bearing, couldn't drive. And Dave, unprompted, got me to the gym every day so I could do one-legged. I put my bad knee in a brace just to keep it straight, and so just that act of kindness of including me in all this, and he just naturally realized my predicament, and so it became a ritual. At least 3 times a week he'd come over, pick me up, or we then go get a beer afterwards or something like that. Well, later in the day, and so. And then also as part of that, there was a couple of young friends. This gal, Sarah Pingle, and her now husband, Matt Kilgus, they also knew what was going on, and Liz was away. And so out of the blue, Sarah was like, hey, I want to come over and make you dinner. And so it became a ritual where she would do that once a week for those 6 weeks, and we watch a movie in the evening and stuff. So it's those kinds of things that you're like, wow, yeah, really. You find we find that there are just great people out there.
The roots of RSI are really physical.
Psychological stress phenomenon.
It really boils down to the body chemistry.
It doesn't make any sense to us either, trust me, when we're living it.
Pain! Pain! Thank you!
Got no results, just a lot of recommendations for how I should be resting more.
If I had to live the rest of my life with that degree of unpleasant thoughts, I say forget it, I'm not going to do this.
The next 3 episodes of Portrait make up a mini-series that focuses not on a single person that inspires me, but on a topic that I'm fascinated by, and that's chronic pain. Now, to be honest, when I was first introduced to this topic, I assumed chronic conditions would be pretty straightforward and uninteresting. I figured that dealing with a chronic pain disorder would be similar to dealing with a broken arm or an infection. You rest it, take some pills, do some stretches, see your doctor, and you get better, right? But after doing more research into the treatments, causes, and prevention, I found that this topic has a lot of complexity and nuance. And so the more I learned, the more questions I actually had. So this mini-series is my attempt to find some answers. To that end, I interviewed a wide range of guests, including a back surgeon, a psychologist, an ergonomics expert, a fibromyalgia writer, and a handful of people who've experienced chronic pain. My goal with all this is not to solve chronic pain or advocate for one approach while dismissing others, but rather to show how complex and really interesting this topic is, and hopefully encourage more discussion. The prevalence of chronic pain is pretty remarkable. It's estimated that 20% of people across selected countries suffer from chronic pain. In the United States, at least 116 million adults are burdened by a chronic condition. And the annual economic cost associated with chronic pain in the U.S. is estimated to be up to $365 billion. Chronic pain's impact is significant not only on the economy, but of course on the people who experience it. Relative to control groups, people with chronic pain are at least twice as likely to commit suicide. A 2015 study found that of the millions of people suffering from chronic pain in America, at least 2/3 of them also have a major depressive disorder. So that's all to say that this is not just an interesting topic, but also a very relevant and important one. What is chronic pain technically? The definition of chronic pain I'll be working with is as follows. Pain that persists past normal healing time and hence lacks the acute warning function of physiological harm. Usually pain is regarded as chronic when it lasts for more than 3 to 6 months. There are many manifestations of chronic pain, but this episode will focus mostly on a chronic upper extremity pain, commonly referred to as a repetitive strain injury, or RSI. Here's Deborah Quilter, author of 2 RSI books and an ergonomics consultant, to explain what RSI is.
RSI is an umbrella term for several cumulative trauma disorders caused by overuse of the hand and arm. The injury can happen to the fingers, the wrists, the forearms, the upper arms, shoulder, and neck. So RSI, because it's an umbrella term, includes many different ailments, such as de Quervain's disease, tendinitis, tenosynovitis, epicondylitis, which most people know as tennis or golfer's elbow, carpal tunnel syndrome, and that's just naming a few.
Now that we have a general definition of repetitive strain injuries, let's hear from some people who have experienced it. First up is Jake Beech, tutor and director of Silicon Valley's AJ Tutoring.
My RSI symptoms were in my arms and hands. It lasted a couple of years. Sometimes I would be typing and I would just notice my hands were tingly. It's as if my arms were falling asleep. Certain fingers would feel like they were numb. And at some points it was so bad that I was waking up in the middle of the night. And so I was very confused. Started seeing some physical therapists. I was wearing wrist splints at night, and while I was on the computer, I was trying to type less. For example, I installed dictation programs on my computer, and so I was basically doing everything I could to avoid using my hands.
And here's John Osterhout, professor of computer science at Stanford and programmer of 45 years, to share his RSI story.
The pain was in my left wrist, only my left wrist. My right arm has always been fine. I think I would describe it as somewhere between a dull and a sharp pain in sort of the back of the left wrist, maybe a little bit of weakness in my fingers, a little tingling in my fingers. It got worse and worse to the point where I really couldn't type much at all in my left hand without pretty severe pain. It started to affect other things outside my technical work as well, like unloading the dishwasher was hard. Holding a stack of plates in my hands was difficult to do. I started noticing when I was driving. So, things got bad.
Deborah Quilter rounds out symptoms and emphasizes a very important point about what it's like to have RSI.
Fatigue. You just feel like you can't hold your hands to the keyboard another minute. They're just so tired. There could be a weakness in your hands or forearms. There could be numbness, tingling, or loss of sensation. A feeling that your hand or arm fell asleep. And people can also get tremors, a difficulty opening and closing their hands, stiffness. Have you noticed anything that I might have left out here?
I've heard like shooting pain.
Pain!
Okay.
Thank you. Pain is late in the game.
Okay, so RSI can result in serious pain and can massively disrupt someone's life. But what is the mechanism that causes this numbness, tingling, aching, and debilitating pain? Attempting to answer the question of cause for RSI and chronic pain in general is one of those areas where I assumed I'd find a straightforward, intuitive answer, but instead found much more interesting explanations. One of those comes from what I'll call the structural perspective, which considers RSI and many other chronic ailments to be complex physical problems. Here's hand surgeon Dr. Markuson to explain his understanding of RSI.
These are overuse syndromes, and it's partly the perils of odd posture demanded by certain tools that are often poorly designed. So far, ergonomics, then we discussed blood flow as defining, as making you more bulletproof and enduring. Next thing is your general endocrine metabolic status. You have to control your glucose and hemoglobin A1C and make sure that your insulin resistance at a cellular level is not so high. The other aspect of it is whether you're vitamin deficient. 50 to 70% of Americans are vitamin D deficient, and up to 25% of them are work disabled. Next is technique. The person who can measure out his or her efforts, fluent, obviously physically, psychophysically fluent person is going to do well and stay out of trouble. Others have congenital anatomical variations. Is your anatomy set up with individual motion of the ring and little fingers? So anatomy's destiny in terms of the folks who will or won't tolerate sustained typing. And then we go, the next category is drugs. Are you taking medications? And if so, are you metabolizing them well, or are you hamstringing basic metabolism? So sorry to add complexity, but it is warranted.
While Dr. Markuson certainly identifies a list of complicated factors, the conception of physical pain as a result of physical misuse or abnormality is probably familiar and easy to understand. RSI happens because one is doing the same thing over and over, and that's probably not good for the body, so it results in pain. But it turns out there's another way to explain the cause of RSI and other chronic pains where the structure of the body doesn't play a central role. I'll let Jake Beech introduce this perspective.
Once again, we have what I used to think the cause was and then what it actually was in my case. My newer understanding and what was true in my own case was that it was a psychological stress phenomenon, and I still don't fully understand the physical, biochemical underworkings of this. But in my case, it turned out to be that chronic stress and fear were causing some kind of tension that was sustaining this muscular pain.
Notice that Jake is saying that his stress and fear were not mere side effects of having pain, but rather the cause of his pain. In other words, his RSI was a result of his psychology rather than his anatomy. This is a notion that I'll refer to as the mind-body perspective from now on. While these ideas have actually been around for centuries, they were recently applied to chronic pain by the late John E. Sarno, who was a physician and professor of rehabilitation medicine at New York University. Dr. Sarno passed away in 2017, but I got to talk to someone who worked closely with him, Dr. Kirstin Fliegler, a clinical psychologist who specializes in mind-body disorders. A quick side note that Dr. Sarno and Dr. Fliegler use the term tension myoneural syndrome, or TMS, to discuss mind-body conditions. I'll let Dr. Fliegler explain further.
So in a nutshell, TMS is bodily pain that people experience, but it is caused by the way in which they handle their emotions. So I think that everyone has experienced TMS symptoms at one point or another. For example, a common one is having GI symptoms if you're nervous, sort of like a nervous stomach, before school or start of a new job. Basically, it's a psychological disorder that presents with physical symptoms. The explanation for it is that severe and debilitating physical pain can be caused by mildly decreased oxygen to muscles, nerves, and tendons. That's what's responsible for the pain of TMS. But it doesn't have an underlying physical or structural cause. Rather, TMS is caused by the way that people manage their emotions. So it's not the result of a physical abnormality.
Dr. Fliegler and mind-body practitioners hold that this phenomenon of oxygen deprivation to muscles and nerves and tendons, initiated unconsciously by the mind, is the underlying cause of many conditions that are commonly believed to be caused by other factors. Here's Dr. Fliegler to name some of these.
Most lower back and neck pain, leg pain, rotator cuff injuries, tendinitis, plantar fasciitis, most neck, shoulder, and arm pain, a lot of numbness and tingling, migraine or tension headaches, stomach aches, fibromyalgia, TMJ, carpal tunnel syndrome or other repetitive stress injuries, and some, but not all, chronic fatigue syndromes, OCD, general anxiety, panic attacks, sinusitis, many GI disorders such as acid reflux, ulcers, constipation, diarrhea, IBS, some skin disorders such as eczema and acne. Then there are the genitourinary disorders such as frequent UTIs or pelvic pain, benign cardiac conditions, voice loss, and some vestibular conditions, such as dizziness and vertigo, that don't have an identifiable medical cause.
Interestingly, Dr. Fliegler says that people who experience pain as a result of their psychology frequently share certain personality traits.
People who have TMS are individuals who don't like to experience quote-unquote negative emotions such as anger and sadness. So they produce their brain produces these physical symptoms to distract them so that they don't have to think about painful emotions. People who suffer from TMS tend to be pretty conscientious, dependable, reliable people. TMS patients tend to be conflict avoidant or non-confrontational. They tend to be people pleasers, highly conscientious and responsible. They tend to be their own most severe critic. They want to be quote unquote good or liked by people. They're usually perfectionists who are never satisfied, or they're not really satisfied by their own performance. They're usually, tend to be more lenient with other people. They have expectations of their self that are up in the stratosphere, difficulty acknowledging negative feelings, essentially people who want to be pure in thought and deed.
Finally, Dr. Fliegler addresses a misconception about those who experience mind-body pain.
It's also really important times when people think of chronic pain or pain disorders, that this is due to hypochondriasis or that people are getting secondary gains from this, like, people are having pain to miss work. But that's not true about people who suffer from TMS. As a matter of fact, most people who have TMS are pretty upset by their condition and very upset by the way it affects their ability to work. So this is certainly not done so that they can shirk their responsibilities.
Okay, let's pause to summarize what we know about the mind-body perspective so far. The first important point is that, like Jake mentioned earlier, some physical pains result from how emotions are handled, rather than from misuse of body parts or structural abnormalities. Second, Dr. Fliegler says that this phenomenon can explain a very, very wide range of illnesses and pains, from repetitive strain injuries to back pain to even certain phobias. And third, there are common personality characteristics that people with TMS share that lead to their symptoms. So how does this mind-body stuff apply to treatment of chronic pains like RSI? After all, it's one thing to say that some pains are affected by your psychology, but it's another to use that understanding to actually help people improve. So to find out, I got 2 of Dr. Sarno's books, The Divided Mind and The Mind-Body Prescription, and I'll try to provide a brief summary of his treatment program here. The first step is a consultation, where a TMS physician takes a full medical history, does a physical exam, and then discusses the diagnosis with the patient. The point of the meeting is to allow the physician to make a confident diagnosis about whether the patient's pain should be attributed to some physical trauma or a mind-body disorder. It's interesting to note that Dr. Sarno puts a big emphasis on a patient's full medical and psychosocial history. So the physician and the patient will discuss marital status, children, what one's childhood is like, age and health of parents, sibling relationships, education, work history, personality characteristics, and life stressors. So basically everything. If the patient is diagnosed with TMS, he or she is instructed to learn about mind-body disorders either by listening to lectures or reading Dr. Sarno's books. According to Dr. Sarno, there are a couple things that a patient needs to accept in order for the pain process to actually stop. The first is to repudiate the physical, structural explanation for the pain and attribute it instead to a benignly altered physiology that has an emotional basis. And second, he says the patient must recognize that the pain is a reaction to a psychological state and that the tendency to have physical reactions is universal and a normal component of everyday life. So not get too hard on themselves, basically. Dr. Sarno says that some patients can come to terms with these premises on their own and make a full recovery without any other intervention. But if there is resistance or fears or other barriers, then the patient is instructed to keep learning. The material also covers the physiology of TMS, the role of fear in the perpetuation of symptoms, and the constituency of the brain that's at play with this process. Dr. Sarno then offers a study program and recommends patients to work with it for a few weeks. The program involves reviewing the material, especially the psychological aspects, and setting aside time every day, possibly 15 minutes in the morning, 30 in the evening, to make a list of the things that might be contributing to the unconsciously painful and threatening feelings that are necessitating pain. And finally, he instructs patients to write an essay about each item on the list as a way to focus in depth about the emotional things of importance in one's life. So that's the basic program. In extreme cases, when a patient reports little or no progress after a few weeks, they're instructed to join personalized group meetings, and some may also be recommended to a psychotherapist like Dr. Fliegler. So here she is again to explain what her treatment is for these patients.
Step 1 is we review significant emotional events from their childhood. Step number 2 would be to review current stressors. Step number 3, asking a patient how they manage strong feelings of anger and sadness. Step number 4, discuss with the patient how strong emotions were handled in the patient's family of origin. Asking patients about their self-imposed pressures. Just to summarize, we basically look for in a patient sort of emotional states that are hard for the patient to recognize. And then as the treatment goes on, you're asking patients to try to link any episodes of pain or other TMS symptoms to emotional events in their life. So they have an episode of pain, instead of saying, gee, this is because I did something physical, it's because there's something emotionally going on. That's what you're trying to encourage patients to do, to process their emotional experiences, to experience their feelings around them, and to link pain to emotions that are coming up for them, and sort of not like they may have done in the past, saying, oh, it's because I'm doing something physical.
Okay, so that was how the mind-body perspective explains the cause and approaches the treatment of chronic pain, like RSI. But does it work? For Jake Beech, at least, it sure did.
I saw probably 3 or 4 doctors. Some of them were physical therapists. One was an actual hand surgeon. Basically got no results, just a lot of recommendations for how I should be resting more and improving my posture and things like that, which ultimately didn't do anything to help. So throughout this whole period, I was doing a lot of internet research and looking for anything I could do to fix it. And there were all manner of suggestions to be found online. A good example is people said you should get this other kind of keyboard that's in a different layout from our usual QWERTY keyboard setup, because if your fingers are used in a different way, it won't be as taxing on them. So that's an example. These things that were just out there, things I was exploring. By luck, on the third or fourth page of a Google search, I clicked on someone's blog and read his little personal story about his own RSI and how he read this book. And immediately, the article I read resonated with me because the guy was describing a situation very similar to mine. He was someone who was a coder and had used computers, excessively all his life and had never had a problem, and then suddenly was dealing with this chronic pain. Basically, he read this book and it was all better. And I read some of the comments on his blog, and all these other people were chiming in to share similar stories. And so this book called The Mind-Body Prescription by Dr. John Sarno, I grabbed the book, I went home, and I sat on the couch for like 3 hours and read this book cover to cover. And from that day, I was fine. It was really an instantaneous change. Yeah, it was pretty remarkable.
Jake's story sounded pretty miraculous. How could someone go from experiencing pain for years to reading a book for just 3 hours and then being fine?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's kind of a mystery to me. In reflecting back on it, it kind of seems like I already knew that what the book was saying was true from the moment I started reading it. And even before, like really from when I read that guy's blog post about the book, I just had this sense of like, this just makes so much more sense than everything else I've been reading about this. The thing about the RSI is that it was never a constant pain. It was not like, literally I was sitting there all the time in pain. It was more like when I would make certain movements or do certain things that the pain would appear. And so, sitting on the couch reading the book, it's not like, I was in pain and then the pain just disappears, because I might not have been in pain reading a book anyway, but it was more like after getting up from reading this book and going back to doing these things like typing, I just realized that the pain was no longer there.
I wondered what specifically about the blog or Dr. Sarno's book resonated with Jake so much.
Well, I think first of all, it was that the symptoms were so similar. And what I mean by that is this chronic and unexplainable pain that's not tied to any reasonable injury. I had been, typing for many hours a day for my whole life. I was an internet computer gamer as a kid and staying up all night on some days, like on the weekends, sitting at the computer for literally 12 hours, typing furiously the whole time, and never had a problem. So it was really strange. I was totally confused. Like, why is this happening to me right now? It doesn't make any sense. Just hearing someone else have that to begin with was like, okay, something fishy is going on. I'm not the only one this has happened to. So to hear the symptoms and the kind of randomness and the lack of an apparent physical cause described was really the first part. It was like, okay, I'm not the only one dealing with this. And then secondly, it was the description of the types of stress and the types of personality issues that typically cause this kind of pain, and the fact that they all were, hitting the nail on the head in terms of describing me pretty accurately. For example, the typical traits described in that book were things like perfectionism, wanting to please other people, and just in general, being a person who puts a lot of pressure on his or herself to do well and to be good and to have everything going smoothly in your life. So someone who has a lot of self-imposed pressure to do well. And, he could have been describing me. So that was certainly part of why I resonated with it so quickly.
I couldn't help but wonder if this could all be explained by some short-term placebo or wishful thinking on Jake's part. So I asked if he had any relapses after his initial recovery.
Nope. Never since then. And it's been 4 to 5 years now.
Well, it turns out that Jake isn't the only one who has had successful results after giving the mind-body stuff a chance. A quick Google search for RSI or Sarno or mind-body we'll return plenty of accounts from people who have had recovery stories that are almost identical to Jake's. And after reading some of these success stories, I was curious to ask my guests what they thought of these ideas. Here's what Professor Osterhout, or other guest who has been affected by RSI, had to say.
I haven't heard that. It sounds very Freudian somehow. Well, I suspect there's at least a tiny bit of truth in it. Again, that the systems are very complex and involves your nervous system as well as your physical system. Again, this is all just my opinion. I'm not really expert in this, so who knows if I'm right or wrong, but I think it's a very complex interaction of stuff that's going on. Like this case I told you, we're sitting in front of my terminal and not actually using my left arm. I felt the symptoms. So what's going on there? There's clearly something more than just physically induced trauma. There's something in the nervous system somehow that is causing that. So, somewhere between my conscious and my subconscious, who knows? And there's a lot of studies people have done that shows that, people's attitudes and the way they feel can impact how well their body heals and deals with various things. So the relationship between your conscious and your subconscious and your physical systems there's some intertwining there that I don't think we understand very well.
I was also curious what hand surgeon Dr. Markuson thought of mind-body ideas and whether they applied to his practice.
Is it displacement? Is it projection? Is the hand the diathesis of woe? Is it the lightning rod to the soul? Is it disclosing and abrading brain areas in other cortices near the sensory motor strip? And so the signal to go sour brain-wide is a trouble with the hand. Well, certainly if you've got a broadly represented body part like the hand, it could shake up the vinegar and oil of the brain and make it a complex vinaigrette. I realize all that. I try to be a very positive coach and gently call them on it if the person in a Shakespearean construct doth protest too much. I'm not blind to the mind-body stuff. That goes into basic energy stuff that nobody will ever understand. But for me, you're working inside out and outside in. The start point for me is the mitochondrion, the power plant. And the outside is everything that's happened to you from before you were born through the life cycle.
And finally, Deborah Quilter again.
Well, I'm not convinced this is really valid. It's a little simplistic for something as complicated as an overuse injury because it doesn't include all the various contributing factors for injury: poor posture, poor technique, lack of breaks, deadline or binge work, ergonomics, anatomical variations, hypomobility of the joints, obesity. So I'm not saying that people can't have psychosomatic pain, but the roots of RSI are really physical.
So perhaps unsurprisingly, the reception towards the non-conventional mind-body ideas were mixed, and the pushback seems to center around the question of whether our physical conditions can be determined by our psychology. We'll stop there, so let's review some of the key takeaways so far. RSI is a form of chronic pain that affects muscles, nerves, and tendons. While there are many forms of RSI, we focused on upper extremity issues. Symptoms can include numbness, tingling, tremors, fatigue, and, of course,
pain!
The structural viewpoint says that RSI is, like its name suggests, an injury caused by repetitive movements and overuse. The mind-body perspective, however, holds that physical abnormalities or overuse are usually not the cause of pain. Instead, they argue that how one unconsciously handles his or her emotions is the real driving force behind RSI and many other conditions.
Lower back and neck pain, leg pain, rotator cuff injuries, tendinitis, plantar fasciitis, shoulder and arm pain, numbness and tingling, migraine, tension headaches, stomach aches, fibromyalgia, TMJ, hypertension, repetitive stress injuries, abdominal chronic fatigue symptoms, OCD,
While the mind-body perspective is unconventional and the responses to these ideas are mixed, it seems to work dramatically well for some, and that alone is pretty remarkable. However, there are still many questions about chronic pain that remain to be explored, like how much healing potential do our bodies have? How do our biases affect how we experience pain? And how much of chronic pain is avoidable? We'll explore all of these questions in the next episode.
The roots of RSI are really physical.
psychological stress phenomenon.
It really boils down to the body chemistry.
It doesn't make any sense to us either, trust me, when we're living it.
Pain! Pain! Thank you!
Got no results, just a lot of recommendations for how I should be resting more.
If I had to live the rest of my life with that degree of unpleasant thoughts, I say forget it. I'm not going to do this.
Part 1 of this mini-series focused on repetitive strain injuries, or RSI. While the pain and symptoms of RSI can be really severe, the pain is localized to a specific area. In this episode, we'll hear from two people whose variations of chronic pain were much more widespread and systemic. Our first guest will talk about her experience with fibromyalgia, a condition that is as perplexing as it is disruptive. Our second guest is an orthopedic spine surgeon who's gone through his own journey with chronic back pain, insomnia, anxiety, OCD, PTSD, and more. He then made a full recovery and developed a unique treatment plan that has helped many others. So let's start with fibromyalgia and our first guest. Adrienne Delwo is a journalist who writes about fibromyalgia. She's had fibromyalgia herself for about 13 years. Here she is to introduce this condition.
It's a neurological condition, sometimes called a neuroendocrine immune condition, which reflects how complicated it is, involving multiple systems in the body. In fibromyalgia, the brain and nerves take pain signals and amplify them. It takes normal pain or discomfort to extremes and creates pain from sensations that shouldn't cause it, like a light touch on the arm or a breeze against the skin. But fibromyalgia is about more than on pain. It has more than 60 recognized symptoms, including extreme fatigue, sleep problems, cognitive dysfunction, digestive problems, anxiety, hormonal dysregulation, and immune system irregularities.
Now let's hear how Adrienne describes her own case of fibromyalgia.
First, it was a lot of unrelated things. I was getting sick all the time, having memory issues. Then I started having cysts and strange growths. My mild allergies became severe. Started having food allergies that I'd never had before. I ended up in the ER twice and unable to breathe. One morning I was sitting at work. Suddenly I was having severe chest pain. So I spent weeks in pain, sleeping, sitting up because I had so much pain in my chest. And it wasn't going away like it should have. A few weeks later, I was having severe lower abdominal pain. At that time, the doctors were suspecting appendicitis. Again, I was in the ER. They did tests and imaging. Turned out my appendix was fine. Cognitive dysfunction of fibromyalgia, it's often called fibrofog, can be just as debilitating as the pain and fatigue, and sometimes even more so. My short-term memory was gone. I couldn't multitask. It was difficult for me to focus.
Sickness, memory issues, cysts, allergies, chest pain. If you've never heard of fibromyalgia before, it might be hard to wrap your head around how all of this can happen. And that confusion's understandable. I haven't found anyone who claims to know with absolute certainty how all of this works together. Even for those who have fibromyalgia, it can be really tough to understand.
You know, it is difficult from the outside watching somebody who seems fine one day and can't get out of bed the next. That doesn't seem possible. And believe me, when you're living it, it doesn't seem possible. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't make any sense to us either. Trust me, when we're living it. On one day, maybe 3 things are out of whack and you don't feel too bad. The next day, 17 things are, and it's horrible.
So for now, let's say that the symptoms are incredibly varied and unpredictable. Adrienne explains how her treatments were accordingly varied.
So I started acupuncture and a custom blend of Chinese herbs. Those both helped, especially the acupuncture. I started taking supplements that I was researching on my own. Tried dietary changes, which really do help some people. It didn't help me at all. My hormonal cycle was very closely linked to my flares and remissions. So I had a procedure called an endometrial ablation, which stops the uterus from putting off the hormones that cause PMS. That was a huge help, but I was, still not doing great. I did try what it was at the time, the only drug that was approved for fibromyalgia. I had about 2 good weeks on that, and then horrible side effects kicked in, which is really common. To keep myself from having a seizure, I had to wean off the drug for 2 weeks. More recently, I started a drug called naltrexone at a very low dose. Essentially, right now, my symptoms are very, very mild, so I've been able to regain most of my functionality. I've been lucky. Most people don't get to that point.
One misconception is that people with fibromyalgia are being dramatic. Someone might say, well, everyone has those issues. It's normal to have some weird pains and illnesses. That's part of being human. Here's Adrienne's response to that claim.
walking through the grocery store and you're doing okay, and all of a sudden you feel like there's a fireplace poker stabbing in your side and it doubles you over in pain. That's not normal. Pain itself can be debilitating. I mean, there have been days that I have not been able to get up off the couch because I hurt so bad that I am curled up in a ball in pain, not able to function. That is not normal. I've had fatigue so profound that just standing up out of bed and walking into the bathroom have wiped me out. That is not normal. So when you get to these seemingly normal, commonplace things that are at a level that is debilitating, and then pile not only one symptom or two or three, but 10 that all are at a debilitating level, that is a big deal. That is not normal, and that is not something you can function through.
Another aspect of fibromyalgia that sets it apart from other conditions is how the pain doesn't need to match the stimulus. Think of a few times recently that you were in pain. What happened? Maybe you stubbed your toe, you burned your hand on the stove, you broke a bone, you had a tooth removed. It's not surprising that after intense stimuli like those, pain would follow. But for some fibromyalgia patients, that same level of pain can be induced without an aggressive stimulus.
There are multiple types of pain because it does take any pain signals you have and amplify them. If you have back pain from some other cause, or maybe you have an old knee injury or get headaches, whatever it is, it will take those and make them worse. But then there are other types that are strange. One is called allodynia. It's pain from something that shouldn't cause pain. Like I'd mentioned, a light touch on the arm, give somebody a gentle hug. I didn't used to be able to wear pants because a waistband, even a loose, comfortable, soft waistband, would eventually feel like this burning, searing strip across my skin. It was awful. I couldn't even wear a bathrobe with a tie around the waist because it caused so much pain. I had to find one that zipped. It's similar to a sunburn pain. It's very much on the surface of the skin, and it doesn't make any sense. You don't understand why these things hurt. They just do. And it's not an imagined pain or anything like that. If you look at brain scan of somebody with fibromyalgia with this light pressure, all of the pain centers in the brain light up like crazy. Apply the same pressure to a healthy person, nothing is happening in those centers of the brain at all. It's a completely different experience. There's also paresthesia, which is nerve related, and that can be stabbing, zinging, electrical type pains, tingling, kind of like if your foot falls asleep and then it's waking back up, that pins and needles pain. So really there's a lot of different kinds of pain that we can have, and it's very unique to the individual. We don't really understand exactly why that is, but it is.
Another misconception with fibromyalgia and many forms of chronic pain comes from the fact that there isn't one objective test to identify and monitor the pain. You can't point to the fibromyalgia on the x-ray or observe it under a microscope or identify it from a blood test. Because of that, some conclude that the pain isn't real, that it's, quote, all in your head. Here's how Adrian responds to that claim.
My answer to that is a little bit sarcastic. They're partly right because neurotransmitter dysfunction is in the head. Excess glutamate activity in the insular cortex is in the head. So is heightened activity and connectivity between the brain's pain and emotion centers. Abnormal activity in the prefrontal cortex, irregular blood flow patterns in the brain, possible problems with the optic nerve. Those things are all in the head. Not in the way people mean. They're in the brain, physically in the head. But they're not in the mind. They're absolutely not in the mind. If you put somebody in a functional MRI machine, poke them in the arm, or put an ice cube up against their skin, a healthy person, there's going to be very little reaction from their brain at all. Person with fibromyalgia, the pain centers light up like crazy. This is real pain. When your brain perceives pain, you are in pain, period. Trying to say that it's imaginary, that it's a psychological condition, it's ludicrous when you look at the evidence that we have that has been accumulated since fibromyalgia was really identified. And all of these things, that it's in your head, it's psychological. People used to say that about MS. They used to say that about Parkinson's and Alzheimer's because the brain is a tricky organ. It is not like looking at the heart and seeing it beat abnormally. It's not like looking at the intestines and seeing how it functions. It's very difficult to image the brain in a living human being. And we're really only getting the technology to look deep inside the brain and start to understand it now. There is still so much we don't understand about how the brain works that we can't really expect that we would understand neurological illness. It's really difficult.
Again, I can't help myself from wondering where all this comes from. What causes fibromyalgia? Why do 2% of U.S. adults get it, while the rest of us don't? Adrian believes that, in her case, it was a combination of stress and physical factors.
we know there's a genetic predisposition. It does run in families. There's a lot of history in my dad's family of neurotransmitter dysregulation, which is involved in fibromyalgia. So this just happens to be the way my neurotransmitter dysregulation expressed itself. I've had chronic back pain from scoliosis and an injury when I was 10. We've learned over the past several years that chronic pain actually rewires the brain. It makes it perceive pain differently. So being in chronic pain can actually lead to a fibromyalgia state. I believe that played into it. I worked in a high-stress job, had hormonal changes going on. When I weaned my daughter, it threw me into premature perimenopause. So body was kind of going crazy. And then I ended up with really massive sleep deprivation. And I remember wondering at one point, just being physically and emotionally frazzled and thinking, how much can the human body take before something gives? And it was about 2 weeks later that I started having the chest pains and found out exactly how much. So that really, I think, is what landed me there. And like with most people with fibromyalgia, it's not a single cause. For most of us, it does take a combination of factors over time. Things build up and, like I said, something gives.
I remember that Dr. Fliegler from Part 1 believed that fibromyalgia was a form of a mind-body disorder.
Lower back and neck pain, leg pain, tendinitis, plantar fasciitis, most neck, shoulder, arm pain, numbness and tingling, migraine headaches, stomach aches, fibromyalgia.
So here's what Adrian thought of that claim.
For some people, it may be not necessarily in a psychological sense, but in the sense that they do develop an abnormal stress response system. Well, we know the stress response system in fibromyalgia is disordered. So it could very well be that in someone with a genetic predisposition, that developing those abnormalities in their stress response, physiological response, not just a psychological one, that it may be that if they can clear up some of their emotional distress, then it will help their stress response system function better and they will feel better. That is wonderful for those people who are suffering because of something like that. Not everybody has that in their past. Not everybody is going to benefit from that kind of approach.
Our second guest agrees that focusing on psychology alone for understanding and treating chronic pain is not the way to go.
People understand this is not a psychological issue, it's a neurochemical response. This has nothing to do with psychology other than the mental input.
That's Dr. David Hanscom, an orthopedic spine surgeon and founder of the nonprofit Puget Sound Spine Society. He's treated chronic pain patients, but he also went through 13 years of intense chronic pain himself. We'll transition away from fibromyalgia to hear about Dr. Hanscom's incredible personal story and the treatment program he developed. Dr. Hanscom starts off by outlining a pattern that gets many high achievers into trouble. Then he explains what this pattern looked like in his own life.
The burnout rate in medicine is about 60%. The suicide rate for physicians is double the national average for male physicians, and for women physicians, it's 4 times the national average. Basically, the same energy that allows you to, quote, be successful, unquote, is the same energy that takes you down the other side. And what happens, I'll just speak for pre-medical students, but I think it's for anybody who's an accomplished person, is that we're sort of trained by our parents and society and our teachers and mentors to be hard on ourselves, to be self-critical, and that's the way we drive ourselves to move forward. You have this vision of who you should be. It's a very idealistic goal. I use the word perfectionism, and allows you to compete at a level that other people can't compete with because you're like a hot knife through butter. I mean, a lot of people are hard on themselves to a certain degree. In fact, I think it's almost universal. There's also a level of self-flagellation that gets to be almost indescribable, at least amongst pre-medical students. And they just drive and drive and drive. So it allows you to compete, get through college with high grades, get into medical school. They start competing for residencies. They start competing for jobs. So at some point, the competition never ends. The problem is using perfectionism as the driving force is that by definition, you can never really be happy. Dr. Burns, in his book called Feeling Good, pointed out a really simple fact that changed my life, whereas the difference between your concept of ideal and reality is the magnitude of your unhappiness. You keep striving and striving and striving, you simply can't get there because what you're trying to get to doesn't exist. And it keeps you going, but at some point you're full of adrenaline and these stress chemicals on a long-term basis, and people get sick. Their body chemistry is permanently off. They're full of adrenaline, cortisol, and the stress chemicals like histamines. Also, endorphins is actually a stress chemical. And what happens is drive just keeps you going, but it also, when you're that adrenalized for that long period of time, it's like driving your car down the freeway in second gear. Your engine's racing, and people flat out get sick. So for me, Same thing in college. I was 3.85 GPA. I was in medical school in the top 15% of my class. I started out with internal medicine training, did well, and then I did orthopedic surgery residency. I don't know why I ended up as a surgeon. I'm really not a surgical personality, but again, this endless challenge was the way to go for me. And then spine surgery, of course, is probably the most challenging aspect of orthopedic surgery, so of course I chose that. But it's during my orthopedic residency, in retrospect, that I started having some sweating episodes, and my ears started to ring, my feet started to burn, and I didn't exactly know what was going on. What I figured out later is my body was full of these stress chemicals which create physical symptoms. So then I went on to a spine fellowship that was considered one of the top 3 in the world at the time. And I didn't get there by being anxious. I get there by being, bring it on. I can handle anything. And what I didn't realize is that this need to strive was my way of covering up anxiety. So I kept striving and striving and striving, and it actually worked for a long period of time. I get into the fellowship, I did a good job, I get into private practice, but about 4 years into practice, around 1990, I was driving across a bridge in Seattle, and I had a panic attack. And I'm going, what's this? I honestly didn't know what anxiety was until that moment. I was so busy being busy that I pretty much suppressed everything. And from that point on, the wheels fell off. So for the next 13 years, I developed more and more physical symptoms. I developed extreme anxiety, insomnia. My feet started to burn. My ears started to ring more. My migraine headaches got worse. I had stomach issues. I had neck pain, back pain, and I had PTSD. I also developed an obsessive compulsive disorder, which is an extreme anxiety disorder. And it was just a disaster, and I had no idea what was going on. And I went through counseling, tried to figure this thing out. Things got worse, but I was very open to ideas and change, and the harder I tried to get better, the worse it got. I was really in bad shape.
Of course, all of these symptoms took a huge toll on Dr. Hanscom.
It was unrelenting anxiety. I had probably 70% of my conscious brain was occupied by just anxiety-producing thoughts. And in 1997, it flipped into an obsessive-compulsive disorder, which is manifested by 4 categories of thinking, which is around sex, violence, religion, and dirt. And they become very vivid, and they just invade your brain. They're called intrusive thoughts, and you just get pummeled. And so every year that went by from 1997 to 2001 just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And then I think I'm pretty clear in the book I was actively suicidal. I still, even now, this very second, if I had to live the rest of my life with that degree of unpleasant, really vivid thoughts, I say, forget it. I'm not going to do this. You're so trapped. You're bouncing around. There's no hope. You don't know what to, you cannot put it into words. So I just said, look, this is an abyss, because I would watch my patients struggle to try to find words to describe the degree of misery that they were in, and that's where I came up with the word the abyss. But there's no hope, and your quality of life is completely gone. You can't enjoy relationships, you can't enjoy sporting events, you can't enjoy anything because your brain is simply pummeled. But you're just flat out trapped, and you're trapped by anything. The sensation is just hopelessness, fear. You just can't put it into words. It's just so dark in there. And I got lucky in 2003. I began a simple exercise called expressive writing. And within 2 weeks, things started to shift. And by 6 months later, going through another series of events that we'll discuss later, I was fine. And I've really been fine since about 2004. It took me another 5 years to figure out what happened, actually even a little bit longer. In 2011, I was hearing a lecture by Dr. Howard Schubner, who was mentored by Dr. Sarno. And in about 10 minutes, the whole thing came together about exactly what had happened. And then I wrote my first book in 2012 based on my experience. Then my second book, called Back in Control, A Surgeon's Roadmap Out of Chronic Pain, was based on my experience, which was more extensive, but also the neuroscience literature has become quite deep on what the problem actually is in chronic pain. So it's been quite a journey. It essentially cost me 15 years of my career, even though I was able to be successful, make a living, and do a good job. But as far as my quality of life, cost me a marriage, cost me all sorts of stuff. And I would choose not to go through this again, by the way, if I had a choice. But I'm grateful to be able to encapsulate the concepts that I learned and how I came out of the hole. But it took a really long time to figure out what had happened to me.
So what did happen? What made a successful med student go on a 13-year-long journey of anxiety and pain? I asked Dr. Hanscom how he made sense of his symptoms during those 13 years, when he didn't have the clarity he has now.
I honestly had no idea. I mean, I was just like my patients. You get bounced around the medical system. I tried medications, I tried counseling, I tried exercise, and I just tried everything you can imagine, and nobody could give me an answer. And, being a high-profile physician, of course, I had access to almost everything. And again, I was in psychotherapy for 13 solid years, twice a week. That's a lot of counseling. And I'm not against it. I was a good support system and helped get me through. But really, it was by pure luck I came out of this hole. I picked up this book called Feeling Good by David Burns, and it's basically book-based cognitive behavioral therapy. And David Burns said to start to do these writing exercises. So I started to write, and literally after trying everything for 15 years, why things started to shift within 2 weeks, as my first glimmer of some type of hope in this whole process.
I asked Dr. Hanscom to expand more on expressive writing and how that helped him heal.
It's not any one thing that solves chronic pain, by the way, so it's a combination. But a Dr. Pennebaker in the 80s started this research project on basically negative writing back then. He had college students volunteer to write for 20 minutes for 4 days in a row about some intense emotional experiences in their lives. Then he measured a bunch of variables 4 months later, just those 4 days. 4 months later, he mentioned a bunch of variables. And he found less anxiety, less depression, better student scores, better athletic performance, less physical symptoms. It was remarkable just those 4 days of intervention what the expressive writing did. I've actually talked to Dr. Pennebaker a few months ago, and there are now over 1,000 research papers documenting the different forms of expressive writing make a difference. And basically, you write down your thoughts and you simply tear them up. Let me jump back into the whole concept of chronic pain for a second. It turns out that anxiety is the pain. And the way any living creature survives on this planet is that we process sensory input, we look around, and we behave in a manner that's safe. In other words, we're avoiding too hot, too cold, sharp or dull. So our bodies automatically keep us in a range of behaviors that's safe. The species of animals that did not pay enough attention to their environmental cues actually didn't survive. It turns out that it's not only survival of the fittest, it's also survival of the most anxious, because it's the most anxious species that survived. So the way we survive is we're processing sensory cues every second, and if something threatens us, we take evasive action, the problem is solved, anxiety drops down, and you move on. So humans have the same response as any other living creature, but what humans have that other living creatures don't have is that we have consciousness, we have thoughts and concepts. So what happens, it turns out that the neuroscience shows that unpleasant thoughts go to the similar part of the brain, say physical threat, and your chemical response is adrenaline, cortisol, histamine to the stress chemicals. Then you try to take evasive action, and then you have the feeling of anxiety. But anxiety is that feeling generated by the stress chemicals. And so it's not primarily psychological. So you have this massive chemical response that's 1,000,000 times stronger than the conscious brain. So although your consciousness created the stress reaction, it's the same stress reaction that you have from a physical threat. The problems that humans have is that we can't escape our thoughts. So we're trapped. And I think the basis of chronic pain is this constant bombardment of unpleasant thoughts that we just simply can't escape. And indeed, people's anxiety tends to get worse as they get older because you get programmed and your brain gets sensitized to these thoughts. And the more you do battle with them, the stronger they get. So what happens is that what the writing does, somehow it breaks up the circuits. I'm not a neuroscientist. Actually, Dr. Pennebaker pointed out that nobody really knows why this works. But somehow you're externalizing these thoughts. You're not trying to solve them or fix them, because the more you do battle with them, you actually reinforce them. But when you write the thoughts down, the thoughts are on paper. There's a distance between the paper and you. That space is separated by vision and feel, which is part of the unconscious brain. Then I have people tear them up instantly. And the reason why I have people tear them up is to basically not analyze them. So if you analyze them, your attention's on the thoughts. The other reason is to write with freedom. So the first book talks about doing negative writing. It turns out it doesn't matter. It can be positive or negative. It can be normal, bizarre. It doesn't really matter what the thoughts are, because it's just a separation process. And when you tear these thoughts up, you're not getting rid of them. I mean, there are trillions of thoughts. You're not going to solve these things. So to me, it's a metaphor for simply separating from your thoughts. Nothing happens until the writing starts. And it's not the solution, it's only the foundational step. It's like putting your toe in the water. But until you actually take that first step of the writing, nothing else really happens. What you're trying to do is you're trying to change the shape and structure of your brain. So with neuroplasticity, or changing the structure of your brain, you have awareness, separation, and reprogramming. And what the expressive writing does, you create awareness and separation in one step, and then the redirection can be visualization, mindfulness, relaxation, good food, good wine, good friends, play, whatever you want, you can redirect. If you're using these redirection tools to fight chronic pain, again, pain's running the show. So that's why the writing is so critical. You've externalized these thoughts, and then you can redirect.
So that was Dr. Hanscom's personal experience with chronic pain and how expressive writing played a key role in his recovery. Let's pause to talk about models for understanding chronic pain. We heard two in episode 1. The first was the structural perspective, which approaches chronic pain like RSI as a structural problem and treats them as such by using things like supplements, ice, rest, ergonomics, cortisol injections, acupuncture, surgery, all as a way to engineer the body until it functions normally again. The second model is the mind-body one, which understands chronic pain as a psychological condition, whereby the mind induces pain to mask one's anxiety, which the unconscious sees as more threatening than physical pain. The mind-body treatment is almost entirely psychological. Patients are instructed to learn about the process, think about their sources of emotional distress, and reframe their mind to attribute pain to emotional causes instead of physical ones. Dr. Hanscom has a third model for understanding pain that is centered not around anatomy or psychology, but rather neuroscience. He's also developed a treatment plan for chronic pain around this understanding. Here he is to explain.
Basically, we developed 4 stages. So what you're trying to do, remember, adrenaline creates anxiety and frustration. So the number one thing is trying to simply decrease the body's adrenaline. So just right this second, just drop your shoulders for a second, feel the shoulders drop, feel where you're sitting in the chair, try to listen to sounds. We call it active meditation. So what you're doing is simply have these repetitive racing thoughts in your brain. You simply switch sensory input. So the writing does the awareness and separation in one step. Then the active meditation is the simplest, easiest, quickest tool simply to redirect your attention. So what you're doing when you connect to a specific sensation, then you're basically connected to the current moment, and you're not going to stop the racing thoughts, but you simply direct your attention so your mind's not on those racing thoughts anymore. Again, the two things are neuroplasticity, stimulating your brain to change direction and decreasing the body's adrenaline, are the basic concepts that run throughout the entire process. So in stage 1, I say, look, let's pretend you're my patient for a second. And let's say your knee's hurting you badly, and we would do some physical therapy, etc. I say, look, what I want you to do is to go home, here's the book, here's the website, and I'll see you back in 2 or 3 weeks once you understand the problem. So, you have to understand the problem before you can solve it. So I say, look, I simply want you to understand chronic pain. And what the book does, it gives you the education and context of what we're trying to do. So until you understand the neurological nature of chronic pain, well, we can't really do much. The current definition of chronic pain, by the way, from the neuroscience centers, it is an embedded memory that becomes connected with more and more life experiences, and the memory can't be erased. So what happens, you have these pain impulses coming at your brain, and just like an athlete and artist, these impulses become memorized. Then once they become memorized, they are permanent. It's like riding a bicycle. So you really cannot unlearn how to ride a bicycle, and you really cannot unlearn your pain. So these are permanent pain circuits in your brain. You can't get rid of them. The more you try to get rid of them, the worse it gets. So again, what you're doing, you're separating and redirecting. The first step in stage 1 is simply learn about chronic pain. And by the way, a paper out of Australia done recently showed that simply understanding chronic pain drops the pain down by about 80% within a year. Just education. So once you understand the problem, it's not that hard to solve. Second thing is the expressive writing. Again, it's not the solution. It's just that foundational first step of awareness and separation. Step 3 is the low exercise. Again, just drop your shoulders, called active meditation, which is a simple redirection process. The fourth one is sleep. And the research shows that lack of sleep actually induces chronic pain. And the final step, which has been fascinating, it just came out a couple of years ago, is that if you're my patient in the office, I say, look, when you walk out of the door of my office, I don't want you to ever talk about your pain ever again to anybody, ever, especially your family. And by the way, no complaining. And also, by the way, no pain behavior. So again, when you're complaining about your pain, where's your attention, right? It's on the pain. So again, think in terms of neuroplasticity. It's like directing a river into a different channel. And what you're doing is that by complaining about your pain, which I found out that people do most of the time, and I get it, it's a very overwhelming sensation, but by complaining about your pain, you're actually reinforcing those pathways dramatically. So that's basically stage 1. Again, awareness, separation, and redirecting. And again, with the writing exercises, it's really critical not just to crumple them up, but actually to shred them, burn them, or just tear them up, because you really want to write with complete freedom. But it appears that one of the basic concepts of human consciousness, just for a sense of well-being, is simply these writing exercises.
I thought it was interesting that both the mind-body and Dr. Hanscom's model start with learning more about the problem. They also both involve writing. I figured that some people might not get so excited about doing those things, especially if they're already in pain. So I asked Dr. Hanscom how he responds to patients who are skeptical or reluctant to follow his approach.
There's actually nothing I can do. So I spent 5 years trying to convince people to get better. But what became apparent to me pretty quickly, even in my own experience, is that when you're in pain, you're angry, you're frustrated, it's also people become used to being that way, so it's a familiar pattern. They also become somewhat addicted to being in pain because you're a victim role. You obviously are truly a victim. There's a sequence of anger of a circumstance that you blame, then you're a victim, then you're angry. And there's perceived victimhood where somebody hurt your feelings or cut you off in traffic, but you really weren't damaged. It's just, you still have a sequence of circumstance, blame, victim, and frustration. And then there's real victimhood, which somebody assaults you, robs you, cheats you in business, etc. Being in pain, by the way, is a legitimate reason to be a victim. The problem is that the more legitimate your victimhood, the harder it is to let it go. The most powerful role that the humans can have. You feel entitled, you feel powerful, you can manipulate yourself, you can manipulate other people. So it turns out that the biggest obstacle to getting better isn't the lack of resources and concepts, it's your willingness to undergo change. And when you're angry and frustrated, your brain's shut down. You really aren't open to new ideas. So it turns out that the anxiety and frustration, which is actually part of the disease process, also blocks effective treatment. So I would spend hours and hours talking to people, trying to convince them to get better, trying to get them to move forward. And the more I tried to talk to them, the more frustrated and angry they would get. So I have learned that the quicker I let go, say, hey, look, happy to help you out, come back anytime. A much higher percent of people actually come back and engage in the process. If somebody engages in the process, whether it's my set of sequence or similar set of sequence from somebody else, probably 9% of people get better within 3 to 6 months, sometimes a lot shorter, sometimes quite a bit longer. But at some tipping point, you're just really utilizing the way the brain works. So these are not new concepts. Essentially, everything in my book has actually been documented in hundreds of research papers. So it's not a matter of a belief system that I'm going to believe this is going to work. It's just the way the brain works. It's based on solid medical research, and it's just a matter of time and repetition. So it's a long answer saying, look, if somebody doesn't want to get better and they just want to be fixed, there's absolutely nothing I can do.
Dr. Hanscom alluded to the powerful roles that stories and victimhood can play in our experience of pain. He continues to explain how these roles translate into anger and actually prevent recovery.
I really didn't understand how people really became used to their pain and really didn't want to give it up. I don't want to give it up. When you're upset and angry, you feel very powerful and strong. This process, I'm going to talk about stage 2 for a second, is basically forgiveness and play. Remember, we talked about the concept of awareness, separation, and reprogramming for neuroplasticity, also decrease the body's adrenaline. The research shows that over 90% of people in chronic pain are angry at the person or situation that caused the problem in the first place. But interestingly enough, the person that they're most angry at is themselves. So remember, the antidote to anxiety is control. In other words, something threatens you, you become anxious, you feel like chemical surge, you take action to solve the problem, and then you move on. But when you're trapped by finances, relationships, some physical threat, your body secretes more adrenaline to try to solve the problem in an effort to regain control, and you become angry. So anger is simply adrenaline with a chemical kick. They're the same thing. So what happens is that if you are angry, your body's really full of stress chemicals. And in my own journey in healing, I had a self-image of being sort of cold. I didn't really understand I had anger issues at all. I wasn't connected to my anxiety. So I had this body physiology of just boiling chemistry of all these stress chemicals, but I suppressed it. Essentially what took me down, I was very active, very busy. I suppressed anxiety. I didn't think I was angry at all. But through a series of personal circumstances, the anger came out pretty badly, by the way. And once I muddled my way through that, within about 6 weeks, that's when all my physical symptoms started to disappear. So of those 17 symptoms that I essentially have none of those. The ringing in my ears is gone. My feet don't burn. I don't have back pain, neck pain. I don't have these obsessive thought patterns. I'm not depressed. All these things disappeared. And again, the reason why so many physical symptoms occur with a stressed out nervous system is that each organ system responds to the stress chemicals in its own way. For instance, adrenaline shuts down the blood supply to the stomach and bladder. So there's irritable bowel syndrome and spastic bladder. Shuts down the blood supply to the frontal lobe of the brain, hence migraine headaches. The nerve conduction doubles when you're full of stress chemicals, so increased pain, all sorts of burning sensations, etc. throughout the body. So what happens, what people understand, this is not a psychological issue, it's a neurochemical response. So this body chemistry changes the way each organ system responds. That's why there's so many physical symptoms. This has nothing to do with psychology other than the mental input.
Dr. Hanscom then explains why forgiveness is a necessary step of overcoming anger and pain.
If you're angry and stay angry, again, if you're holding on to the past for some reason, you absolutely can't heal. You cannot heal unless you can let go of the anger. The more legitimate the anger, the harder it is to let go. But a book came into my practice about 8 years ago called Forgive for Good by Dr. Fred Luskin out of Stanford. And he did 4 major research projects on forgiveness. 2 of the research projects were with the parents of children who had been murdered. And obviously a legitimate reason to be angry. Basically points out that these people who harmed your children are to be despised. You don't have to like these people. But not only have they taken your children's life, they've also taken your life. In other words, you're consumed with anger, you're frustrated. So what happens, your quality of life has also disappeared. And his point that forgiveness is very much of a selfish act. You're simply reclaiming your life. And my point is, when you've had major losses like that, you have to really honor your losses or honor your loved ones by living a good life. It turns out that until, I call it the continental divide of chronic pain, your anxiety is not going to drop, your pain is not going to drop until you've truly let go. So compare that to play. When you're at play and just enjoying your life, your body's full of oxytocin, the love drug, dopamine, the reward drug, serotonin, which is an antidepressant, then a group of drugs called the GABA drugs, which are similar to Valium, which are very powerful drugs that relax your body. So when you're relaxed and at play, it's an incredible chemical bath, and really your sense of well-being in life is really dependent on your chemical bath. So again, when you're full of stress chemicals, you have a very deep sense of uneasiness and survival. When you're at play, life is good and full and rich. And that's what the book does. It connects you with your own healing capacity and your capacity to actually auto-regulate your body's chemistry.
In addition to anger, Dr. Hanscom says that our attachment to concepts and ideologies can also lock us into a pain state.
Dr. Burns in his book, Feeling Good, points out 10 cognitive distortions that we all do as humans. And what happens is that, for instance, labeling, you label somebody as less than or more than or some type of racial or political label. And those labels take away awareness. You don't know who that person is. We tend to focus on negative emotions. He calls it emotional reasoning. The should word is, the perfectionism word, etc. Catastrophizing people, blow things up out of proportion. Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett out of Boston pointed out that she went into the neuroscience of consciousness, and basically thoughts and concepts get embedded in your brain the same way a table or chair does. In other words, when you look at a table, the only reason it's a table is because your brain interprets the sensory input that says this is a table. It could be a black, brown, or white table. And again, your brain says it's one of those colors. So unless your brain unscrambles sensory input, you don't know what's going on. Turns out for humans, concepts get embedded as concretely as these physical objects do. And it's a huge problem. We basically become programmed by our past. So whatever story we have in our head with repetition becomes embedded more and more and more. That's why brainwashing is so effective, because people get embedded into some type of ideology. You can't break it. And if I rewrite my book, I have to actually change it a little bit, because in my first 2 books, I said, look, thoughts are real because they create real physical chemical changes in your body, but they're not your reality. It's actually not true. They're actually your version of reality. Everyone's programmed by their past. I mean, all of us are programmed by our input, our parents, our society. Every second of our life gets programmed into our brain. So we become products of our past. It's really critical for all of us to look at our religious background, our ideology, our politics, etc., and realize that one reason it's really helped to talk about religion and politics very much, because your view of religion and politics is deeply real as the air you're breathing. Same thing as my view of religion and politics is the same. And that's why it's so critical for our world to realize how deeply these concepts are embedded in our brains, because we start taking very concrete physical actions based on these concepts. We fight wars, we do bad things to people because of this. And the key issue is to understand you have your viewpoint, I have my viewpoint. They're equally valid to each one of us individually. So the key is always to find a common ground. Then always be open to change, because your concepts are changeable if you're open to those changes. If you're convinced your view of the world is the right way to go, it's very humbling to me personally when I see other people being stuck in their ideology, because I spent my entire life, I was an idealist, and basically I substituted this idealistic view of life for my really very abusive, unpleasant background. So my idealism became my reality, but what it did, it disconnected me from deeper relationships. So understanding how deeply these concepts get embedded in our human consciousness is really, really critical. I think actually a human survival issue. And the neuroscience is there. It showing us the problem. Same thing, these pain pathways get embedded in our brain. Understanding this reality of how deeply concepts get embedded in our brain is a big deal. So the stories we create about our lives are a big deal.
So our stories, biases, and past experiences embed these concepts in our brain, and those concepts result in chemical and other physical changes in our body, making our version of reality true, at least as far as our biochemistry is concerned. So if our biases, which are very difficult to change, and our past experiences, which are impossible to change, so greatly impact our pain and anxiety, how much of this is even avoidable? It turns out maybe that's not the right question to ask. Before I let Dr. Hanscom explain why, let me quickly set up the rings that he'll refer to. The red, blue, and green rings are a reference to the 3 categories of human emotions, according to compassion-focused therapy. There's a nice visual of this in Dr. Hanscom's blog, which is linked in the show notes. But for now, imagine a circle that's divided into 3 rings or subcircles. The outermost ring is blue, representing the emotions of doing and achieving. The middle ring is red, representing the emotions of threat and self-protection. And the innermost ring is green, representing contentment and feeling safe. So, blue, achieving; red, self-protection; green, contentment. Okay, here's Dr. Hanscom.
So here's the key part of maybe this entire discussion. So it's called the Ring of Fire. The goal isn't to stay in the green. The key is to learn to pass through the red ring without too much trouble. In other words, you're having a bad day at work and you're anxious and frustrated, you just use your writing exercises, relaxation exercises to come out of the trigger more quickly. So it's not about avoiding stress, it's about processing stress. Remember, it's stressful avoiding stress. The goal is not to be pain-free. The goal is to absorb anxiety and frustration as part of your life. And then what happens, again, is you have less adrenaline, less anxiety, and life starts moving forward relatively quickly. And your goal is to live your life with or without the pain, with or without your anxiety or frustration. So I think this is definitely a learned skill. You simply don't have to go what I went through to get there. It's basically learn how to auto-regulate your body's chemistry. First step is becoming aware when you're out of the green ring. The second thing is really becoming aware that the green ring even exists. In other words, I was raised in a very abusive environment. And so to me, the red ring was the norm. That's my starting point. I didn't even know that the green ring existed. You just had to become aware that it exists, learn to become comfortable with anxiety and frustration, and then you can go from the green ring to the blue ring whenever you want. In other words, you're a free person. If you're not hamstrung by anxiety, you have a life.
Dr. Fliegler had a very similar response when I asked her about whether some chronic pains and anxiety are avoidable.
So I think that a lot of it is avoidable. I mean, people have stressful events in their childhood. People have stressful events in their life, right? So you can't necessarily change those. However, the way that you cope with them can prevent the progression so that they don't experience pain and anxiety.
Okay, so it makes more sense to focus on improving how we handle life stressors rather than trying to avoid pain and anxiety altogether. That's where we'll stop in this episode, so let's summarize what else we learned. First, we focused on how a particularly disabling neurological chronic condition called fibromyalgia affects the way the brain processes pain. There are over 60 recognized symptoms for fibromyalgia, including widespread pain, fatigue, and even cognitive difficulties. Fibromyalgia pain can be very intense, even in response to seemingly innocent sensations. Although there is not one objective test for fibromyalgia, the pain is still very real. Then we shifted our attention to Dr. David Hanscom and his experience with widespread chronic pain. We recapped that the structural model understands pain as a physical problem, and that the mind-body model sees many chronic pains as caused by psychological factors, like how one unconsciously processes his or her emotions. Dr. Hanscom's model, however, understands chronic pain as a neurochemical problem, and his treatment aims to auto-regulate the body's chemistry through the use of expressive writing, active meditation, sleep, and not talking or complaining about one's pain. We then learned how our biases and the stories we tell ourselves can perpetuate the pain process. Finally, we heard why handling life stressors is a more valuable skill than avoiding them. Next episode, I'll be sharing my own experience with chronic pain and how I got better. I'll also be connecting my story with some of the topics we heard in this episode and the one prior, like how writing, personality, and fear ended up impacting my condition. Thanks for listening.
The roots of RSI are really physical.
Psychological stress phenomenon.
It really boils down to the body chemistry.
It doesn't make any sense to us either, trust me, when we're living it.
Pain! Thank you!
Got no results, just a lot of recommendations for how I should be resting more.
If I had to live the rest of my life with that degree of unpleasant thoughts, I say forget it. I'm not going to do this.
We've been zooming in and out of the chronic pain landscape throughout the first 2 episodes of this mini-series. In the first, we dove into repetitive strain injuries, like the hand pain that's commonly thought to be a result of excessive typing. Then, after having covered that specific condition, we backed up to explore 2 different models or perspectives for understanding chronic pain in general, notably the mind-body and structural models. And in part 2, we start off by hearing about a journalist's experience with a widespread, mysterious form of chronic pain called fibromyalgia. We also heard about a spine surgeon's experience with a slew of chronic conditions, including back pain, insomnia, anxiety, and OCD. Then we use the context of those cases to consider more general topics like the roles that bias and victimhood might play in chronic pain. So I'll continue this trend in this 3rd and final installment of the mini-series by sharing my own descent into and recovery from chronic pain. Then we'll zoom out to see how my story can be unpacked in light of previous topics we covered, like how writing, personality, and fear can impact one's condition. With that, I'll start by simply explaining the chronic pain I developed and what I did about it. I actually experienced a couple forms of chronic pain, but the first occurred in my knee while I was training for a marathon. It started as a nagging pain during my training days, but then when I was biking to the gym, I had a random attack of pain that was so intense that I couldn't bear any weight on my leg until the next day. Now, I was confused at the suddenness of that incident, but I assumed I was just overworking myself, so I took a few days off and figured I'd be fine afterwards. However, I had another intense attack a few days after I started running again, and then another. This time I couldn't bear any weight on my legs for 3 whole days, and 3 weeks afterwards it was still painful to walk or stand for longer than 5 minutes at a time. And even more concerning was that the pain had started to spread to my other knee. So I, of course, became really worried and started taking more action at this point. I stopped running and exercising altogether. I went to my primary care physician. He gave me anti-inflammatories for pain management and referred me to a couple of physical therapists. And at those PT appointments, I was told that overuse, inflammation, and compression of my kneecap tendon were the causes of my pain. So I was given flexibility and strengthening exercises, but when those didn't help after a few weeks, I met with an orthopedic sports medicine specialist who administered plenty of tests for torn ligaments, broken bones, and other common injuries, but everything came back negative. So I was just told to continue therapy. But overall, everyone, including myself, was confused about why I was still in pain for months after I had stopped running. Around 4 months after my initial attack, the pain finally started to subside. I figured then that this was all thanks to my diligence with my therapy exercises and the long period of rest I'd taken, and things were actually good for a time. It seemed like the knee pain was just a result of a one-time injury, and now that this injury had healed, I could move on with my life. Shortly afterwards, though, I had discomfort again, but not in my knees. This time, it was in my wrists and my hands. It was pretty subtle at first, just a little tightness in my right wrist and my right hand on occasion. Then that tightness spread to my left wrist and hand. And eventually I found myself shaking all the time and massaging my hands in an attempt to relieve the discomfort somehow. But it still wasn't unbearable at this point. I could still get through a full day of typing. So again, I assumed everything would just pass on its own. But instead, the pain intensified and became chronic. My hands, my forearms, and wrists started to hurt on a daily basis, and it became challenging to type throughout the day. And since my career depends on me typing, I became really concerned. So again, I did what I could. I did a lot of researching and came to the conclusion that I had a repetitive strain injury, or RSI. And if you remember from part 1, the common explanation for RSI symptoms is that they are caused by diseased tissues due to repeated exposure in non-ergonomic positions without enough rest. So I assumed that was the case and did what everyone said to do. I started stretching my hands,
I improved my workstation ergonomics and my typing habits. I got the vertical mouse. I got the elevated keyboard. I started using a standing desk. I took a lot of breaks and I wore wrist braces. And all that seemed to help, but only up to a point. I still felt an increasing amount of pain in my hands. So, getting more worried now, I went to my primary care physician again, and again, similar story, referred to therapy and given anti-inflammatories. My occupational therapist treatment was to have me take breaks every 20 minutes, sleep with my wrist braces on so as not to roll on my wrist during sleep, do some light massage twice per day. I was also to take a hot shower in the morning to warm up my hands before typing, and after work, I was to ice my wrists, forearms, and hands to reduce the inflammation I had caused throughout the day of typing. And I was also getting regular ultrasounds. So I did all those things exactly as instructed, but I only experienced minimal, temporary relief. The pain always came back the next day. And not only did it come back, but it got worse and worse, to the point where it became extreme. I was unable to type or text. I couldn't do much of anything that involved use of the hands. That meant no folding laundry, no turning doorknobs. I couldn't even place my hands on a keyboard at that time. So, not surprisingly, I couldn't work. I went on medical leave and I was worried about losing not only my job, but my whole career. All this was taking a big toll on me emotionally. I had constant anxiety. What would I do to make money? How will I move my stuff out of my apartment in a few weeks? Will I lose my friends? Will I have to move back in with my parents? Do I need surgery? With all these thoughts racing through my head, I could only sleep for a few hours a night. And even worse, that worry and sleeplessness started to morph into self-hatred and feelings of defeat. I couldn't do anything I used to love, and I felt worthless, and it seemed like there was no way out. I was starting to feel unproductive and uncreative, and the idea of being like that for the rest of my life was so unbearable that, for the first time, I actually considered suicide. Thankfully, that's not where my story ends. I did in fact get better, a lot better actually, and I'll tell you how. The first step was simply noticing that the information I was being told didn't explain my condition, at least not very convincingly. I kept hearing from my doctors and therapists that my tissues were diseased or inflamed because I didn't rest enough. And I believe that was the case, but even still, there were a lot of, I'll say, curious aspects about my condition, which couldn't simply be explained away by inflammation or damaged tissues and tendons. So I'll briefly explain 7 of these curiosities that seemed to challenge the idea that I was in pain simply because of repetitive movements. The first was that although I was in intense pain, nothing came back from the various medical tests I took. My knee x-ray was negative, my knee MRI only showed minor inflammation, and I didn't have any pain when the doctor stress tested my knees by contorting them and applying pressure with various stretches. I could even perform a full squat in front of him when he asked me to. Basically, everything seemed fine, but I still found myself limping when walking to and from the doctor's office, almost out of habit. The second curiosity, which I alluded to earlier, was that my knees stopped hurting after I developed pain in my arms. Sure, it could have been a simple coincidence that I developed a different injury right after my previous one, but it still gave me pause. Third, I was able to use my hands and forearms to squeeze my bike brakes during my bike ride to and from my physical therapist's office, yet I couldn't use them on a keyboard without experiencing intense pain. Squeezing on old brakes definitely felt more intense than lightly typing on a keyboard, so why was I able to do it without any pain? The fourth curiosity was that my older peers could type fine using the same mechanics that supposedly led to my symptoms. If I was having this intense pain in my mid-20s, why weren't the older folks having any issues? They had even worse posture and ergonomics than I did, and they've been at this for decades longer than I had. The fifth curiosity was maybe the most curious, and it was that my pain intensified when I was around a certain handful of people. Yes, I'm serious. I'm sure it sounds crazy, but it was a pattern I noticed, and there was no exception to this. So to give you a little more context, I was working on a group project of sorts, and in my head, I partly blamed a few individuals in that group for my pain because I felt like they pressured me to work long hours on the project and therefore I typed more than I should have. And I noticed that when I was forced to interact with those individuals as part of this project, my hands and my wrists would always feel worse afterwards. For example, I'd feel okay and then I'd have a simple meeting with the group where we'd only discuss stuff about the project. There's no typing being done by anyone. And afterwards, I noticed that my wrists and my hands felt way worse. If the pain was entirely a physical issue, how could just being around certain people make my symptoms worse? 6th, the location of my pain did not always match the areas of physical stress. For example, I would use my right index finger to mouse click, but then I'd feel pain in my left index finger, even though that had just been resting on my side the whole time. John Osterhout, the computer science professor we heard from in part 1, actually experienced something really similar. Here's that clip where he explains.
But another thing that was really bizarre, I found that I'd be sitting there in my office with my left arm just lying loosely in my lap and a mouse with my right hand, and I would get all the same symptoms in my left arm while I was working, even though I wasn't actually typing with it. It's just sitting there in my lap, and I'm still getting pain in my forearm and my wrist. And again, this was when I'm sitting in my computer posture. If I got up to do other things, the pain would go away. And so there's clearly something else going on.
Finally, I noticed that my wrist and hand symptoms got worse the more research I did about wrist and hand pain. Learning about what the condition should be like seemed to become a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy, where the more symptoms I learned about, the more I developed. Alright, all that's to say that some things about my condition just didn't add up. I didn't have the answers for these things, and neither did my medical team. When I asked them about these specifics or why in general I wasn't improving, everyone kept repeating the same phrases.
Inflammation, poor posture, tissue damage, more stretching, longer breaks.
The more they dismissed my observations, the more I wondered whether something else might be going on, whether there might be a better explanation for what was happening to me. Obviously, I was disappointed with my treatment up to that point and the lack of answers I had, so I eventually started doing my own research again. Early on, I stumbled upon some blogs and videos from people claiming that they cured their RSI and other pains without any surgery or medication simply by reading these books by this Dr. Sarno guy. I was immediately skeptical and decided that there's no way that my complicated injuries could be cured so easily. I was even skeptical about the notion of a cure after being told over and over that my tissues and my tendons were permanently damaged. I didn't think there could be a way to reverse a condition, so I ignored anything that claimed to lead to cures or even mention Dr. Sarno. However, after all the splinting, icing, the stretching, the resting, and those other conventional methods failed me for months, I was desperate. I was ready to do anything I could to get better, and giving Dr. Sarno's stuff a chance was the last thing I hadn't tried. So I swallowed my pride and ordered his book, The Mind-Body Prescription. And despite this desperation, though, I was still skeptical. In the back of my head, I fully expected to leaf through the book, find nothing but nonsense, and return it. But after just reading the first few chapters, I was struck by how well Dr. Sarno's model explained my condition and all its curiosities. The mind-body perspective is discussed in more detail in part 1 of this mini-series, but I'll try to summarize the gist in the following 4 points. 1. The brain has the capacity to initiate physical, chemical, or neural changes in the body that can result in pain. 2. This pain that is initiated by the mind is created to assist the repression of rage and other unacceptable feelings. The mind unconsciously represses these emotions because it considers them too dangerous, too embarrassing, or too painful to be expressed consciously. 3. This process happens unconsciously, automatically bypassing the intellect. There's no point where someone sits down and decides for themselves between having extreme chronic pain or experiencing uncomfortable, repressed emotions. This process of experiencing pain and other symptoms without any physical defect is a normal part of being human. Dr. Sarno would say that anyone who's gotten a stomachache or an elevated heartbeat before a presentation has actually experienced this psychosomatic process, since there's nothing wrong with their stomach
or heart during those times. It was just their mind and emotions that created the physical changes. Sarno also says that for some though, especially those whose personalities bring about a lot of emotional tension, these symptoms can become more extreme and chronic. Okay, so that was an overly simplified summary of what I was reading in Dr. Sarno's book that night. And although I wasn't even sure if I was on board with all of that, I read on until I finally got to the treatment chapter, where Dr. Sarno suggests making a list of everything that could be consciously and unconsciously contributing to my situation. The thought behind this exercise was this: if the sole purpose of physical symptoms is to distract oneself from painful thoughts and emotions, then by bringing those stressors to one's attention, the pain would no longer be needed as a distraction. It'd be unnecessary to try to hide or repress something that's already been brought to light. That more or less made sense to me, so I went for it. I got up from my bed and filled my big living room whiteboard with everything I could think of that could have been affecting me at that time. The list is long, for sure, but two things stuck out as being especially important. The first involved my travel plans. I had a long-term dream of relocating to Southeast Asia, but at the time of my most intense symptoms, my plans were falling apart. I had trouble securing a job, a visa, and a big enough budget to support a move across the world. And as a result of all that, I built up a lot of resentment towards the companies and the scholarship committees that rejected me, towards the regulatory agencies, and towards the world at large. I also built up plenty of self-hate because, in my mind, I had failed to make my dream a reality. The second major source of distress was my decision to donate one of my kidneys. Donation appealed to my logic and morals because it would have allowed me to dramatically improve someone's life while only sacrificing a few weeks of income and some physical comfort on my end. So I had gone through all the rigorous medical and psychological tests, all the forms and meetings that are required before donation, and I finally had a date picked out for my surgery. But as that date approached, my chronic pain symptoms worsened. One of my most painful attacks actually happened while I was in a meeting with the donation team. My hands were in so much pain during that meeting that I could barely fill out my medical forms. So consciously, I was very comfortable with donating my kidney, but I think the prospect of sacrificing my own well-being for a stranger infuriated my unconscious, the part of my mind that just wanted to keep working and exercising and didn't want to risk my health by doing this unnecessary surgery. Alright, so those were the two sources of stress that I figured might be necessitating my chronic issues. And after gaining more clarity about those stressors, I started to see how impactful they were on my life, and I began to accept the idea that maybe my pain wasn't just a result of some abnormalities in my physical body. And then something really remarkable happened. When I started reading the book, I was lying in my bed with my wrist braces on, like was usual during those days, since bending my wrists had become very painful. My hands were also cold then, which is also typical of those days. But after I internalized the mind-body ideas and uncovered my hidden stressors, I felt a rush of warmth spread down from my elbows to my wrists and my hands. I figured it had to be some fluke or that I was just imagining it, so I just waited for a few minutes, and when the warmth was still there, I started to believe that this mind-body stuff might be real. And as my hope started to grow, I became ready to really put the idea to the test. So still very hesitant, I gingerly took my hands out of my splints and slowly moved them around. That movement, again, just hours before, would have sent me into a painful frenzy. But now, to my amazement, that same movement didn't hurt. When I woke up the next day, I felt even better than I did the night before. And by the time I finished the book later that day, I felt 90% normal. I decided to really test the boundaries of my improvement. I typed on my phone, I drove around town, I did the dishes, I even jumped rope for a few minutes. And to my amazement, I was fine. My hands didn't hurt. A few days later, I went all in and followed Dr. Sarno's recommendation to detach oneself from the devices and activities associated with the pain. So I returned my wrist braces, my ice packs, and my RSI books. I canceled all my appointments with my therapists and my hand specialists, and I returned to work. And despite the fear in the back of my head that the pain would come roaring back even worse than before, it never did. Instead, I just resumed a normal life again. It's now been over a year since I picked up Dr. Sarno's book, and I'm still living pain-free. I rock climb, weightlift, cook, I write, all without so much as a twinge of discomfort or tightness in my hands or knees. I've also continued working as a programmer, typing for hours on end without any pain. In short, I got my life back. So things turned around for me pretty quickly, so quickly and smoothly that I want to make a few disclaimers before moving on. As is probably clear by now, I do believe that there is an intimate connection between the mind and the body. And I do believe that it's possible to recover from some chronic pains using methods similar to Dr. Sarno's, Dr. Hanscom's, and many others. I just think considering the mental factors that are associated with physical pains can be an effective treatment approach. All that said, I don't want to give the impression that I believe everyone with a chronic issue will have as quick or easy as recovery as I did. It's true that some can read Dr. Sarno's books with an open mind, do some introspection and education about the psychosomatic process, and then get better. But I think whether someone recovers and the speed at which they do can depend on a lot of other factors, like how open they are to these ideas in the first place, or how long they've been in chronic pain, or their level of self-awareness and vulnerability. So I'm obviously a big proponent of the mind-body perspective now. It is, after all, the only thing that got me better. But I also encourage people to explore these ideas on their own. But I don't want to make it seem like this approach is even best for everyone. If someone is so attached to their pain and they've built their life around it, then maybe supporting them would be more helpful than trying to force them to reluctantly read some books or start doing writing exercises. Or if assessing one's belief about pain or doing these exercises would be more uncomfortable than the physical pain itself, then maybe their situation's okay. Alright, that's it for the obligatory disclaimers. So that was my journey descending into chronic pain and anxiety and then making a full recovery. As you've probably noticed if you listened to parts 1 and 2, there are a ton of connections between my experience and the topics we previously explored. In the next section of this episode, I'm going to dig into 4 of them. The first is how much my injury story and sense of victimhood impacted my condition. Dr. Hanscom explained in part 2 that convincing yourself that you are wronged can be a powerful experience, but also a detrimental one.
The problem is that the more legitimate your victimhood, the harder it is to let it go. The most powerful role that the humans can have. You feel entitled, you feel powerful, you can manipulate yourself, you can manipulate other people. So it turns out that the biggest obstacle to getting better isn't the lack of resources and concepts, it's your willingness to undergo change. And when you're angry and frustrated, your brain shut down. You really aren't open to new ideas. So it turns out that the anxiety and frustration, which is actually part of the disease process, also blocks effective treatment. People really became used to their pain and really didn't want to give it up. I mean, I don't want to give it up. When you're upset and angry, you feel very powerful and strong. And basically, thoughts and concepts get embedded in your brain the same way a table or chair does. In other words, when you look at a table, the only reason it's a table is because your brain interprets the sensory input that says this is a table. It could be a black, brown, or white table. And again, your brain says it's one of those colors. So unless your brain unscrambles sensory input, you don't know what's going on. Turns out for humans, concepts get embedded as concretely as these physical objects do. And it's a huge problem. We basically become programmed by our past. So whatever story we have in our head with repetition becomes embedded more and more and more. You can't break it.
All this rang very true in my case. Without knowing it, I started building my story and sense of victimhood as soon as my pain progressed. And the longer I was in pain, the more attached I became to that story. When people saw me limping from knee pain or wearing wrist splints or taking frequent breaks or icing my arms, they naturally had questions. And I naturally wanted to give them and myself some answers. But the ones I got from my doctors and therapists weren't very satisfying. I was disappointed when they told me that nothing was wrong. I wanted something to be wrong.
and preferably something dramatic. That way, I'd at least be justified for being less productive and for being so afraid of further injury. I didn't want to just feel like I was making this stuff up for no reason. So I started investigating, and when I stumbled upon the idea of a repetitive strain injury, I became convinced that I had one. Although I would have never been able to recognize this then, I actually felt empowered once I decided that I had a repetitive strain injury. And that's because it made me feel like I had done nothing wrong, that I had just been a victim of work ethic and ambition. After all, I ran a lot because I had goals to run for a long distance, and striving to push oneself like that is admirable, so I should be respected for having pursued that extreme goal. And after all, I had typed like crazy for long hours so I could become a good programmer and be a good employee. And those were both respectable goals. Having a story was also empowering because it gave me justification to push back when I felt pressure to do things that I was afraid might hurt my condition. I'd say things like, "No, I won't answer my emails on the weekend because that's the only time I have to rest my hands." Or I'd say, "No, I can't go into work because my knee is killing me and it needs some rest." Having the power to say no and to be able to give what I thought was a convincing and well-informed explanation for the cause of my pain, that was all I had. And so I desperately clung on to it. But while that story definitely gave me some emotional relief, it actually prevented me from considering conflicting explanations for my pain. That's because every time I told my story, I became more stubborn in my belief in it and less open to other perspectives. And the more information I learned about RSI, the more I made it conform to my story. Like Dr. Hanscom said, the stories I told myself about my victimhood and the reasons that caused it became my reality. And they were as real and unquestionable of a concept to me as a chair or a table was. It was only until it was clear that nothing else was working that I was open to the idea that my story might have been wrong. I'll end this point on stories and victimhood with a clip from Beech, who also recovered from his RSI after reading Dr. Sarno's book. He touched on why he thinks a story can make a person skeptical of other perspectives that challenge it. Here he is to summarize.
What the mind naturally does is it works in terms of logical explanations for things and causal factors. So people who are dealing with RSI, if you talk to them, or this is my experience talking to them, they have a very elaborate story about why they have RSI. Everyone is very convinced that it's because I do these things this way, that's why I have it. And I understand that because I believed that as well at one point. And because people have this very strong belief in this physical causality for their problem, that makes them skeptical that it's like just some other emotional thing. It's because they think that there's this particular reason for it. So they're already coming in holding a belief about it.
My chronic pain experience also supports the idea that certain personality characteristics can be primary factors for developing chronic pain. Many of the guests we've heard from agree that those who get certain chronic conditions often share similar personality traits. Clinical psychologist Dr. Kirstin Fliegler explained this in part 1, but here are some highlights.
People who have TMS are individuals who don't like to experience quote-unquote negative emotions such as anger and sadness. Pretty conscientious, dependable, reliable people. Conflict avoidant or non-confrontational. They tend to be people pleasers, highly conscientious and responsible. They tend to be their own most severe critic. They want to be quote-unquote good or liked by people. They're usually perfectionists who are never satisfied, or they're not really satisfied by their own performance. They're usually, tend to be more lenient with other people. They have expectations of their self that are up in the stratosphere, difficulty acknowledging negative feelings, essentially people who want to be pure in thought and deed.
Dr. Hanscom had a very similar take on how personality can affect one's likelihood of developing chronic pain.
It turns out that the more of a conscientious person you are, the higher the chance that you'll develop an obsessive-compulsive disorder, because a lot of people just have the thoughts, don't take them seriously, and they just move on. But there's a research paper in 1987 nicknamed the White Bears Experiment, which documented very clearly something that we all already know, is that the harder you try not to think about something, the more you think about it. So Dr. Wegner, who published the experiment out of Harvard, wrote an essay called The Seed of Our Undoing. And he pointed out in Greek tragedy that it's the heroes that self-destruct. He was one that pointed out what's called the ironic effect, that the harder you try not to think about something, you think about it more. If you try to think about something positive or good, you think about it less. So it is ironic that the people that are most well-intentioned are actually the most subject to anxiety.
I can't deny that my personality perfectly matched the one that Dr. Fliegler and Dr. Hanscom just described. I was a perfectionist. I was an idealist. I was really hard on myself. I wanted to be ethical and, quote, good. My perfectionism was also rooted in insecurity. I felt like I needed to do things to prove to myself and the world that I was valuable, and I unconsciously tried to do this by being good and perfect and successful. Now, I don't think having goals or strong ethics are by themselves bad things, but for me, they definitely caused a lot of pressure and stress in my life. And that pressure grew along with the other factors I mentioned. And when that pressure got to an unsustainable level, I believe my mind had to choose between having an emotional crisis or developing physical pain. And all that comes back to my internal state, my personality, and my thoughts. The next overlap between my story and what we've heard before in this mini-series is the impact of writing. Writing as a treatment form has come up a couple times already. Dr. Sarno's mind-body treatment has patients make a list of the painful and threatening feelings that might be necessitating their pain, and then write an essay explaining each in detail. And Dr. Hanscom champions expressive writing as a way to add distance between our thoughts without interpreting or judging them first. Here is to expand.
But when you write the thoughts down, the thoughts are on paper. There's a distance between the paper and you. That space is separated by vision and feel, which is part of the unconscious brain. Then I have people tear them up instantly. And the reason why I have people tear them up is to basically not analyze them. So if you analyze them, your attention's on the thoughts. The other reason is to write with freedom. It can be positive or negative. It can be normal, bizarre. It doesn't really matter what the thoughts are, because it's just a separation process. What you're trying to do is you're trying to change the shape and structure of your brain. And what the expressive writing does, you create awareness and separation in one step, and then the redirection can be visualization, mindfulness, relaxation, good food, good wine, good friends, play, whatever you want, you can redirect. So that's why the writing is so critical. You've externalized these thoughts, and then you can redirect.
Writing down my own stressors on my whiteboard at home was actually the catalyst for my miracle recovery. I think it forced myself to conceptualize my emotions rather than remain captive by them. And after writing my thoughts down, for the first time in months, I was able to stop fighting with or suppressing them. Take my decision to donate a kidney, for example. I wanted to be a good person, and I had already spent so much time in the evaluation process, so if I ever had a thought that might challenge that, I quickly suppressed it because I had already made up my mind. So that night I actually wrote the words, "I don't know if I want to donate my kidney anymore." And when I did that, I felt an immediate sense of relief, both emotional and physical. Dr. Hanscom might say that for the first time, I created distance between my circumstance and my reaction to it. I allow things to just be how they are without my biases or fears or ambitions coloring my experience. Dr. Sarno might say that by allowing that thought to surface without judgment, my mind no longer had to manufacture pain, since the purpose of the pain was to distract me from confronting this potentially existential, painful, emotional state. So after having already done that, the pain no longer served a purpose, and so it went away. The last way I'll relate my chronic pain story to the content we heard earlier is in regards to the role of fear. How durable is the human body? How vulnerable is it to developing chronic pain? Like many of the topics we've discussed, there's a spectrum of answers to those questions. On the one end is the belief that the human body can be extremely fragile and susceptible to chronic conditions, like a repetitive strain injury. To get an idea of what this implies, I'm going to play some clips from a couple of our guests who seem to support the idea that the body is very vulnerable to repetitive strain injuries. First, Deborah Quilter, an ergonomics consultant and an author of 2 RSI books.
You're in the danger zone for a serious repetitive strain injury with as little as 2 hours of computer use a day. So you really need to take the breaks. You need to make sure that your ergonomics are pristine. And even with the best ergonomic situation in the world, it's not enough if you're just pounding away for hours and hours and hours on end. People take their hands for granted at their peril, and they find out when they're injured just how serious and debilitating this can be.
I asked Deborah Quilter what someone who is just starting to exhibit symptoms of a repetitive strain injury should do.
Do not go galloping off into what you used to do because you will re-injure yourself. You still need to restrain yourself from overuse. That means stop before you feel pain.
She also discussed what can be done for those whose hand pain has become chronic.
An exercise program is really helpful, but this is not the time to start doing wrist curls or gripping things or doing chin-ups. You need to adapt the exercise so it takes the hand out of it so that you're not further stressing your already weakened tissues. The other thing that people will have to think about is finding another career.
Professor of Computer Science John Osterhout has dealt with his repetitive strain injury for over 2 decades. Here's his take on the subject of the body's fragility.
Well, my opinion is everybody's going to get it. Just about everybody. If you're a serious coder, you spend a lot of time typing, sooner or later you're going to get it. When you're born, there's a little number dialed into the back of your brain, which is how many keystrokes your body can type before things start breaking down. The human body is not designed for these repetitive kinds of activities. And so I think you see it in every activity. Every repetitive activity has problems like this. Sports injuries, swimmers, their shoulders wear out. Tennis players, their elbows wear out. Runners, they have knee and ankle problems. Pianists for a long time have had RSI problems. So I think it's likely to hit just about everybody.
Now, there was a lot of implicit fear setting in those clips. But from the perspective that the body is fragile, it's perfectly logical to be worried about hurting yourself. If typing with improper form and ergonomics could make someone more likely to permanently damage his or her hands, then that person should be hyper concerned about ergonomics and technique. But those on the other end of the fragility spectrum would claim that the body is in fact very durable and that we shouldn't be worried about it breaking in this way. Dr. Sarno and Dr. Fliegler, for example, believe that for those patients whose pain doesn't have a purely physical cause, the fear alone can hold them back from getting better.
Patients are told that they've got to sit a certain way, stand a certain way, bend a certain way, sleep on a certain mattress, wear particular shoes. And this is a real impediment to people getting better. Dr. Sarno always told patients, your back is meant to work, your back is meant to lift weight, your body is meant to move. Because a lot of TMS patients have what Dr. Sarno called physicophobia. They're scared to move because they've been told so often that they've got to restrict or modify the way that they move. Fear a lot of times is an extension of the TMS. Sometimes people, they either have a physical symptom or else they're really worried that they're going to get a physical symptom, and they become very restrictive. When they can get over that hurdle, they can really make a lot of progress. I remember one of Dr. Sarno's patients was told by another physician that she should never ski again, and Dr. Sarno basically said, after he had diagnosed her with TMS, he's like, you've got to resume skiing, which she did, and she was very happy about and didn't have pain anymore after she went through the treatment.
Jake Beech speaks to how the fear he experienced during the time he had chronic arm and hand pain affected his condition.
Yeah, it was pretty scary. This all kind of came to a peak during my senior year of college. So I was on the job search and thinking about my career. So I was really afraid, like, gosh, I'm not going to be able to, use a computer. I was very concerned about that. And it turned out in the end that it was not a coincidence that the stress was around all of this. I still don't fully understand the biochemical underworkings of this, but in my case, it turned out to be that really chronic stress and fear were causing some kind of tension that was sustaining this muscular pain.
What I believed about my own body changed a lot throughout my condition, largely because of the information I took in and where on that fragility durability spectrum that information landed. From the time my pain got severe until a few days after I got miraculously better,
I was really scared. When I talked with my physical therapist and an orthopedic surgeon about my knee issues, I came away thinking that the chronic inflammation that they said I had would mean that running and even walking could be difficult for me for the rest of my life. And when the pain moved to my arms and my hands, I started reading popular blogs and books on RSI and carpal tunnel syndrome. And I, of course, listened to my occupational therapist and general doctor about the topic. And the takeaway from all these sources was that my body was extremely fragile and vulnerable to these activities I was putting it through.
I'd hear things like, your knees aren't meant to sustain that much running. You need to be careful about walking on uneven surfaces. If you don't ice every day, your inflammation might get worse. You've exceeded the keystrokes that your hands can handle. Your head position when you type has strained your nerves. You've been overpronating your wrist. You're typing with too much force. You need to take breaks every 20 minutes.
So I believed all this because I didn't know any different, and I became terrified that at any minute my body would break down. I was afraid to run, walk, or simply stand for a long period of time because I thought it would make this supposed chronic inflammation I had worse. Months later, when my symptoms shifted, I was afraid that I'd strain my forearms when typing on my phone or computer. I was afraid to wash dishes too, fold laundry, rearrange my apartment, drive, basically do anything that involved my arms. But now, over 14 months later, I don't abide by all those extreme warnings. Yet I still feel fine. I don't have chronic knee inflammation. My tendons and my tissues and my muscles are not permanently broken. And I'm confident saying that because I've come to understand the pain as a symptom of my internal state rather than a result of a fragile anatomy. And as a result, I no longer live in paralyzing fear. Looking back, one of the great ironies of my story is that the fear that I thought was helping me contain further pain was only keeping me captive in my chronic condition. I introduced this mini-series as an attempt to find some answers. What really causes chronic pain? Of all the models and opinions, what is the best way to treat chronic pain? What's a catchphrase or book or person that can, once and for all, make complete sense of all the complexity surrounding this topic? Honestly, even after a ton of research, conversation, and reflection, I still don't know. In fact, at this point, I don't think anyone really knows for certain how the neuroscience, the psychology, the physiology, the biology, how all those pieces and more fit together to shape one's experience of chronic pain. The one thing I've become sure of is that trying to understand everything or worry about who's right and who's wrong, that's not the point. For those in chronic pain, the point is finding a way, any way, to get better and live a happy life again. For those whose loved ones are in pain, the point is supporting them in whatever way they need. And for the rest of us, the point is being kind and recognizing that there's so much going on behind the masks that we all wear.
Most of this episode was about me and how my story connects to what we've heard in the previous episodes, but I want to step aside and let my guests have the last word in this mini-series. I asked most of them for their general advice on the topic, along with some of their personal takeaways from their experience with chronic pain, and I found their responses really touching and wise. So I'm just going to play them one after another. In order of their appearances, though, here is ergonomics consultant Deborah Quilter, computer science professor John Osterhout, clinical psychologist Dr. Kirstin Fliegler, tutoring director Jake Beech, spine surgeon Dr. David Hanscom, and finally, journalist Adrian Delwo.
And I do encourage people, keep working, find something. Don't just sit at home and try to stay around upbeat people. One of the things that can be hard is being in a group where everyone is incredibly depressed because they're not getting better, they're not getting good treatment, they're having problems with workers' comp, they get cut off every other week, they were making progress and now it's gone. So it can be very depressing. So it's really good if you can find some way to keep your spirits up.
I just decided I was not going to let my career be defined by RSI. I don't sit around feeling sorry for myself. I found a way with speech recognition that I can be just about as productive as I was before. So I'm super happy. I've had this attitude all my life. When I was around the time of my 8th birthday, my father was diagnosed with brain cancer and he died a year and a half later. but we worked through it. Kids all chipped in around the house. My mom went back to school and got a degree and became a professor. And so I think that experience showed me that, the bad things don't have to ruin your life. I think horrible experiences like that can actually make you stronger than if they hadn't happened. But I think I'm actually probably a stronger person because my father died, because I had to take on more responsibility as a kid. And I learned to do that. So I've always had this attitude that don't let your disasters define you. You just move on past them. So RSI, fine, I'll deal with it. I've had back injury, had surgery, fine. I'll figure out how to, how can I baby my back so I can continue my normal activities. In general, my advice to people is just deal with it. Find a way to work past this and don't let yourself become hobbled intellectually or emotionally by any physical problems you might be having.
But I always tell patients, you can use the process to get to know yourself better. Try to look at what you're really feeling as opposed to what you think you, quote unquote, should be feeling. What is my genuine and authentic self? What is my full spectrum of feelings? Even if these are things that I think I shouldn't be feeling, or I don't think that a, quote unquote, good person should be having. You don't have to act on this, but just be honest with yourself. And I always think that that's really fantastic for patients. To be able to do, for anyone to be able to do.
It was a profound event in my life, and I consider myself very lucky to have had this experience, because now for the rest of my life, if I'm having some kind of pain issue, the first thing I'm going to think about is, do I really have a physical problem here, or is this a signal of some kind of mental, emotional turmoil that needs to be addressed? So it has changed me in that regard. But also in a broader sense, it was a kind of opening in my awareness in terms of the power of the mind and the connection between the mind and the body. It was a stark affirmation that the connection of thoughts and emotions to the physical body is much more there than I might have believed before. It really induced in me a strong skepticism towards medicine, towards Western medicine. I would never dismiss all of Western medicine as a category, because I think there are many parts of medicine that are quite valuable. But I think in terms of addressing these sort of chronic issues, modern medicine understands very little about the whys behind some of this stuff. So that's really something that I was left with, was like, wow. I saw all these trained professionals and no one had a clue what was actually going on. I kind of stepped back from the common medical understandings of these things, and I think that I'll never approach problems with my body the same way. It was actually very empowering. It's a prime example of you are creating your reality and the level of influence you have over your experience in a very tangible way.
Well, the exciting part for me, and also for my patients, that I've heard the statement for years. Patients tell me, look, I just want my life back. And they're sold lots of solutions, but at the end of the day, they just want their life back. What's incredibly exciting is that not only do they get their life back, they start thriving at a level they never dreamed possible. You're not fighting anxiety, your creativity comes back, and the fun comes back. 20 years ago, I never dreamed I could live the life I'm living right now. And I still get triggered. It's not bliss, but it's connected in an engaged life. It's a rich life. It's an interesting life. And so, no, not only do you get your life back, it expands at a level you just can't imagine.
I'm a lot more willing to cut somebody some slack, give them the benefit of the doubt. I know there were times when I was really feeling awful, when I had extremely high pain, extremely high fatigue, didn't feel like I was holding it together at all, and I would have to go out and I put on a mask. Nobody wants to be the sick person at the party. You put on a smile and you present yourself mostly the way the world wants to see you. So if somebody's mask slips and you get a little glimpse into everything's not okay, you got to understand you don't know what's going on in that person's life. Somebody's late, somebody seems flaky, or they're in a bad mood. Yeah, that's annoying, but maybe just consider that there's something going on in their lives that you don't know about. They're putting on a mask and they're trying to hold it together, and it's not easy. It also has made me appreciate everything I can do. When you've lost almost all of your function, when you think, I will never be able to do all of these things again. I had always wanted to write books, and I was struggling some days to form a sentence. And I thought, well, writing a book is probably beyond me. Well, now I've got 3 published and more coming, and I don't take that for granted. When I can go out on the sailboat and swim in the lake on a beautiful summer day, I don't take a moment of that for granted, because I didn't used to have that, and I never thought I'd be able to have it again. And I also know that the fibro could come back tomorrow. I could get in a car accident. I could fall down the stairs and break my leg. Some other illness could pop up. We never know. Life is short, life is fragile, and nothing is certain. I've gotten a second chance to be productive and do the things I want to do in life. And if I don't take advantage of it now, I may not have another chance to do it. So I grab onto every opportunity I can and make the most of it.
And what I didn't realize is that this need to strive was my way of covering up anxiety. And it was just a disaster, and I had no idea what was going on. So it's been quite a journey. Essentially cost me 15 years of my career. But you can't solve chronic pain by trying not to be in pain. So take spine care, for example. Essentially every treatment that we routinely recommend to patients has been documented to be ineffective.
Throughout episodes 6 to 8 of this podcast, I use clips from my interviews with a handful of patients and medical professionals to help structure my investigation into the topic of chronic pain. But a number of those conversations turned out in a way that I thought that they could exist as standalone, full episodes. And this is the first of those, my conversation with Dr. David Hanscom. Dr. Hanscom is an orthopedic spine surgeon and the founder of the nonprofit Puget Sound Spine Society. He's treated chronic pain patients, but he also went through 13 years of intense chronic pain himself. He then made a full recovery and developed a self-directed program that helps those in chronic pain minimize or even eliminate their chronic pain. But we start by hearing about how those who are highly motivated can, over the course of many years, progress towards a chronic pain condition.
And the burnout rate in medicine is about 60%. And I don't know what the incidence of severe burnout is, but the suicide rate for physicians is double the national average for male physicians, and for women physicians, it's 4 times the national average. And basically, the same energy that allows you to, quote, be successful, unquote, is the same energy that takes you down the other side. And what happens, I'll just speak for pre-medical students, but I think it's for anybody who's an accomplished person, is that we're sort of trained by our parents and society and our teachers and mentors to be hard on ourselves, to be self-critical, and that's the way we drive ourselves to move forward. And what happens, you have this vision of who you should be. It's a very idealistic goal. I use the word perfectionism, and allows you to compete at a level that other people can't compete with because you're like a hot knife through butter. I mean, a lot of people are hard on themselves to a certain degree. In fact, I think it's almost universal. But there's also a level of self-flagellation that gets to be almost indescribable, at least amongst pre-medical students. And they just drive and drive and drive. So it allows you to compete, get through college with high grades, get into medical school. They start competing for residencies. They start competing for jobs. So at some point, the competition never ends. The problem is I'll use the word perfectionism as the driving force, is that by definition, you can never really be happy, because Dr. Burns in his book called Feeling Good pointed out a really simple fact that changed my life, whereas the difference between your concept of ideal and reality is the magnitude of your unhappiness. And you keep striving and striving and striving, you simply can't get there because what you're trying to get to doesn't exist. And it keeps you going, but at some point you're full of adrenaline and these stress chemicals on a long-term basis, and people get sick. Their body chemistry is permanently off. They're full of adrenaline, cortisol, and the stress chemicals like histamines. Also, endorphins is actually a stress chemical. And what happens is drive just keeps you going, but it also, when you're that adrenalized for that long period of time, It's like driving your car down the freeway in second gear. Your engine's racing, and people flat out get sick. So for me, you asked me to tell my story, is that same thing in college, I was, 3.85 GPA. I was in medical school in the top 15% of my class, Alpha Omega Alpha. I started out with internal medicine training, did well, and then I did orthopedic surgery residency. And I don't know why I ended up as a surgeon. I'm really not a surgical personality. But again, this endless challenge was the way to go for me. And then spine surgery, of course, is probably the most challenging aspect of orthopedic surgery, so of course I chose that. But it's during my orthopedic residency, in retrospect, that I started having some sweating episodes, and my ears started to ring, my feet started to burn, and I didn't exactly know what was going on. What I figured out later is my body was full of these stress chemicals which create physical symptoms. So then I went on to a spine fellowship that was considered one of the top 3 in the world at the time. And I didn't get there by being anxious. I get there by being, bring it on. I can handle anything. And what I didn't realize is that this need to strive was my way of covering up anxiety. So I kept striving and striving and striving, and it actually worked for a long period of time. I got into the fellowship. I did a good job. I got into private practice. But about 4 years into practice, around 1990, I was driving across a bridge in Seattle, the Lake Washington Bridge, and I had a panic attack. And I'm going, what's this? I honestly didn't know what anxiety was until that moment. I was so busy being busy that I pretty much suppressed everything. And from that point on, the wheels fell off. So for the next 13 years, I developed more and more physical symptoms. I developed extreme anxiety, insomnia. My feet started to burn, my ears started to ring more, my migraine headaches got worse, I had stomach issues, I had neck pain, back pain, and I had PTSD. I also developed an obsessive compulsive disorder, which is an extreme anxiety disorder. And it was just a disaster, and I had no idea what was going on. And I went through counseling, I tried to figure this thing out. Things got worse. I'd gone through counseling medical school just to help become a better husband, and that was helpful, wasn't against that. But I was very open to ideas and change, and the harder I tried to get better, the worse it got. So by about 2001, 2002, I was really in bad shape. And so at that point, I was experiencing 16 of these over 30 symptoms that you can get from a chronically stressed nervous system. And it really boils down to the body chemistry. And I got lucky in 2003. I began a simple exercise called expressive writing. And within 2 weeks, things started to shift. And by 6 months later, going through another series of events that we'll discuss later, I was fine. And I've really been fine since about 2004. And it took me another 5 years to figure out what happened, actually even a little bit longer. And in 2011, I was hearing a lecture by Dr. Howard Schubner, who was mentored by Dr. Sarno. And in about 10 minutes, the whole thing came together about exactly what had happened. And then I wrote my first book in 2012 based on my experience. Then my second book, called Back in Control, A Surgeon's Roadmap Out of Chronic Pain, was based on my experience, which was more extensive, but also the neuroscience literature has become quite deep on what the problem actually is in chronic pain. So it's been quite a journey. Essentially cost me 15 years of my career, even though I was able to be successful, make a living, and do a good job. But as far as my quality of life, cost me a marriage, cost me all sorts of stuff. Yeah, it's been quite a journey. So the only good news, and I would choose not to go through this again, by the way, if I had a choice, but I'm grateful to be able to encapsulate the concepts that I learned and how I came out of the hole. But it took a really long time to figure out what had happened to me.
Before you figured out what had happened and you were experiencing all these symptoms, how did you understand it at that point? How did you make sense of everything that was happening to you?
I honestly had no idea. I mean, I was just like my patients. You get bounced around the medical system. I tried medications, I tried counseling, I tried exercise, and I just tried everything you can imagine, and nobody could give me an answer. And, being a high-profile physician, of course, I had access to almost everything. And again, I was in psychotherapy for 13 solid years, twice a week. That's a lot of counseling. And I'm not against it. I was a good support system and helped get me through. But really, it was by pure luck I came out of this hole in 2003. Actually, it started in 2001. I picked up this book called Feeling Good by David Burns, and it's basically book-based cognitive behavioral therapy. And David Burns said to start to do these writing exercises. So I started to write, and literally after trying everything for 15 years, why things started to shift within 2 weeks, as my first glimmer of some type of hope in this whole process. And then about 6 months later, well, first of all, I obviously had to acknowledge I had anxiety because I had horrendous, I developed a full-blown obsessive compulsive disorder, which is manifested by intrusive thoughts that don't go away. And every 5 or 10 minutes, you get these crazy thoughts in your head, and the harder you try to suppress them, the worse that they get. And it turns out that 85% of people have crazy thoughts. It's just part of this randomness of the nervous system. But it turns out that the more of a well-intentioned, conscientious person you are, the higher the chance that you'll develop an obsessive-compulsive disorder, because a lot of people just have the thoughts, don't take them seriously, and they just move on. But there's a research paper in 1987 nicknamed the White Bears Experiment, which documented very clearly something that we all already know, is that the harder you try not to think about something, the more you think about it. Not only do you think about it more, there's a trampoline effect. So Dr. Wegner, who published the experiment out of Harvard, wrote an essay called The Seed of Our Undoing. And he pointed out in Greek tragedy that it's the heroes that self-destruct. He was one that pointed out what's called the ironic effect, that the harder you try not to think about something, you think about it more. If you try to think about something positive or good, you think about it less. And so he's one that pointed out it's the most conscientious of people, the heroes in Greek tragedies, that eventually took themselves down. So it is ironic that the people that are most well-intentioned are actually the most subject to anxiety.
You mentioned the turning point was brought on by what David Burns said in his book and his recommendation to do these writing exercises or expressive writing. What is that exactly?
Well, it turns out that I thought it was the book. I mean, it's a great book and lots of wisdom, and I really was quite impressed with it. And it's not any one thing that solves chronic pain, by the way. So it's a combination. But a Dr. Pennebaker in the 80s started this research project on basically negative writing back then. He had college students volunteer to write for 20 minutes for 4 days in a row about some intense emotional experiences in their lives. Then he measured a bunch of variables 4 months later, just those 4 days, and he found less anxiety, less depression, better student scores, better athletic performance, less physical symptoms. It was remarkable just those 4 days of intervention what the expressive writing did. I've actually talked to Dr. Pennebaker a few months ago, and there are now over 1,000 research papers documenting the different forms of expressive writing make a difference. So I thought it was the book, but it turns out to be the writing was probably the more powerful aspect of it, even though the concepts he put out there were very powerful. And basically, you write down your thoughts and you simply tear them up. Let me jump back into the whole concept of chronic pain for a second. It turns out that anxiety is the pain. And the way any living creature survives on this planet is that we process sensory input, we look around, and we behave in a manner that's safe. In other words, we're avoiding too hot, too cold, sharp or dull. So our bodies automatically keep us in a range of behaviors that's safe. The species of animals that did not pay enough attention to their environmental cues actually didn't survive. It turns out that it's not only survival of the fittest, it's also survival of the most anxious, because it's the most anxious species that survived. So the way we survive is we're processing sensory cues every second, and if something threatens us, we take evasive action, the problem is solved, anxiety drops down, and you move on. So humans have the same response as any other living creature, but what humans have that other living creatures don't have is that we have consciousness, we have thoughts and concepts. So what happens, it turns out that the neuroscience shows that unpleasant thoughts go to the similar part of the brain, it's a physical threat, and your chemical response is adrenaline, cortisol, histamine to the stress chemicals. Then you try to take evasive action, and then you have the feeling of anxiety. But anxiety is that feeling generated by the stress chemicals. And so it's not primarily psychological. So you have this massive chemical response that's 1,000,000 times stronger than the conscious brain. So although your consciousness created the stress reaction, it's the same stress reaction that you have from a physical threat. The problems that humans have is that we can't escape our thoughts. So we're trapped. And I think the basis of chronic pain is this constant bombardment of unpleasant thoughts that we just simply can't escape. And indeed, people's anxiety tends to get worse as they get older because you get programmed and your brain gets sensitized to these thoughts. And the more you do battle with them, the stronger they get. So what happens is that what the writing does, somehow it breaks up the circuits. I'm not a neuroscientist. Actually, Dr. Pennebaker pointed out that nobody really knows why this works. But somehow you're externalizing these thoughts. You're not trying to solve them or fix them, because the more you do battle with them, you actually reinforce them. But when you write the thoughts down, the thoughts are on paper. There's a distance between the paper and you. That space is separated by vision and feel, which is part of the unconscious brain. Then I have people tear them up instantly. And the reason I have people tear them up is to basically not analyze them. So if you analyze them, your attention's on the thoughts. The other reason is to write with freedom. So the first book talks about doing negative writing. It turns out it doesn't matter. It can be positive or negative. It can be normal, bizarre. It doesn't really matter what the thoughts are, because it's just a separation process. And when you tear these thoughts up, you're not getting rid of them. I mean, there are trillions of thoughts. You're not going to solve these things. So to me, it's a metaphor for simply separating from your thoughts. So the one aspect of the process I laid out on my website, backincontrol.com, is that nothing happens until the writing starts. And it's not the solution, it's only the foundational step. It's like putting your toe in the water. But until you actually take that first step of the writing, nothing else really happens. What you're trying to do is you're trying to change the shape and structure of your brain. So with neuroplasticity, or changing the structure of your brain, you have awareness, separation, and reprogramming. And what the expressive writing does, you create awareness and separation in one step, and then the redirection can be visualization, mindfulness, relaxation, good food, good wine, good friends, play, whatever you want, you can redirect. If you're using these redirection tools to fight chronic pain, again, pain's running the show. So that's why the writing is so critical. You've externalized these thoughts, and then you can redirect.
I've actually tried the expressive writing a number of times since reading your book, and for me, I've noticed that it comes out as the extremes for me. I'm either like super scared or like fearful or anger or like really happy. How does the writing take the form for you? What does it look like when you write?
Well, let me coach you just for a second on expressive writing. So we found some things that don't work. So one of my pain specialists who I've worked with extensively, Dr. Conoco, pointed out really simply, if you hold onto the writing, you're simply holding onto your pain. So it's really critical to destroy the writing immediately. There's obviously other kinds of writing you can do, but there's that one writing exercise is just an exercise. It could be 1 minute, 3 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, whatever you want is fine. And remember, they're just thoughts. So when people do the writing, all these issues come out. I say, look, they're not issues. They're just thoughts. So if you try to analyze these things and fix them or try to catharsis them, again, let's talk about neuroplasticity for a second. Your brain's going to develop wherever you direct its attention. So we know in chronic pain, people's brains actually physically shrink. When you treat chronic pain, your brain actually increases in size. But we now know, which we didn't know when I was in medical school, is that the brain changes every second. Whereas when I was in medical school, we thought it was static. So every second, there's new connections, new myelin, new glial cells, even new neurons become developed. And so this happens every second. Every time you have a new concept in your brain, something changed, allow that concept to become embedded in your nervous system. So what you're doing, you're trying to direct traffic. You can't control the survival response. By the way, I forget to mention this. The reason why it's important to understand, again, that anxiety is a feeling generated by your stress chemicals. But this unconscious survival response that we call anxiety is 1,000,000 times stronger than the conscious brain. So if you try to talk about it, analyze it, fix it, you can't do it. It's a 1,000,000 to 1 ratio. And if you want to try to analyze these thoughts in paper, you're actually directing your attention towards the thoughts and reinforcing them. So it's important to think in terms of neuroplasticity, not psychology. And you really want to develop a new direction for your nervous system to develop. One metaphor that came up just about a month ago, I wrote a website post called Learning a New Language. If you're going to learn a new language, say like French, you'll take the classes, read the books, you'll listen to tapes, maybe immerse yourself. But in 5 or 10 years, you can now speak French. Well, your brain changed in a way that embedded these French-speaking pathways in your brain, but you didn't learn French by trying to correct your English or try to solve your English issues, right? I mean, you really developed a whole process of learning how to speak French. So what happens in chronic pain, people spend an endless amount of time trying to fix their pain, whether it's mental pain or physical pain. And so they talk about it, they discuss it, they're looking for a cure, but you can't solve chronic pain by trying not to be in pain. So what happens with these tools, the writing creates that separation. Then you're literally developing a new language in your brain, and the new language, I call it, is, quote, an enjoyable life. And it has to be a thoughtfully deliberate learned skill, because the default language we all have is survival, which is anxiety and frustration, right? So to develop this part of your brain takes a consistent effort. It's not a lot of work, just a consistent attention to detail, that you consistently do the writing exercises, again, which creates awareness and separation. Then the redirection could be good food, good wine, good friends, take relaxation, meditation, mindfulness, all sorts of things work to create this good life. But you have to thoughtfully understand what's already there. In other words, it's awareness separation. You have to be aware of the language that's already there before you actually can create this new one. So what you're doing, you're developing like a virtual desktop on your computer where your brain now has a set of circuits that enjoy life. But it's a learned skill.
You talked a little bit already about your 4 stages of how someone can get better from chronic pain. Would you mind just summarizing the path or the stages that you outlined for your patients?
Yeah, basically developed 4 stages, and I like to lead people with basically 2 concepts. First of all, I would simply understand that so what you're trying to do, remember, adrenaline creates anxiety and frustration. So the number one thing is trying to simply decrease the body's adrenaline. So just right this second, just drop your shoulders for a second, feel the shoulders drop, feel where you're sitting in the chair, try to listen to sounds. We call it active meditation. So what you're doing is have these repetitive racing thoughts in your brain. You simply switch sensory input to what I call active meditation. So the writing does the awareness and separation in 1 step. Then the active meditation is the simplest, easiest, quickest tool simply to redirect your attention. So what you're doing when you connect to a specific sensation, and you're basically connected to the current moment, and you're not going to stop the racing thoughts, but you simply direct your attention so your mind's not on those racing thoughts anymore. Again, the 2 things are neuroplasticity, stimulating your brain to change direction and decreasing the body's adrenaline, are the basic concepts that run throughout the entire process. So in stage 1, I say, look, let's pretend you're my patient for a second, and let's say your knee's hurting you badly, and we would do some physical therapy, etc. I say, look, what I want you to do is to go home, here's the book, here's the website, and I'll see you back in 2 or 3 weeks once you understand the problem. So, you have to understand the problem before you can solve it. So I say, look, I simply want you to understand chronic pain. And what the book does, it gives you the education and context of what we're trying to do. So until you understand the neurological nature of chronic pain, well, we can't really do much. The current definition of chronic pain, by the way, from the neuroscience centers, it is an embedded memory that becomes connected with more and more life experiences, and the memory can't be erased. So what happens, you have these pain impulses coming at your brain, and just like an athlete and artist, these impulses become memorized. Then once they become memorized, they are permanent. It's like riding a bicycle. So you really cannot unlearn how to ride a bicycle, and you really cannot unlearn your pain. So these are permanent pain circuits in your brain. You can't get rid of them. The more you try to get rid of them, the worse it gets. So again, what you're doing, you're separating and redirecting. The first step in stage 1 is simply learn about chronic pain. And by the way, a paper out of Australia done recently showed that simply understanding chronic pain drops the pain down by about 80% within a year. Just education. So once you understand the problem, it's not that hard to solve. Second thing is the expressive writing. Again, it's not the solution. It's just that foundational first step of awareness and separation. Step 3 is the low exercise. Again, just drop your shoulders, called active meditation, which is a simple redirection process. The 4th one is sleep. And the research shows that lack of sleep actually induces chronic pain. And the final step, which has been fascinating, it just came out a couple years ago, is that if you're my patient in the office, I say, look, when you walk out of the door of my office, I don't want you to ever talk about your pain ever again to anybody, ever, especially your family. And by the way, no complaining. And also, by the way, no pain behavior. So again, when you're complaining about your pain, where's your attention, right? It's on the pain. So again, think in terms of neuroplasticity. It's like directing a river into a different channel. And what you're doing is that by complaining about your pain, which I found out that people do most of the time, and I get it, it's a very overwhelming sensation, but by complaining about your pain, you're actually reinforcing those pathways dramatically. So that's basically stage 1. Again, awareness, separation, and redirecting. And again, with the writing exercises, it's really critical not just to crumple them up, but actually to shred them, burn them, or just tear them up. Because you really want to write with complete freedom. But also can tell you when people come back in the office 2 or 3 weeks later, I can tell within about 10 seconds whether they've been writing or not. And if they haven't started writing, say, look, I'll see you back in a few weeks. If they simply refuse to start the writing exercises, I say, look, there's really not much I can do to help you out, and I just have to let go. But most people engage, and it's remarkable how quickly it starts the process. I've also found out myself, if I quit doing my writing exercises, which I try to do 3, 4, 5 times a week, even 15 years later, in about 2 weeks, my ears start to ring, my feet start to burn, these little skin rashes pop up, and it's consistent. And so I've actually not been able to find a shortcut for the writing. I write, my wife writes. We historically have gone into a bit of a crisis mode of writing where we get some physical symptom or anxious or frustrated. We'll start our writing exercises again. And we finally decided a few years ago that this is ridiculous, so we just became more proactive about writing as much as we can on a given week, and it's really just made a big difference. We don't get all these crises we used to get into later. But it appears that one of the basic concepts of human consciousness, just for a sense of well-being, is simply these writing exercises.
When you have patients and you've walked through that process to them, and some of them are skeptical or resistant to journaling or don't buy into it, what do you say to those people?
There's actually nothing I can do. So I spent 5 years trying to convince people to get better, but what became apparent to me pretty quickly, even in my own experience, is that when you're in pain, you're angry, you're frustrated, and it's also people become used to being that way, so it's a familiar pattern. They also become somewhat addicted to being in pain because you're a victim role. You obviously are truly a victim. And as you might remember in the book, there's a sequence of anger of a circumstance that you blame, then you're victim, then you're angry. And there's perceived victimhood where somebody hurt your feelings or cut you off in traffic, but you really weren't damaged. You still have a sequence of circumstance, blame, victim, and frustration. And then there's real victimhood, which somebody assaults you, robs you, cheats you in business, etc. Being in pain, by the way, is a legitimate reason to be a victim. The problem is that the more legitimate your victimhood, the harder it is to let it go. The problem with being a victim is the most powerful role that the humans can have. You feel entitled, you feel powerful, you can manipulate yourself, you can manipulate other people. So it turns out that the biggest obstacle to getting better isn't the lack of resources and concepts, it's your willingness to undergo change. And when you're angry and frustrated, your brain's shut down, you really aren't open to new ideas. So it turns out that the anxiety and frustration, which is actually part of the disease process, also blocks effective treatment. So I would spend hours and hours talking to people, trying to convince them to get better, trying to get them to move forward. And the more I tried to talk to them, the more frustrated and angry they would get. So I have learned that the quicker I let go, say, hey, look, happy to help you out, come back anytime. A much higher percent of people actually come back and engage in the process. If somebody engages in the process, whether it's my set of sequence or similar set of sequence from somebody else, probably 9% of people get better within 3 to 6 months, sometimes a lot shorter, sometimes quite a bit longer. But at some tipping point, you're just really utilizing the way the brain works. So these are not new concepts. Essentially, everything in my book has actually been documented in hundreds of research papers. So it's not a matter of a belief system that I'm going to believe this is going to work. It's just the way the brain works. It's based on solid medical research, and it's just a matter of time and repetition. So it's a long answer saying, look, if somebody doesn't want to get better and they just want to be fixed, there's absolutely nothing I can do. I think for 5 years, I really didn't understand how people really became used to their pain and really didn't want to give it up. I don't want to give it up. When you're upset and angry, you feel very powerful and strong. This process, I'm going to talk about stage 2 for a second, is basically forgiveness and play. Remember, we talked about the concept of awareness, separation, and reprogramming for neuroplasticity, also decrease the body's adrenaline. The research shows that over 90% of people in chronic pain are angry at the person or situation that caused the problem in the first place. But interestingly enough, the person that they're most angry at is themselves. So remember, the antidote to anxiety is control. In other words, something threatens you, you become anxious, you feel like chemical surge, you take action to solve the problem, and then you move on. But when you're trapped by finances, relationships, some physical threat, your body secretes more adrenaline to try to solve the problem in an effort to regain control, and you become angry. So anger is simply adrenaline with a chemical kick. They're the same thing. So what happens is that if you are angry, your body's really full of stress chemicals. And in my own journey in healing, I had a self-image of being sort of cool. I didn't really understand I had anger issues at all. I wasn't connected to my anxiety. So I had this body physiology of just boiling chemistry of all these stress chemicals, but I suppressed it. Essentially what took me down, I was very active, very busy. I suppressed anxiety. I didn't think I was angry at all. But through a series of personal circumstances, the anger came out pretty badly, by the way. And once I muddled my way through that, within about 6 weeks, that's when all my physical symptoms started to disappear. So of those 17 symptoms that I have, I essentially have none of those. The ringing in my ears is gone. My feet don't burn. I don't have back pain, neck pain. I don't have these obsessive thought patterns. I'm not depressed. I mean, all these things disappeared. And again, the reason why so many physical symptoms occur with a stressed out nervous system is that each organ system responds to the stress chemicals in its own way. For instance, adrenaline shuts down the blood supply to the stomach and bladder. So there's irritable bowel syndrome and spastic bladder. Shuts down the blood supply to the frontal lobe of the brain, hence migraine headaches. The nerve conduction doubles when you're full of stress chemicals, so increased pain, all sorts of burning sensations, etc. throughout the body. So what happens, what people understand, this is not a psychological issue, it's a neurochemical response. So this body chemistry changes the way each organ system responds. That's why there's so many physical symptoms. This has nothing to do with psychology other than the mental input. So anyway, with anger versus play, if you're angry and stay angry, again, if you're holding on to the past for some reason, you absolutely can't heal. You cannot heal unless you can let go of the anger. The more legitimate the anger, the harder it is to let go. But a book came in my practice about 8 years ago called Forgive for Good by Dr. Fred Luskin out of Stanford. And he did 4 major research projects on forgiveness. 2 of the research projects were with the parents of children who had been murdered. And obviously a legitimate reason to be angry. Basically points out that these people who harmed your children are to be despised. You don't have to like these people. But not only have they taken your children's life, they've also taken your life. In other words, you're consumed with anger, you're frustrated. So what happens, your quality of life has also disappeared. And his point that forgiveness is very much of a selfish act. You're simply reclaiming your life. And my point is, when you've had major losses like that, you have to really honor your losses or honor your loved ones by living a good life. It turns out that until, I call it the continental divide of chronic pain, your anxiety is not going to drop, your pain is not going to drop until you've truly let go. So compare that to play. When you're at play and just enjoying your life, your body's full of oxytocin, the love drug, dopamine, the reward drug, serotonin, which is an antidepressant, then a group of drugs called the GABA drugs, which are similar to Valium, which are very powerful drugs that relax your body. So when you're relaxed and at play, it's an incredible chemical bath, and really your sense of well-being in life is really dependent on your chemical bath. So again, when you're full of stress chemicals, you have a very deep sense of uneasiness and survival. When you're at play, life is good and full and rich. And that's what the book does. It connects you with your own healing capacity and your capacity to actually auto-regulate your body's chemistry.
One of the aspects of your book that I found really interesting was your discussion on storytelling. You explain how one can sort of create and become attached to their chronic pain or injury story. And one example that stuck out to me was like someone who was dumped and then creates a story that they're somehow unlovable permanently. What other sorts of storytelling have you heard or experienced?
Well, I mean, it's almost infinite. Dr. Burns in his book, Feeling Good, points out 10 cognitive distortions that we all do as humans. And what happens is that, for instance, labeling, you label somebody as less than or more than or some type of racial or political label. And those labels take away awareness. You don't know who that person is. We tend to focus on negative emotions. He calls it emotional reasoning. The should word is, the perfectionism word, etc. Catastrophizing people, blow things up out of proportion. Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett out of Boston pointed out that she went into the neuroscience of consciousness, and basically thoughts and concepts get embedded in your brain the same way a table or chair does. In other words, when you look at a table, the only reason it's a table is because your brain interprets the sensory input that says this is a table. It could be a black, brown, or white table. And again, your brain says it's one of those colors. So unless your brain unscrambles sensory input, you don't know what's going on. Turns out for humans, concepts get embedded as concretely as these physical objects do. And it's a huge problem. We basically become programmed by our past. So whatever story we have in our head with repetition becomes embedded more and more and more. That's why brainwashing is so effective, because people get embedded into some type of ideology. You can't break it. And if I rewrite my book, I have to actually change it a little bit, because in my first 2 books, I said, look, thoughts are real because they create real physical chemical changes in your body, but they're not your reality. It's actually not true. They're actually your version of reality. So I have one story I tell frequently. It's in my book, where I had a patient who was difficult. He was a middle-aged guy, huge, strong guy, very petite fiance. And I finally said, look, I'm not going to do your surgery. I'm not going to be your doctor. says everyone's programmed by their past. I mean, all of us are programmed by our input, our parents, our society. Everything, every second of our life gets programmed into our brain. So we become products of our past. I say, look, let's say you were raised in the Ku Klux Klan, which I thought was a pretty extreme example. What would your outlook of life be like? So his fiancée starts hysterically laughing. I'm going, well, that wasn't so funny. And he looks at me and goes, my father and grandfather were both Grand Knights in the Ku Klux Klan. So that's just one example, but it's really critical for all of us to look at our religious background, our ideology, our politics, et cetera, and realize that one reason it's really helped to talk about religion and politics very much because your view of religion and politics is deeply real as the air you're breathing. Same thing as my view of religion and politics is the same. And that's why it's so critical for our world to realize how deeply these concepts are embedded in our brains, because we start taking very concrete physical actions based on these concepts. We fight wars, we do bad things to people because of this. And the key issue is to understand you have your viewpoint, I have my viewpoint. They're equally valid to each one of us individually. So the key is always to find a common ground. Then always be open to change, because your concepts are changeable if you're open to those changes. If you're convinced your view of the world is the right way to go, it's very humbling to me personally when I see other people being stuck in their ideology, because I spent my entire life, I was an idealist, and basically I substituted this idealistic view of life for my really very abusive, unpleasant background. So my idealism became my reality, but what it did, it disconnected me from deeper relationships. So understanding how deeply these concepts get embedded in our human consciousness is really, really critical. I think actually a human survival issue. And the neuroscience is there. It's showing us the problem. Same thing, these pain pathways get embedded in the brain. Then I didn't really mention this clearly enough before, but it turns out that the mental pain, in other words, these thoughts, are actually more of a problem than the physical pain. And when I ask a patient, look, I can get rid of your leg pain with surgery, but you live with this unrelenting anxiety the rest of your life, or the anxiety can be solved, but you might live with this pain the rest of your life, almost every patient says, look, I need to get rid of the anxiety. In fact, a lot of people, the pain is actually relatively minimal, but somehow it's a sign of weakness somehow to say that I'm anxious. And then remember, anxiety is a survival emotion, so of course we're programmed to avoid that at all costs. People in power use anxiety to control us because we're trying to, again, avoid that sensation at all cost. Yeah, it's just understanding this reality of how deeply concepts get embedded in our brain is a big deal. So the stories we create about our lives are a big deal. Fred Luskin, the author of Forgive for Good out of Stanford, he and I do seminars together, and he pointed out one really succinct point, which I thought was great. He says, first of all, forgiveness is a process. There's never any beginning or end point to it. Every time you think of this person or situation that wronged you, you're going to react. So you can't just put it away in a corner and forget about it. So it's just an ongoing process of letting go. But the other thing he said really powerfully was that, I came from an abusive background, and I did hang on to the victim role for probably at least 30 years after I left high school. He says it's fine to blame your parent for the first 18 years of your life. It is what it is. But you also have to say, look, at 18 years old, I took over control of my own life and responsibility for my own life, and I continued to screw it up. So we sort of know this logically. It doesn't make any sense to hold on to something in the past that takes away from the current moment in the day, but we all do it, right? I don't know very few people that inherently just let go of the past, and that's where these writing exercises come into place, because somehow it starts breaking up the circuits, allows you to at least be where you are, and remember the process is based on awareness, separation, and redirecting. But I wasn't aware how deeply I held on to the victim role. I actually was a victim. I didn't realize how it was actually influencing every aspect of my life going forward. So it's really critical, and again, go back to the metaphor we talked about learning a new language. The old language is survival. It's something that threatened you in the past. Of course, you have to be on the lookout for something threatening you in the future. By the way, PTSD is also one of those concepts that actually responds really well to these ideas in the book and website. But that's the way humans survive. Something threatened us in the past. They were always on the lookout for danger in the future. And then when things are really calm, our anxiety actually goes up even higher, because when's the shoe going to drop again? So it's really, really critical to understand this whole idea of consciousness, the need for survival. And Dr. Luskin, I happen to agree with him. A lot of people think he's a little dark. He said, look, the human organism has one responsibility. That's to survive. I mean, that's it. I mean, for millions of years, humans, Homo sapiens, were at the bottom of the food chain because it took like 25% of our metabolic energy to run our brain. It wasn't until about 70,000 years ago that we developed language and went to the top of the food chain because we could cooperate. But we still have these deep survival patterns of behavior that tend to run the show. And then you look at modern day right now, we have all these things we do that are really unacceptable. We actually intellectually know better, but these survival patterns of behavior, again, are a million times stronger than a conscious brain, are winning. They always win. So you have to become aware of that automatic survival response that every human being has. Each one of us is capable of doing things that are really not very pleasant. Then you have to literally, repetitively program your brain to act in a different way.
I'd like to return to your personal story a little bit because I really find it remarkable. And something you used to describe it is what you call the abyss. I was wondering if you could define what that is and then explain what it felt like to occupy that mental state.
Again, remember, mental pain translates into physical symptoms because of the body chemistry, right? So what happened is that I was running in the office listening to patients try to tell their story. And first of all, people in chronic pain usually actually do not feel believed by their doctors. So they try to express it in words. Nobody can quote the problem. So they get more and more frustrated and they feel very, very trapped. Doctors often recommend, psychological testing. They look at this as a psychological disorder. Again, it's a neurochemical disorder. It's not psychological. So people feel trapped beyond words. So when I was in the abyss, it was unrelenting anxiety. I had probably 70% of my conscious brain was occupied by just anxiety-producing thoughts. And in 1997, it flipped into an obsessive-compulsive disorder, which is manifested by 4 categories of thinking, which is around sex, violence, religion, and dirt. And they become very vivid, and they just invade your brain. They're called intrusive thoughts, and you just get pummeled. And so every year that went by from 1997 to 2001 just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And then I think I'm pretty clear in the book I was actively suicidal. I still, even now, this very second, if I had to live the rest of my life with that degree of unpleasant, really vivid thoughts, I say, forget it. I'm not going to do this. So that's when I happened to pick up that book and start the writing exercises, which within 2 weeks started to break the cycle. It was remarkable. But you're so trapped, you're bouncing around, there's no hope. You don't know, you cannot put it into words. So I just said, look, this is an abyss, because I would watch my patients struggle to try to find words to describe the degree of misery that they were in. And that's where I came up with the word, the abyss. But there's no hope, and your quality of life is completely gone. You can't enjoy relationships, you can't enjoy sporting events, you can't enjoy anything because your brain is simply pummeled. The other thing I've learned really now clearly is that you can do all these life experiences to outrun your brain, but you actually cannot outrun your mind. In other words, your mind is there. You can't outrun it. You can be very, very active trying to do things to stay busy. Mine, of course, was being a workaholic. But I've learned that you can't outrun your mind. So I put on a workshop once a year back in New York at the Omega Institute. And it's a weekend workshop based on awareness, hope, forgiveness, and play. And the first thing I tell my participants when they're there, I say, look, you're not here to get rid of your pain. And they're going, what are you talking about? And we flew all the way across the country to a pain workshop. And you just told us we're not here to get rid of our pain. They go, that's right. So I said, the whole thing is based on what's called the Ring of Fire. And the outer ring is a blue ring, which is doing, accomplishing, possessing is what we all do to, quote, enjoy our lives. The middle ring is a red ring, basically based on anxiety, frustration, and anger. Then the middle ring is a green ring, which basically you're centered. And what happens is that anxiety is part of life, and so is anger. You can't get rid of it, nor do you want to get rid of it. But you have to become aware of its effect on your nervous system and on who you are. So what you're doing, you're learning the skill to absorb anxiety and anger into your life and just watch it, take appropriate action, and not fight it. And what happens as you stay in this blue ring to try to avoid anxiety and frustration, you eventually just get worn out. And that's what happened to me when I was 38 years old with my first panic attack. I was incredibly good at staying in the blue ring, accomplishing, doing, etc. And everything just caught up with me. So within 24 hours, I went from the blue ring almost exclusively, and I sunk right into the red ring for 13 years. And I ended up in the middle, content, safe, the green ring, centered, connected, because I had no choice. I mean, there's nothing left. Every label I had put on myself in the blue ring was gone. You don't have to do it that way. You honestly can train yourself to get into the green ring, but what you're doing, you're training your brain to be less reactive to stress. Therefore, you have less adrenaline, less anxiety. So as you train your brain to process stress differently, reframe things, etc. There's a bunch of ways of doing this. I spend most of my life, believe it or not, in the green ring, which is remarkable. And then remember, if I take on a new project, it involves anxiety, frustration. So it doesn't matter which direction you're going. If you're in the blue ring trying to avoid anxiety, you have to deal with anxiety. Or if you're in the green ring trying out a new project, you're going to go back through the ring to get to the blue ring for a new project, a new idea. But as you train your brain not to be so reactive to stress, the red ring actually becomes somewhat narrower, doesn't go away, but what you're doing literally is learning to assimilate pain into your life, and then what you define as the abyss is just part of life. So that's a long answer to the word about the abyss, but you're just flat out trapped, and you're trapped by anything. Why? The sensation is just hopelessness, fear. You just can't put it into words. It's just so dark in there.
I wonder how much of this is predetermined or how much is avoidable. How someone who has a really stressful environment is forced to suppress feelings in order to stay sane or cope. And then that eventually carries over to the point where maybe they develop anxiety. And then they're stuck in this because of the pathways that they've developed neurologically. Do you think that there's any part of that that's avoidable, that you can stay in the green through your diligence and taking action? Or is it for some people just unavoidable that they're going to experience this sort of anxiety or chronic pain?
Well, that's a great question. So here's the key part of maybe this entire discussion. So it's called the Ring of Fire. And I think it's the most critical part of the entire project. The goal isn't to stay in the green. In other words, the green exists, the red exists, the blue exists. So all of us do new adventures. We want to have fun. Anxiety is part of life. And then green is where you can just be connected. So the key is to learn to pass through the red ring without too much trouble. In other words, you're having a bad day at work and you're anxious and frustrated, you just use your writing exercises, relaxation exercises to come out of the trigger more quickly. So it's not about avoiding stress, it's about processing stress. So I don't think that you have to, remember, it's stressful avoiding stress. The goal is not to be pain-free. The goal is to absorb anxiety and frustration as part of your life. And then what happens, again, is you have less adrenaline, less anxiety, and life starts moving forward relatively quickly. So I did write a website post called Moving Forward with Your Pain, and your goal is to live your life with or without the pain, without your anxiety or frustration. So I think this is definitely a learned skill. You simply don't have to go what I went through to get there. So learning to go into the green ring is a learned skill. First step is becoming aware when you're out of the green ring. The second thing is really becoming aware that the green ring even exists. In other words, I was raised in a very abusive environment, and so to me, the red ring was the norm. That's my starting point. I didn't even know that the green ring existed. So I did put together a nonprofit program about 5 years ago, which I didn't have the bandwidth to complete. I haven't given up on it yet. But if you could teach people in the school system, starting with preschool and kindergarten on through the school system, with their writing exercises, relaxation, teaching them compassion, creating a buddy system, you actually, if you pursue that project on a massive public health level, you change the world. So it's basically learn how to auto-regulate your body's chemistry. And what I pointed out in the first chapter of my book in the school system is that they did a study which is pretty remarkable. They drew a blood marker called C-reactive protein, which is an inflammatory marker. And elevated levels of a C-reactive protein are a big problem because it means your body's being inflamed. They found out that children who were bullied has significantly higher levels of this inflammatory marker. What they found out was even more disturbing is that the bullies had a lower level of these inflammatory markers. In other words, it's a physiological reward for being a bully. And I think the reason for that, remember, the antidote to anxiety is control, and nobody wants to be anxious. And the more power you have, the more control you have. So what we call socialization is actually just a power struggle. So if you put these concepts right into the school system right from the beginning, it would make a huge difference, I think, just for everybody, quality of life, etc. As an adult, let's say you don't get to this till high school or college, why, it's the same thing. These are learned skills. You don't have to have a huge burnout to get to the green center. You just have to become aware that it exists, learn to become comfortable with anxiety and frustration, and then you can go from the green ring to the blue ring whenever you want. In other words, you're a free person. If you're not hamstrung by anxiety, you have a life.
The patient who wrote the foreword to the second edition of your book believes that we're at the cusp of a revolution in how chronic pain is treated, that the profit-oriented medical establishment is losing ground to this type of non-invasive, inexpensive treatment that you support. Others who are less optimistic say that this sort of approach is too messy to deal with emotions, to have patients writing and and reflecting and building new strategies, and also that there's just too much stigma about even talking about these issues and starting a conversation, not to mention the financial incentives of the medical system right now. How optimistic are you about the possibility of your style one day becoming widely accepted by the public and medical community?
It's a big mess right now. I mean, the profit motivation is really destroying our medical system. So every treatment recommended in my book has been documented in hundreds of research papers to be effective. These are just simply a structured, organized manner of presenting the standard of medical care. There's a paper out of Baltimore about 3 years ago demonstrating that surgeons are addressing the known factors that affect chronic pain only 10% of the time before they do surgery. And by the way, there's actually not one research paper that shows that surgery works for back pain. Not one. So it's turned into a $13 billion a year industry based on no data. The problem with the stuff in my book is that it's not magic. It's not a belief system. It's simply the standard medical care. For some reason, essentially every treatment, I'm going to discuss spine care just for a second, but this does apply to all areas of medicine. So take spine care, for example. Essentially every treatment that we routinely recommend to patients has been documented to be ineffective. The facet rhizotomies, the epidural injections, the spinal cord stimulators, the surgeries, etc., none of those work. And the things that do work, calming the nerve system with mindfulness-based stress reduction, with the CBT, with the exercise, better nutrition, etc., actually do work, but they're not covered by insurance. So right now, mainstream medicine is actually pretending to deliver medical care, and they're not. So you're a patient, you're promised a solution, you're routinely, repetitively disappointed. Of course, it makes your frustration worse, which changes your body chemistry in a negative way, makes the pain worse. Only 1% of physicians are comfortable treating chronic pain or enjoy treating chronic pain. I love treating chronic pain. It's the most rewarding part of my practice. I do think there's a small but steadily growing number of doctors like myself. Let me ask you the question. I mean, don't you think that the general public right now is becoming somewhat suspicious that things aren't going well?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. I think, the fact that people are picking up your books or Sarno's books are on their own reflection of their rejection of all these failed methods they've done. But at the same time, when I try to talk to people about this, I've noticed just a really profound sense of skepticism or stigma or assumptions about this whole idea that pain is, quote, in your head. So I'm really trying to figure it out how widespread this optimism is about this new concept.
Well, I'm not sure there's a widespread optimism right now. I mean, first of all, as far as this being messy, it's not. Essentially, none of the patients I've seen get better, and I've watched hundreds of patients get better, probably over 1,000 now. Essentially, none of them have seen a psychologist. Within 2 weeks of starting the expressive writing, most people experience a shift. And it's not messy. Let's take Mark Owens, the person who wrote the foreword to my book. He had been through 9 years of chronic pain, multiple medical doctors, high-dose narcotics, 2 failed surgeries, 1 needed and 1 not needed. They were getting ready to do a 12-hour surgery on him that would have destroyed his life. And within 6 weeks, he is off all medications, no pain, working on a ranch at age 74 without any physical restrictions. And 5 years later, he's a good friend of mine. He's doing just fine. So within 6 weeks, after 9 years of chronic pain and every medical treatment you can imagine, he's fine. Not very messy, right? I think you read the story about Esty, another girl who was 4 years in neck pain, 6 injections, 10 doctors, high-dose narcotics. Within 6 weeks, same thing. She's pain-free, and 4 years later, she's married, child, and doing incredibly well. The bottom line with the concept, this is high school physiology. This is not rocket science. So you learn in high school that if you're under stress, your body's full of adrenaline and cortisol, your heart races, you sweat, your muscles tense up. That's a pretty clear cause and effect response, right? In medical school, we learn an incredible amount about the human body, cell biology, genetics, the nervous system. It's unbelievable how much detail we learn about the human body. So it's perplexing to me that we know so much about the human body. It's been documented multiple times that doctors are simply ignoring the data and recommending treatments that simply don't work. I think one of the bigger problems is that the business of medicine is now selling solutions to patients that are profitable. They happen to not work. So I think the skepticism comes from the medical side selling a cure where what they're selling actually doesn't work. So that's where I've given up in the medical profession to a large degree. There's lots of doctors who are excited about this. They're watching the same results I'm seeing. The good news about the project, between the book and the website, is about 90% self-directed. So you can develop a partnership with your chiropractor, physical therapist, primary care doctor, etc. to create your own healing. But again, the book's not magic. It's not a solution book. It's a concept book that allows you to figure out your own solution. But at the end of the day, you're simply allowing yourself to connect to your own healing potential. Because remember, the species that survived are the ones that could heal themselves. So that's the key issue, is once you get the structure in your mind about how chronic pain works and the variables that affect it, the 3 parts of healing are simply understanding the problem, or I call awareness. The second part is like fighting a forest fire. Is that chronic pain is a very complex problem, just like a forest fire is. It takes multiple strategies to fight a forest fire, and every strategy counts. Same thing in chronic pain, is a complex problem, and so it takes multiple strategies every time to solve the problem, and everything counts. The problem is in medicine right now, we're throwing random simplistic solutions at a complex problem. The final aspect of healing is the patient takes control. The patient literally takes 100% control of their own care, using the medical care system as a resource to keep learning, but it's a very much of a self-directed process.
After so many years, 15 I think, of your own chronic pain, and then your recovery, and then of course the years after that you've been helping others get better, how has your perspective on life changed from when you started this journey?
Well, the exciting part for me, and also for my patients, that I've heard the statement for years, patients tell me, look, I just want my life back. And they're sold lots of solutions, but at the end of the day, they just want their life back. What's incredibly exciting is that not only do they get their life back, they start thriving at a level they never dreamed possible. So again, even from childhood, we're fighting anxiety, and your generation, as you well know, fights anxiety at a very high level. That's a whole different discussion. But when you're not fighting anxiety, your creativity comes back and the fun comes back. So I'm living a life now that I never dreamed remotely possible. 20 years ago, I never dreamed I could live the life I'm living right now. And I still get triggered. It's not bliss, but it's connected and an engaged life. It's a rich life. It's an interesting life. And so, no, not only do you get your life back, it expands at a level you just can't imagine.
That's an excellent note to end on. So, Dr. Hanscom, thank you so much for talking to me. I've benefited a lot personally from your book, and it was great to hear from you more.
Yeah, thanks for having me on your program. I enjoyed it very much.
I was kind of like, wow, this is going to really affect my ability to do stuff in my life. I saw all these trained professionals and no one had a clue what was actually going on. I was in shock, but it was also so obvious at the same time. It was a profound event in my life, and I think that I'll never approach physical problems with my body the same way.
Throughout episodes 6 to 8 of this podcast, I use clips from my interviews with a handful of patients and medical professionals to help structure my investigation into the topic of chronic pain. But a number of those conversations turned out in a way that I thought they could exist as standalone, full episodes. And this is the second of those, my conversation with Jake Beech. Jake is a director for AJ Tutoring, a Silicon Valley tutoring company. During college, he developed a repetitive strain injury that threatened his emotional and professional life. After simply reading a blog and then a book, however, he made a full recovery. We discussed the specifics of how he developed and then cured his condition, along with how this profound experience changed his perspective. Please enjoy our conversation. What is your understanding of a repetitive strain injury, or RSI?
My unprofessional understanding of it is, well, RSI stands for repetitive strain injury, sometimes repetitive stress injury, either way. The idea is that it's an injury you have not from some major episode or injury like you fell or you got hit by something, like an acute injury, but it's rather a slow developing injury from some small task you do very often. Hence the name repetitive. It could be that you golf, and because you swing the golf club the same way every time, even though there's no major physical strain from that, over time it accumulates and you suddenly have some cramp in your arm because of the way you've been slowly hitting thousands of golf balls. And of course, another common one is from typing. So some people feel that if you type 8 hours a day for your job, then your wrists or your hands will accumulate injuries in them because you're doing the same motion over and over again.
And what would you say is the root cause of an repetitive strain injury?
Once again, we have what I used to think the cause was and then what it actually was in my case. From my own understanding, the supposed cause of a lot of these repetitive strain injuries is overuse of certain muscles, and over time they become inflamed. And because the activity is repeated so often, the muscles don't have enough time to recover. So let's say that it's typing at your computer that we're talking about. That would be like, you type at work for 8 hours and your arm and wrist hand muscles are really worn out and exhausted, but because you get up the next day and type another 8 hours, they don't have time to recuperate. So over time, the inflammation, and that's the really common used word, is inflammation, builds up in your arms, and you kind of exhaust them to this point where basic rest can no longer repair them. It's like you've completely worn out your muscles and they're inflamed and they're kind of broken as a result of that. So that's a conventional understanding of repetitive strain injury. And the conventional treatments that correspond to that are basically stop this activity, and it makes sense, it's logical. If an activity is exhausting your muscles, you should take a rest from it. And maybe you should put ice on it, take some Advil or something, and basically take measures to reduce muscular inflammation. Much like you would if you had a more acute injury, like you sprained your ankle or something and you need to stay off of it and put ice on it. So that's a conventional understanding of what's happening, muscular inflammation. My newer understanding, and what was true in my own case, was that it was a psychological stress phenomenon, and I still don't fully understand the physical, biochemical underworkings of this, but in my case it turned out to be that really chronic stress and fear were causing some kind of tension that was sustaining this muscular pain.
Can you just explain your personal story with RSI in detail, and then we can go from there?
Sure. My RSI symptoms were in my arms and hands, and it started in college. It lasted a couple of years and was more, at the beginning it was more occasional. Like sometimes I would be typing and I would just notice my hands were very tingly. It's as if my arms were falling asleep. My certain fingers would feel like they were numb. And so that was kind of disconcerting, but it might happen like for a day and then it wouldn't happen again for a few weeks. So it was more of an occasional thing. And then kind of in the second year of it, it became much more chronic. And there was kind of a peak period of about 6 months where it was a daily thing that I was dealing with. And at some points it was so bad that I was waking up in the middle of the night with these weird sensations in my arms. Sometimes it was pain, sometimes it was numbness and tingling. And so I was very confused, started seeing some physical therapists. I was wearing wrist splints at night, and while I was on the computer, I was trying to type less. For example, I installed dictation programs on my computer, so because I was in college, had a lot of papers to write, so I would just dictate my papers for a while. And so I was basically doing everything I could to avoid using my hands. And of course, they're your hands, so you need to use them a lot. So there was about a 6-month period there of more or less dealing with it on a daily basis. And I saw probably 3 or 4 doctors. Some of them were physical therapists. One was an actual hand surgeon, and basically got no results, just a lot of recommendations for how I should be resting more and improving my posture and things like that, which ultimately didn't do anything to help. I guess that's the story up until I ultimately fixed it. So throughout this whole period of dealing with this RSI, I was doing a lot of internet research and looking for anything I could do to fix it. And there were all manner of suggestions to be found online. A good example is people said you should get this other kind of keyboard that's in a different layout from our usual QWERTY keyboard setup, because if your fingers are used in a different way, it won't be as taxing on them. So that's an example. These things that were just out there, things I was exploring. And as I said, I was doing everything I could just to use my hands as little as possible. Some things I would normally do with my right hand, I would try to do with my left hand just to give it a break. All these things I was trying. Anyways, Basically, by luck, on the third or fourth page of a Google search, I clicked on someone's blog and read his little personal story about his own RSI and how he read this book. And immediately, the article I read resonated with me because the guy was describing a situation very similar to mine. He was someone who was a coder and had used computers excessively all his life and had never had a problem, and then suddenly was dealing with this chronic pain. And he described some of the stressors in his life. Basically, he read this book and it was all better. And I read some of the comments on his blog, and all these other people were chiming in to share similar stories. And so this book called The Mind-Body Prescription by Dr. John Sarno, when I read this article, I was at a part-time job that I had while I was in school. And immediately on my way home from work that day, I went straight to the bookstore. On the very end of a bookshelf, there was one copy of The Mind-Body Prescription. I was kind of surprised it was even in the bookstore. And I grabbed the book, I went home, and I sat on the couch for like 3 hours and read this book cover to cover. And from that day, I was fine. It was really an instantaneous change. And it was pretty remarkable.
So take me through that 3-hour window when you were reading that book. How did you go from experiencing pain to being fine by the end of the day?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's kind of a mystery to me. In reflecting back on it, it kind of seems like I already knew that what the book was saying was true from the moment I started reading it. And even before, like really from when I read that guy's blog post about the book, I just had this sense of this just makes so much more sense than everything else I've been reading about this. I mean, the thing about the RSI, it was never a constant pain. It was not like, literally I was sitting there all the time in pain. It was more like when I would make certain movements or do certain things that the pain would appear. And so, sitting on the couch reading the book, it's not like, I was in pain and then the pain just disappears, because I might not have been in pain reading a book anyway, but it was more like after getting up from reading this book and going back to doing these things like typing, I just realized that the pain was no longer there afterwards.
Wow. How long would you say you had this pain?
I would say it was 2 to 3 years.
And what was the severity of the pain at its peak and maybe like the average pain you experienced during that time?
The pain was never super severe. It was not like a sharp stabbing pain that's agonizing. It was more of a dull, aching type of pain, and also importantly, these other nerve sensations like tingling and numbness. Those were the main things that characterized it. So it was less sharp pain and more of these disconcerting sensations like my hands are going numb, I can't feel my fingers.
And was it also in your forearms, the pain?
Yes. So it would kind of vary day by day. Like it might, on certain days, it would be in certain fingers and not other fingers. And at certain times, it would be like all the way up my arm, more or less to my shoulder sometimes. So it would depend on the day.
You said it was in both arms. Did the pain always originate in both arms, or would it occur in one hand simultaneously as the other hand, or would the pain sort of jump around into different arms or parts of the arm?
It was inconsistent exactly where it was, but almost always it was on both sides, so it was on both arms. It's not like it would be in my ring finger on both hands on the same day. It wasn't that kind of consistency, but it would always be somewhere in both arms. And of course, this is part of why it was so strange, these weird patterns that don't really make sense in terms of it being some particular physical injury.
What other activities aggravated the pain? I've heard examples of turning a doorknob or cutting vegetables. Was there any other activities outside of keyboarding that bothered you?
Yeah, I mean, it was lots of little things like that. Some of the ones that jump out are brushing my teeth and washing my hair in the shower. There were certain points where, in order to minimize the use of my hands, if I was shampooing my hair, I would deliberately just let the shower water wash it so that my hands didn't have to scrub my hair. So it got down to really nitty-gritty sensations like that.
Wow. And you said you saw about 3 or 4 medical professionals. Can you walk me through those appointments? Like what did they test? What did they ask you? And how did they get to their diagnosis?
Sure. It's been a while, so I'll try to remember as best as I can. I'm pretty sure that I started with a general practitioner, just my regular doctor who I had at school. She did some basic pressing around on my arms to see if certain spots were tender. She basically just did a very quick kind of physical look at my arms and then gave me generic suggestions like, okay, you should take some ibuprofen for a few days and put ice on your arms and try to take a break from typing on your computer. And then I came back to her with no improvement, and that's when she sent me to a physical therapist as well as a hand specialist, like a hand surgeon. And the hand surgeon, I had a very brief appointment with him that it didn't really amount to anything. He kind of just did some quick presses of my arms and looking for responsiveness and concluded, like, you don't have a serious hand problem here. That was kind of a dead end. But the physical therapist I saw probably 5 to 10 times for like regular sessions. She had me doing exercises to strengthen my back muscles, for example. She kind of saw it as a systemic problem where my posture wasn't great and my back muscles were too weak. So I need to strengthen the whole system so my arms are in better shape. And she recommended like alternative types of computer mice to get a more ergonomic setup. Like you should have your computer monitor at this height so that you're not hunched over and cutting off your nerves. So she took this more practical physical approach to try to correct all the issues around it. But in any case, none of those therapies actually led anywhere.
During physical therapy, did your therapist ever do any massage or ultrasound or fascial releases?
Yeah, she did a little bit of massage actually. And now that I think about it, in addition to that, I went to an actual massage therapist a couple of times. That was one of the first things that I tried was massage therapy. And I did it a few times. And it was something that in the moment kind of felt good. Like I got a little bit of relief from it, but didn't have a lasting effect.
Were you taking any medications like anti-inflammatories or other painkillers throughout this time?
Yeah, I didn't take them on a super long-term basis, but when I was, really trying to treat it heavily, I believe I took ibuprofen a few times a day for a few weeks. So kind of like a sustained course of that. I may have tried a Aleve or a couple of other just regular, drugstore anti-inflammatories over the counter, but those did not have any effect.
So after those 2 to 3 years of unsuccessful treatments and before you stumbled upon this blog and this book, what did you think all this meant for you?
Yeah, it was pretty scary. This all kind of came to a peak during my senior year of college. So I was on the job search and thinking about my career and what I was going to do. And so I was really afraid, like, gosh, I'm not going to be able to, use a computer, which many jobs require that. I was kind of like, wow, this is going to really affect my ability to do stuff in my life. Yeah, I was very concerned about that. And it turned out in the end that it was not a coincidence that the stress was around all of this. My senior year, I got a job offer at Google, which is how I moved to California. And that was something I wanted for a really long time. So I was super stoked about that, but I was still in the midst of my pain crisis when I got that job offer. And I was kind of like, I'm going to go work at Google and not be able to use a computer. I was pretty nervous about it, whether I was actually going to be able to do my job.
Let's jump into the happy part of the story. When you read that article, it resonated with you. What specifically resonated with you the most?
Well, I think first of all, it was that the symptoms were so similar. And what I mean by that is this chronic and unexplainable pain that's not tied to any reasonable injury. I had been typing for many hours a day for my whole life. I was an internet computer gamer as a kid and staying up all night on some days, like on the weekends, sitting at the computer for literally 12 hours and typing furiously the whole time and never had a problem. So it was really strange. I was totally confused. Like, why is this happening to me right now? It doesn't make any sense. Just hearing someone else have that to begin with was like, okay, something fishy is going on. I'm not the only one this has happened to. So to hear the symptoms and the kind of randomness and the lack of an apparent physical cause described was really the first part. And then secondly, it was the description of the types of stress and the types of personality issues that typically cause this kind of pain, and the fact that they all were hitting the nail on the head in terms of describing me pretty accurately. For example, the typical traits described in that book were things like perfectionism, wanting to please other people, and just in general, being a person who puts a lot of pressure on his or herself to do well and to be good and to have everything going smoothly in your life. So someone who has a lot of self-imposed pressure to do well.
And you felt that those descriptions describe your personality too?
Yeah, absolutely. And especially at that time. Basically, near the beginning of the book, Dr. Sarno describes the kind of prototypical person who tends to fall into this issue, and he could have been describing me. So that was certainly part of why I resonated with it so quickly.
Do you remember the sensation of the pain actually diminishing?
It was pretty much suddenly gone. And again, it's not, in one sense, it's not as dramatic as that sounds, because it's not that I was in agonizing pain, and it just goes away, because the pain was already kind of sporadic. It was like I would have to actually move my arms and try to type, and I might start to feel these weird sensations. But it was basically like the pain just never came back.
In the book, their treatment section was to do some activities to unearth some of the things that might be triggering this psychological stress that you mentioned, like writing a list of things down or journaling. Did you do any of those or any other activity other than just reading the material?
Not initially. I didn't need to do any of that in order to be free of the condition. And I think it may be because it was already so obvious to me that I was super stressed and dealing with a lot of issues around being in college, graduating, and kind of the stress of becoming an independent adult. I basically just already knew it. It was so clear. So I don't think I needed to really go hunting for what it was. I kind of did some of those exercises mentally, though. In the aftermath and exploring it more, I kind of reflected on it a bit and did some of those lists mentally.
If you're comfortable, can you explain more about the stress you were under during the time in college that might have more specifically been the cause of all this?
Sure, absolutely. There was a lot of stress of not knowing what I was going to do after college, being in a whole cycle of job interviews, hitting the end of the part of my life where everything was laid out in terms of I'd always been in school. There's just this big cliff of the unknown of what comes after that, and feeling like I had to figure out life on my own at that point. That was really the core thing. I think it's also just tangled up with the stress of being in college and, all of the work involved with that. I mean, basically, I think it's the coming of age stress, if I can summarize it like that.
Mm-hmm, sure. So after you go through this whole process of getting better, did you ever have any relapses in your pain?
Nope. Never since then, and it's been 4 to 5 years now.
In one of your blogs entitled The Mind and Physical Pain, you describe it as one of the, quote, holy shit moments in your life. Moments when the way I used to see something was turned completely on its head, and the truth turned out to be something I could not have previously imagined. What did that feel like to have such a dramatic perspective shift?
I mean, it was the biggest relief. This was literally this was like my main preoccupying concern in my life for the last year leading up to that. So to have it be so simple and so suddenly gone was an incredible relief. It was an interesting combination of I was in shock, but it was also so obvious at the same time.
What do you mean by that it was so obvious?
Clearly I had to be open-minded enough to consider even getting this book, right? And to be open that this might be what was happening. It was obvious because I always knew that it was a strange condition that I was having that didn't really make any sense to me to begin with. And so to find out, oh, you don't really have an injury, you were just stressed, was like, well, yeah, that seems right.
How did it feel to come to terms with or accept the premise that pain could be initiated by emotion?
It was really eye-opening. Again, it's like I wasn't surprised. It made sense to me, but it was still shocking in the sense that this verified that was true. So as an idea, if someone had told me that before, I might be like, oh yeah, I can imagine how emotions will cause some physical problems. We have everyday examples of that. You're nervous about an interview or a test or something and you can't eat your lunch because your stomach hurts. Emotions clearly affect the physical body. So that's not new. But this was a radical validation of that idea where I was like, whoa, this is the stuff that seems a little bit out there, but it's totally true in a literal way. That was what was so amazing about it, was to see such an astonishing example of the mind-body connection.
What kind of responses did you get from people who heard your story and your explanation for how you got better?
Yeah, great question. Because naturally, I did tell a lot of people about it. This was incredible news to me, and I wanted to share it with everybody. And I also knew some other people who were dealing with this, so I, of course, wanted to share it with them. There was a mixed response. I'd say most people were skeptical, as you might expect. I can still remember one of my college roommates. I had a few roommates, and they were the ones who were around at the time and had been living with me as I had been through all this stuff. This roommate, whom I love, was a pretty skeptical type and very intellectual and scientific. And when I told him about this, he was like, I doubt it. I doubt that's what happened. It's a good example of how when you really know something to be true, you don't care about convincing other people, because you so know beyond a doubt that it's correct for you. So I didn't care that some people were doubtful about it, but that was definitely the most common response I got. And part of why that conversation happened was because my roommate's older brother having similar problems. And so I recommended the book to him and whatnot, but I don't think that they were open to that in the same way. And I ran into that a lot. So I ended up graduating a few months after that and moved to California and went to work at Google. And while I was there, I discovered the wide prevalence of this problem in the context of using the computer and typing. There were whole internal chat groups at Google about RSI. And so I ended up holding some meetings about it, basically, and talking to probably a couple of dozen people who worked at Google who were suffering from it. And I had the conversation several times over, basically trying to persuade people to consider this and read the book. And I think I got through to a couple people with it, but most did not really seem open to the idea.
So for the people who weren't open to it, your roommate, for example, how might he explain your experience?
I'm not sure. He would probably just say, I don't know what happened. I would assume that someone who doubts this possibility of the emotional, physical connection would just guess that it's kind of random, like, sometimes people they just heal, they just get better, over time or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So the skepticism was in regard to the recovery instead of the pain. Am I understanding that right?
Yes. He was skeptical that I read a book and that it got better because I understood something. And it was not just him. Many people are skeptical of that.
Why do you think that is? Why is it hard for them to accept it?
Yeah, that's the big question. And in one way, it's like, who knows all of the factors involved here? But I can make some guesses about it. The whole idea that Dr. Sarno presents is that the mind is really tricky and it has clever ways of getting us to avoid things we don't want to experience. That's kind of the theme. And what the mind naturally does is it works in terms of logical explanations for things and causal factors. So people who are dealing with RSI, if you talk to them, or this is my experience talking to them, they have a very elaborate story about why they have RSI. Everyone is very convinced that it's because I do these things this way, that's why I have it. And I understand that because I believed that as well at one point. And because people have this very strong belief in this physical causality for their problem, that makes them skeptical that it's like just some other emotional thing. It's because they think that there's this particular reason for it. So they're already coming in holding a belief about it.
Sure. I'll play devil's advocate for a bit. So I hear your story, and then I think that you convinced yourself that you were hurt only for the purpose of getting something out of it, like sympathy or an excuse to work less or getting money out of it. And this is all sort of a big show on your part. What would you say in response to that?
Yeah, I think that's a common response if someone heard this sort of thing. I mean, how can one respond to that except to say, well, that's not true for me. I actually had physical symptoms. You can't convince someone else of something that you experienced if they don't want to believe that. But I would just say that that's a common response. But anyone who has actually gone through it knows that that's not the case, that the pain is not simply in people's heads. Related to that question, that's a common misinterpretation. So among people suffering from RSI, if you try to introduce them to the idea of this mind-body connection, they might react initially and be like, what, you're saying this is all just in my head? No, it's not. It's a physical problem. So the misconception is that Sarno's theory about this is that the pain is in your head. That's not what it's saying. It's not saying that pain's in your head. The pain is actually physical in your body. He's addressing the reason for the pain, not whether the pain is in your head versus in your body.
Are there any other common misconceptions that you think people have about RSI or Dr. Sarno's mind-body approach to it?
None in particular that I can think of. The biggest barrier is just that people convince themselves of particular physical causalities that are doing this. And it's because they think they can tie the issue to a physical activity that kind of closes the door on this other possibility.
When you think back about this entire experience, from your years of pain to finding a different source of information in the blog and the book, to your recovery, and to the number of years that you've been pain-free, how has all of this chronic pain and recovery from it changed your perspective?
That's a great question. It was a profound event in my life, and I consider myself very lucky to have had this experience, because now for the rest of my life, if I'm having some kind of pain issue, the first thing I'm going to think about is like, do I really have a physical problem here, or is this a signal of some kind of mental emotional turmoil that needs to be addressed? So it has changed me in that regard in terms of dealing with future pain problems, but also in a broader sense, it was a kind of opening in my awareness in terms of the power of the mind and the connection between the mind and the body. It was a stark affirmation that basically that the connection of thoughts and emotions to the physical body is much more there than I might have believed before. And it also, it really induced in me a strong skepticism towards medicine, towards Western medicine. I would never dismiss all of Western medicine as a category, because I think there are many parts of medicine that are quite valuable. But I think in terms of addressing these sort of chronic issues, I just feel that modern medicine understands very little about the whys behind some of this stuff. So that's really something that I was left with, was like, wow, I saw all these trained professionals and no one had a clue what was actually going on. I kind of stepped back from the common medical understandings of these things, and I think that I'll never approach physical problems with my body the same way. It was actually very empowering. It's a prime example of like, you are creating your reality and the level of influence you have over your experience in a very tangible way. It helped to open the door to just being more open in general. Like, wow, we were so wrong about that. Now there are a lot of things I wonder about and don't know about for sure. It just kind of opened the door to more skepticism towards established beliefs about things.
Is there anything that we didn't cover that you wanted to mention?
I guess I would just say that if anyone listens to this who is dealing with a chronic pain issue that seems to be a mystery and unexplained, then I hope that you will consider reading The Mind-Body Prescription by John Sarno.
So basically, intellectualization is viewed as a defense mechanism for a good reason. Your actions are one thing, but you've got to acknowledge your genuine, authentic feelings. Think psychologically and emotionally and not physically. The mind and the body are not separate. You don't have to act on this, but just be honest with yourself.
Throughout episodes 6 to 8 of this podcast, I use clips from my interviews with a handful of patients and medical professionals to help structure my investigation into the topic of chronic pain. But a number of those conversations turned out in a way that I thought they could exist as standalone, full episodes. And this is the last of those, my conversation with Dr. Kirstin Fliegler. Dr. Fliegler is a clinical psychologist in New York City who specializes in mind-body disorders. She worked closely with the late Dr. John Sarno, who popularized modern mind-body treatment and coined the term tension myoneural syndrome, or TMS, which describes certain psychogenic conditions. Throughout our conversation, Dr. Fliegler gives an overview of TMS and its treatment, explains how personality and environment can affect one's likelihood of developing chronic pain, and points out why it's healthier to experience one's raw emotions rather than suppress or intellectualize them. Please enjoy our conversation. Could you please introduce yourself and briefly describe your practice, please?
My name is Kirstin Fliegler. I'm a clinical psychologist based in New York City. I specialize in health psychology, particularly mind-body disorders. I worked at NYU Medical Center, and I'm currently in private practice now. I see many patients who suffer from TMS, which is short for tension myoneural syndrome. This was a disorder that was first identified by John Sarno, MD.
Can you explain what TMS is exactly?
So in a nutshell, TMS is bodily pain that people experience, but it is caused by the way in which they handle their emotions. So I think that everyone has experienced TMS symptoms at one point or another. For example, a common one is having GI symptoms if you're nervous, sort of like a nervous stomach, before school or start of a new job. Basically, it's a psychological disorder that presents with physical symptoms. Maybe it would be helpful for me to list some of the more common TMS symptoms that we see.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, so pain is the most common TMS symptom. However, there are also other examples of TMS or mind-body illnesses. Most lower back and neck pain, leg pain, rotator cuff injuries, tendinitis, plantar fasciitis, most neck, shoulder, and arm pain, a lot of numbness and tingling, migraine or tension headaches, stomach aches, fibromyalgia, TMJ, carpal tunnel syndrome or other repetitive stress injuries, and some, but not all, chronic fatigue syndromes. There are also other TMS equivalents, such as OCD, general anxiety, panic attacks, phobias, people who have frequent infections like frequent yeast infections, cystitis, sinusitis, many GI disorders such as acid reflux, ulcers, constipation, diarrhea, IBS, some skin disorders such as eczema and acne. Then there are the genitourinary disorders such as frequent UTIs or pelvic pain, benign cardiac conditions, voice loss, and some vestibular conditions, such as dizziness and vertigo, that don't have an identifiable medical cause.
So basically, it is important to know that TMS is a harmless but still potentially painful condition that causes a variety of pain syndromes and other disorders.
Dr. Sarno, who was the MD who first identified TMS, he said that basically the explanation for it is that severe and debilitating physical pain can be caused by mildly decreased oxygen to muscles, nerves, and tendons. That's what's responsible for the pain of TMS, but it doesn't have an underlying physical or structural cause. Rather, TMS is caused by the way that people manage their emotions. So it's not the result of a physical abnormality. It's also really important, a lot of times when people think of chronic pain or pain disorders, that this is due to hypochondriasis or that people are getting secondary gains from this, like, people are having pain to miss work. But that's not true about people who suffer from TMS. As a matter of fact, most people who have TMS are pretty upset by their condition and very upset by the way it affects their ability to work. So this is certainly not done so that they can shirk their responsibilities. Rather, people who have TMS are individuals who don't like to experience quote unquote negative emotions such as anger and sadness. So their brain produces these physical symptoms to distract them so that they don't have to think about painful emotions. And just briefly, I'm just going to go over some of the personality characteristics that are common to people who suffer from TMS, because people who suffer from TMS tend to be pretty conscientious, dependable, reliable people. So these are, some of the general personality traits that tend to go along with the disorder. TMS patients tend to be conflict avoidant or non-confrontational. They tend to be people pleasers, highly conscientious and responsible. They tend to be their own most severe critic. They want to be, quote unquote good or liked by people. they're usually perfectionists who are never satisfied, or they're not really satisfied by their own performance. They're usually, tend to be more lenient with other people. They have expectations of their self that are up in the stratosphere, difficulty acknowledging negative feelings, essentially people who want to be pure in thought and deed.
So you listed a lot of the symptoms related to TMS. Do you see those symptoms as being exclusively caused by TMS, or could they have other additional causes?
Well, Ty, this is why it's always important that a prospective TMS patient, sees a physician who is very familiar with TMS, because to answer your question, only a physician can really answer. A physician who is familiar with TMS can answer that question. If you see a physician who's not familiar with the disorder, they might say, oh, well, you're typing all day on your computer. Of course, you have carpal tunnel syndrome. So a TMS physician would do all the, imaging, all the testing that needed to be done. And, Dr. Sarno always said, your body is meant to work, your muscles, everything is meant to be used to do the same action over and over in a day. Like, typing, it doesn't necessarily have to cause pain, but a person has to first be evaluated by a physician to make that determination, because could there be some underlying cause? Yes, but that's sort of for the physician to evaluate. And then by the time, if I end up seeing a patient, it's always because they have been first evaluated by a physician so that we have ruled out, anything else.
So once you see a patient, what's the normal progression for treatment?
So after a patient has a diagnosis of TMS, and I begin to see him, then we can begin psychotherapy. The intake for a patient with TMS takes a number of sessions because we have to go through stressors in their childhood, their current stressors, the way strong emotions or affect were managed in their family of origin, and then how the patient themselves manages strong feelings or painful or negative emotions. To tell you in a little bit more detail, the step one, when I first see a patient, is we review significant emotional events from their childhood. Maybe it would be helpful for me to review some of the more common ones that come up in my practice. So what we'd be looking for are any difficult childhood events, or what are sometimes referred to as ACEs, which is an acronym for adverse childhood experiences. Some of those might include divorce of parents, especially if it was a contentious divorce or involved an affair, patient who grows up with a lot of fighting or bickering in the home, any loss of a parent through abandonment, death, or divorce. We'd look for, in a patient's background, any physical or sexual abuse or emotional abuse. And patients often ask what constitutes emotional abuse. So some examples might be frequent criticism, rigid rules, exacting standards for a child's behavior. Another difficult childhood experience might be having a parent who suffered from depression, anxiety, OCD, alcoholism, drug abuse, someone who was bullied by either their peers. And another one that's always interesting that people sometimes don't identify as a childhood stressor is a patient being bullied by his or her own siblings. Because oftentimes you think about the home as like a respite or a peaceful place, and you think about bullying that happens in the school, but a lot of patients present with a history that's significant for being bullied by their siblings, either verbally and, physically. Okay, so just to continue with a few more of the more common, difficult childhood events, benign neglect, patients who grow up with little or no emotional support, guidance, or a complete lack of discipline. Another interesting one is affectionate constraint, like sometimes patients who grow up in a home where they're very overprotected. And children who grow up with a chaotic childhood are often candidates for TMS later in life. So what constitutes a chaotic childhood? Perhaps having a parent having an affair or a midlife crisis, seeing the parent's marriage fall apart in a more dramatic way, such as seeing the parent suddenly act like a teenager. Another big one that we see as a childhood stressor is children who are parentified children, so where they have responsibilities that are either inappropriate or disproportionate for their age. This could be, they have like a very needy parent who leans on them, or sometimes having an ill parent where then the child is forced to take care of things in the home because the parent is unable to. And let's see, the last one that comes to mind is either, too much discipline or too little discipline. These are overall some of the common childhood stressors. That would be sort of the, first step in what we'd look for in treatment. Step number 2 would be to review current stressors in a patient's life. Some of the more common ones are loss of a marital relationship, loss of a parent, a child, a relative, or other source of close connection, financial issues, family conflict, a new baby, a sick or elderly parent, basically anything that would increase someone's role as a caretaker, trouble with in-laws. And another one that we're seeing, much more nowadays is a parent having trouble with an adult child. This one comes up a lot, more recently, especially as children seem to remain dependent for longer periods of time into their adulthood. So you see parents sometimes who are parenting for much longer than they ever expected to. Now, another thing that we'd also look for in evaluating a patient who has TMS are positive events, but keeping in mind that positive events can also be very stressful because any transition is hard. So some positive events that can also be stressors for patients are a new job, birth of a child, a pregnancy, moving, retirement. And interestingly enough, for some people, vacations and holidays can be very stressful too. Dr. Sarno always talked about accumulating anger and sadness over a lifetime, almost like making deposits in a bank. These things are cumulative, and sometimes there's a certain tipping point, almost where the patient is unable to cope with things, and then they develop TMS symptoms. Okay, so step number 3 in evaluating a patient would be asking a patient how they manage strong feelings of anger and sadness. For example, if the patient is sad, how do they experience the sadness? For example, are they able to sit with the feelings of sadness? Are they able to cry? I would then inquire how the patients manage feelings of anger. Is this a person who acts out on their anger by yelling, hitting, throwing, swearing? Many people will start treatment for TMS and they might say to me, I get to my anger, I yell, I swear, I do all sorts of things when I'm angry. But for many TMS patients, when you act out on anger like that, as opposed to just experience the anger, you're just reinforcing that anger is bad, or that if you're angry, you maybe yell at someone, you say something hurtful, you hurt people's feelings. So sometimes a goal for TMS patients is to learn to sit with their feelings of anger and then to make a healthier choice about how they express that anger. Because if you are just acting out on anger, then basically, you are just, reinforcing the idea that anger is sort of scary or threatening, and that when you're angry, you do something impulsive that you don't want to do. And then TMS patients might suppress their feelings even more. Okay, so the next part of the intake, step number 4, would be to discuss with the patient how strong emotions were handled in the patient's family of origin. I would ask the patient how each one of their parents managed feelings of anger and sadness. It's interesting because many of our TMS patients grow up in a home where there's lots of yelling, screaming, as I said just before, essentially acting out on anger. And we have many TMS patients who, when they grow up in homes like this, they say to themselves, I don't want to be like my parents. I grew up in a home where people were yelling, screaming, doing all sorts of things. And then they themselves tend to suppress anger. When they're an adult, it's almost like the pendulum has swung back completely in the other direction. And interestingly enough, some of our patients don't even know what makes them angry because they suppress their feelings to such an extent. A lot of TMS patients have like what people call like a type C personality. And type C personality is like, these tend to be very consistent, dependable, sensitive individuals. They often pride themselves on being good or nice people, but they tend to suppress or repress their emotional responses. Type C personalities tend to be conflict avoidant. They distance themselves from emotions. They tend to be very logical and rational. For example, many patients are so distant from their emotions that they might be telling you that they're very angry about something and they sort of intellectually know this, but then they might be smiling as they say it, or they might be telling you like that they're very sad, but then they have like a very pleasant smiley look on their face. So they're not, they're pretty distant from actually experience their emotions. Okay, so the next part in the evaluation would be asking patients about their self-imposed pressures or rules that they make for themselves in life. Sort of like, well, a good person would always do this, or a kind person always does that. Sort of just like rules that people make for themselves that might actually be unrealistic and that they might actually resent, but they do them anyway because they think this is what good or nice people do. And sort of the last step in sort of the intake is asking patients if there was anyone in their childhood home that they could express their feelings to. What is common with many of our TMS patients is that they have a reduced ability to identify and communicate about their emotional states. And sometimes even, kids who grow up in a healthier home, even if they're very upset if a parent disciplines them, they could still go to that parent and say, I'm upset, and they could express their feelings. But a lot of people who go on to have TMS, they grow up in homes where there really wasn't anyone to express their emotions to. And sometimes it's not that, this is not always because these are cold or callous parents, but sometimes it's because the parent themselves isn't able to discuss negative emotions, or maybe the parent suffers from anxiety themselves and sort of can't deal with the child's, more painful feelings. So anyway, just to, summarize, basically look for in a patient sort of emotional states that are hard for the patient to recognize. And then as the treatment goes on, you're asking patients to try to link any episodes of pain or other TMS symptoms to emotional events in their life. So, if they have an episode of pain, instead of saying, gee, this is because I did something physical, it's because there's something emotionally going on. As the treatment goes on, that's what you're trying to encourage patients to do, to process their emotional experiences, to experience their feelings around them, and to link pain to emotions that are coming up for them, and sort of not like they may have done in the past saying, oh, it's because I'm doing something physical.
You kind of enumerated all of the ways that you intake information. Once you're with the patient, you have all the information you need about their background. What happens in subsequent sessions?
After you've identified these issues, then you're helping a patient work through them and process their feelings around them. For example, let's say a patient had something traumatic happen to them in childhood. You're helping the patient identify their feelings around the issues and maybe experience their feelings in a way that they were unable to do at other points in their life. Some of the experiences that we're looking for are not just traumatic ones, because sometimes those are the ones that people know that they should have feelings about, or that they're allowed to have feelings about, right? But there are other ones that sometimes people, like, for example, having a new baby where they love the baby so much and they're so happy, but yet maybe there's also other feelings that come up that they don't think that they have permission to feel, like, gee, I'm also very angry that I'm not getting any sleep, or that suddenly I don't have a lot of time for myself, or that now I'm having to balance childcare with my job and, my relationship with my spouse or partner. So sometimes what you're really helping a patient get to are painful feelings, but that they think they shouldn't be having, because maybe they say, oh, this is actually a good event, or they might rationalize something and not be able to get to potentially negative feelings around it. For example, if a patient has an ill parent, they might say, well, it's not my parent's fault that my parent got sick, and then, I had to do this and this and this. And that might be true, that's the rational, but maybe underneath they're also quite angry that they suddenly have all these responsibilities, or that they don't have a childhood like their friends, or even an adult who has a parent who gets sick, right? It's still more responsibility, but sometimes people might think, well, if it's no one's fault, the person didn't do this on purpose, am I allowed to have feelings about it? So some of the work involved in therapy is helping people identify feelings that they think, quote unquote, shouldn't be having.
Can you flesh out the difference between experiencing anger and acting out against it or intellectualizing it?
Well, let me start with intellectualizing emotions, which is something that a lot of our TMS patients do. So basically, intellectualization is viewed as a defense mechanism for a good reason. It really allows people to distance themselves from their feelings. For example, having a smile on their face when they're talking about something painful. So people are often afraid of giving their emotions space to just be. They think that they have to act on them, but they don't necessarily have to do so. Patients often say to me, well, if I'm angry, what should I do? Isn't this a good thing to sort of, express my anger or, show my anger? And, I always say to people, it could be, but not necessarily. For example, if you're really angry at your boss, it's not necessarily going to be helpful to say, okay, well, now I'm going to yell at my boss, right? But inside, you might be furious. So you can sit with that feeling that you're really angry and then make a decision about how you're going to act on it. I always tell people that if there's one thing I want them to take away from my work with them, is your feelings are one thing, your actions are something else. So you could be furious, whether this is at your boss or your parent or your child or a spouse. It doesn't mean that you have to act on that. You should make a decision about how you act on it, but you can feel whatever you want to. You can think inside, I'm so furious, I wish this person was dead right now. It doesn't mean you're going to kill the person or even yell at them, right? This is just a way of almost getting to the core of your anger. It's almost like having an anger fantasy. It doesn't mean that you have to act on it, but it can be by saying, I'm so furious at this person. I wish, that I could do this or that, or I wish they dropped dead, or that's just getting to the depth of your anger. You don't have to act on this at all. And I always tell patients, if you were happy, you wouldn't necessarily have to say, gee, now I have to jump up and down, or I have to go hug everybody. You would just sort of sit with the feeling of being happy. But a lot of TMS patients think that if they're angry, that then they have to do something with it. And oftentimes because they're worried about, maybe what they do or how to manage it, they sort of don't want to have that feeling at all. So sometimes TMS patients, they tend to intellectualize, they talk themselves out of feeling something. And intellectualization, sort of the definition, is basically looking at the facts of the situation, but ignoring your feelings about it. And it's very healthy to experience your feelings, whether those are anger, sadness, happiness, whatever the affect may be. You don't have to act on it, because there's many situations in life, where it's not good for you to just act out on your feelings, but you don't want to not experience the feelings. Dr. Sarno used to have a little placard in his office, and it said something along the lines of, the sadness that's not expressed in tears makes the other organs weep. So, he always talked about that tears are one way that humans release stress and are a very healthy way to discharge emotions. Other healthy ways to discharge stress might be laughing, dancing, running. You could yell. You don't necessarily have to yell at people. Exercise is a healthy way to sort of discharge stress. The unhealthy ways are what I mentioned before. If you're, saying mean things to people, threatening people, yelling at the top of your lungs, anything that's unkind to other people, that's not necessarily asserting yourself, but just acting out on your anger in more a mean way. There's been a lot of studies that show that people who are unable to cry have other detrimental physiological responses, such as elevated blood pressure, as well as other somatic reactions. So basically, if you bottle up your feelings, it's a recipe for other physical symptoms.
Could you explain a memorable case when your treatment style dramatically helped a patient? What factors made that treatment so successful?
So one patient that comes to mind is a man in his mid-30s. This is a patient, like many TMS patients, who is an excellent coper, but he often copes so well with things in his life that it comes at his own expense in the form of somatic symptoms and pain. Like many of our patients, he's had for many years a lot of responsibility placed on his shoulders, and he's managed it very well outwardly in terms of fulfilling his responsibilities, but he ended up with a TMS condition, because he internalized a lot of his feelings. And as I was saying before, many of our patients come from backgrounds where there is some kind of abuse or substance abuse or other adverse childhood experience, but we also have a subset of patients who grow up in environments where suppression of negative feelings is modeled. So some TMS patients grow up where there's a lot of conflict, but then other TMS patients, like this man, grew up in a home where he was very protected or sheltered from experiencing any negative feelings. He was basically shielded from any information that his parents worried would upset him. So some TMS patients grow up in, sort of the maybe more typical TMS home where there's arguing or yelling, a lot of more like acting out on feelings. But then we have other patients, like this patient, who grew up in a home where the parents didn't really argue and the child didn't have like a good model for feeling, experiencing, or managing negative feelings. There's a balance between arguing all the time, which is very detrimental for kids, but then also if a kid never sees any conflict resolution, that's also not healthy either. We've actually had some TMS patients who have reported that their parents divorced, but they never really saw a single disagreement or argument. Anyway, so this man grew up in a home where the parents did not tell the kids about events that they worried would upset the kids. So I can just summarize that the treatment was successful for a few reasons. Firstly, this patient accepted the diagnosis of TMS. He wasn't looking for a physical reason for his pain. He saw a TMS physician, got a diagnosis of TMS. He was very diligent about thinking emotionally and not physically. And he did the emotional work on a daily basis, not just during psychotherapy sessions. So I'll summarize a little bit about the details about this patient. He was in his mid-30s, married, 4 kids, and he presented with numbness, tingling, and an electrical sensation down one of his legs. This patient had lost his mother, with whom he was very close, a few years before beginning treatment. His mom had been really devoted and involved with the family, and his childhood experiences were very significant in that the mom had always emphasized to my patient when he was growing up that their family was very lucky and that they didn't have issues that other families struggled with. So there wasn't a lot of room in the household for the expression of negative emotions, more just room for positive expression. The patient remembered his mom sort of brooding at times, but not ever really discussing why she was upset, and the same with the dad. Then, unfortunately, his mom became ill, and my patient and his sibling were not told anything even though the mom had two illnesses occurring simultaneously that were pretty severe. Their mom was sick for about 10 years before she died. She had a cancer, and then she also had a progressive disease of the central nervous system. So the patient had an older sibling who was already out of the house when the mom became ill. And the patient recalled in our sessions seeing his mom become more and more debilitated. He recalled a lot of instances of her becoming worse, like he saw her having trouble climbing up their stairs, but he was always told everything was fine. One time when he questioned his parents why the mom was having problems climbing up the stairs to the second floor, he was just told, oh, it's due to something minor like a knee problem. So the mom continued to become more and more debilitated, eventually ended up in a wheelchair, and still the patient and his siblings were not told anything, which caused a lot of anxiety. The patient recalled that his mom's mood was pretty sad, and that he often sat next to her when he was in high school and his early years in college and would just try to do anything to make her laugh. But, she never really discussed the illness. And then the way that the patient finally learned that there was something seriously wrong is one day he overheard his father talking on the phone, and he heard the word multiple myeloma and suddenly knew that she had something serious. This patient also had a function as his mother's caretaker, at times for extended periods. For example, one time his father broke his leg, so my patient had to take over the care of his mom, including the toileting. It was just stuff that was really painful for him, but he did everything. He took care of her and was almost like a fireman, sort of always on call to just run and help her at a time when he was having to start his own career and so forth. And it was just really difficult, but he coped very well. He did everything, but never really was able to fully experience the depth of his feelings. And this is a patient that tends to be very bright guy. He has a great sense of humor, but experiences things rationally more and sort of okay, this isn't mom's fault. I think didn't fully get to the depth of how upsetting this was for him and how much responsibility was placed on him. He was more focused on how terrible this situation was for his mom and also his dad, who did a lot of the caretaking. This patient, like many of our TMS patients, are focused more on other people's feelings than their own. As a group, TMS patients tend to be very logical and rational to the point that they might ignore their own inner feelings. For example, this patient may have said, well, my father broke his leg and my mother is ill. It's not their fault. Neither one of them did this on purpose. Or, well, my sibling lives far away, so of course I'm the only one who can help. And sort of not being able to recognize how upset and angry they are that they're put in this position. So part of the work in treatment was helping the patient look at feelings that he wasn't comfortable in having or didn't think he should be having. Dr. Sarno always encouraged patients to almost look at your feelings like you're a narcissistic child who just thinks about yourself. Dr. Sarno always said your feelings don't have to be rational. Look at your feelings almost if you're just completely egocentric and that you don't care about anyone else. And he would use that as a tool to help patients get to their own feelings. So, for example, in this case, you might encourage a patient to say, I'm furious that I have to help at all. I'm angry that my mother is sick. I'm sad that my mom can't be here for me, that I've got to be there for my mom. I'm in a rage now that my father broke his leg and that I have to help. So in other words, helping the patient look at feelings that they don't really feel great about having, yet that these are the feelings that anyone would have if you look at things just from your own point of view. Again, you don't have to act out on these things. You can help your parent, but you've got to acknowledge inside how you're feeling. But I think that this patient, because of the way that he grew up, he was always encouraged to look at the bright side of things. It was inculcated in him during childhood that he had the perfect family, so it made it extra hard for him to acknowledge any difficult feelings. And it was interesting, when I first started working with him, when he would describe events, he would say, oh, it was like a Norman Rockwell painting. He always wanted things to be perfect and was almost bothered by any imperfection, which of course made it tough for him to look at sort of painful feelings that he had. As I said, this patient has a very good sense of humor, and he often looked at humor,
to help him manage his feelings, which is fine. But sometimes if there's a preponderance of that, you tend to really minimize your feelings. And he was someone, he was very good and sensitive to everyone else, but it's almost like he put himself like in maybe his feelings sort of further down. And I think this is an example of what I was talking about before, where because of his mom's illness, he became a little bit more of a parentified child. He was given responsibilities that were really hard, sort of disproportionate given his age. He was in high school and college when he had to deal with this, and it was tough for him to acknowledge how all of this caretaking was upsetting for him. Also, he was very close to his mom, and he missed her a great deal and still does, so it was just tough for him to acknowledge some of these other feelings. One thing I always say to my TMS patients as a therapy goal is that it's really important for them to manage mixed feelings, that you can have very mixed feelings about one person. You can be very angry at them or upset at a person for this, that, and the other reason, but then you can also love them a lot, and you have to like sort of hold those two feelings together. Sometimes that's tough for people to do. Just, I guess, one more point is sometimes patients will ask like, well, are you saying, I shouldn't care for my sick mother? And again, my answer would be this is a personal and individual answer. But in terms of recovering from TMS symptoms, your actions are one thing, but you've got to acknowledge your genuine, authentic feelings. And then you might still have a tough situation, for example, caretaking, but you don't necessarily have to have TMS symptoms if you can get to your feelings.
Okay, awesome. So that patient came in having numbness and tingling and this electrical sensation down his leg. Did that change at all through the progression of his treatment?
Absolutely. That symptom completely disappeared over time, but it was a process. It wasn't overnight. As I said, this patient was excellent because he got the diagnosis, he accepted it was TMS, he did not look back. So then he did not say, gee, is this electrical tingling numbness? Is this due to something else? Do I have some other disorder? He knew it was TMS because he had gotten a TMS diagnosis from a physician. He started thinking emotionally every day, not physically. When he got that sensation, he would look at what was going on emotionally. And he really processed a lot of feelings around his mom. And over time, that TMS symptom of the numbness and tingling completely disappeared. But he was someone, he was really diligent about the work. And every day, he'd set aside a little time to think about what was going on for him emotionally. I always tell patients, we can sort of point you in the right direction, and I can give you some guidelines what to focus on, but you really have to think emotionally every day. And that's what he did. And then he really made progress.
Have you noticed any drawbacks from really experiencing rather than conceptualizing or acting out against an emotion? For example, is there any case where a patient does go to that depth of the emotion and you thought it might have been better for them to rather hold back a little bit and maybe do something else in response to it?
And I think that question represents a lot of people's worst fears about getting to their emotions. For example, many patients say, well, if I get to my feelings, is this going to lead to depression? Or am I going to be overwhelmed by my feelings? But what people don't realize is that it actually takes a lot of mental energy to have to continuously suppress painful emotions. And that oftentimes people who are depressed, it's because they more feel numb and that they actually haven't been able to work through painful events in their life. Now, of course, that being said, when I'm helping a patient to identify sources of stress or things that make them sad or angry in treatment, we do things bit by bit in therapy. I'm using my clinical judgment to assess how quickly to uncover painful feelings in a patient. But I've never had anyone ever say to me, oh, I regret discussing this, or I regret getting to this. Because when you're working through this with patients, it does take some time.
I've been wondering how much of the occurrence of anxiety and the physical pain that people have is avoidable. like you said, someone who grows up in a stressful environment develops these coping mechanisms, but then in the long run, those come back and manifest themselves in emotional or physical pain. So is it possible for someone to prevent the progression?
Yeah. So I think that a lot of it is avoidable. I mean, people have stressful events in their childhood. People have stressful events in their life, right? So you can't necessarily change those. However, the way that you cope with them can prevent the progression so that they don't experience pain and anxiety. I usually tell my patients that there are sort of 4 basic steps in the program, or at least the way I conceptualize it. So the first step that is really important to do is to repudiate the physical reason for the pain. So this would mean if someone has pain, to get the appropriate tests and to get a diagnosis of TMS from a physician who's familiar with the disorder, and to, of course, make sure that there is nothing physically wrong. If you see a physician who's not familiar with TMS, they might tell you that your carpal tunnel syndrome is because of overuse and give you a structural reason for your symptoms, and not sort of do a checkup to see what the stresses are in your life and to determine if maybe the stressors in your current life or from your childhood or the way that you manage your emotions are the reason for the pain. Okay, so the first step would be get a diagnosis of TMS. The second step would be to accept that there is a psychological basis or underpinning for the pain. Patients have to recognize that it's the way that they're managing their emotions is causing the pain, and that they have to be aware when they are experiencing stress. Patients have to spend time every day thinking emotionally. So that's sort of the third step. So first step is the diagnosis. Second step, accept that the pain is caused by a psychological reason, not a structural reason. And then you have to think psychologically and emotionally and not physically. If you're walking to meet someone for lunch and suddenly you realize that you have pain, it's not the walking that's causing you pain, but maybe it's that you have feelings about the person that you're going to eat lunch with, right? Or that if you're picking up your child, it's not that your back is weak or that you have a problem with your back and that's why you can't pick up your child, but maybe you're getting pain at that moment because, you feel upset that you have to do this level of caretaking. So you're really looking at what's coming up for you emotionally and not just focusing on the physical. The next step is it's really important that patients resume physical activities and proceed with their activities of daily living. A lot of pain patients have been told that they shouldn't move in certain ways or that they have to use assistive devices when they sit, like special pillows, special chairs. So many people that have had pain are told that they've got to restrict or modify their movements or activities. And this is a real impediment to people getting better. If they feel TMS symptoms, they've got to note, okay, this is TMS. And then they've got to continue with their daily activities. I remember one of Dr. Sarno's patients was told by another physician that she should never ski again. And Dr. Sarno basically said, after he had diagnosed her with TMS, he's like, you've got to resume skiing, which she did. And she was very happy about and didn't have pain anymore after she went through the treatment. So many times patients are told that they've got to sit a certain way, stand a certain way, bend a certain way, sleep on a certain mattress, wear particular shoes. And Dr. Sarno always told patients that they just have to resume activities of daily living. And he told patients, your back is meant to work, your back is meant to lift weight, your body is meant to move. That's step number 4 in treatment, just resuming all physical activities. Because a lot of TMS patients have what Dr. Sarno called physicophobia. They're scared to move because they've been told so often that they've got to restrict or modify the way that they move. And once people can get over that fear, they really can make a lot of progress. Fear, a lot of times, is an extension of the TMS. Sometimes people, they either have a physical symptom or else they're really worried that they're going to get a physical symptom. and they become very restrictive. When they can get over that hurdle, they can really make a lot of progress in treatment. But that's a tough one for people, because if you've had pain for a lot of years and you've been told to restrict and modify your movement, sometimes that's a tough one to get over, and that takes a lot of encouragement. And it's also why I always work in tandem with a physician, because I'm a psychologist, so it's not up to me to make the decision about what a patient is going to do physically. But once a patient knows that they have TMS, then you can really encourage a patient to just focus on the emotional and to resume all physical activities.
What's the common response that you get from people, both inside and out of the medical community, when they hear about your views on chronic pain and how to treat it?
I think that one of the reasons that it's difficult for people to accept Dr. Sarno's mind-body principles is that most of us grew up with the idea that if there's something wrong with us physically, that we go to the doctor and we get some tests or, some type of diagnostic workup or measure. And we sort of grow up with the idea that the mind and the body are separate. When we have a physical exam, we are not always asked about emotional stressors. Or if you are asked the question about if you suffer from anxiety or depression, they basically want to treat that, but doctors aren't necessarily looking at stressors or your emotions as being connected to a physical symptom or a pain. We do have more and more physicians becoming interested in Dr. Sarno's work because, I do think nowadays people are much more open to the idea that the mind and the body are not separate. And I think that if people have a certain psychological openness, sometimes they can see an alternate basis for their physical symptoms, but sometimes patients aren't ready to accept Dr. Sarno's work. Well, firstly, they may not have heard about it, but even patients who have, sometimes they have to almost make the rounds, seeing various doctors, being in pain for a number of years, and basically seeing that nothing is working. We have so many patients that say that they've seen physicians and physical therapists and that they've tried this and they've tried that and all sorts of assistive devices and so forth, and that they still have pain. And so a lot of times some patients, they come to see like, gee, I've sort of tried everything. It's not really working, so maybe, I can look in another direction. A lot of people are cured just by reading Dr. Sarno's books alone. They don't ever have to go to psychotherapy. And a lot of people really identify themselves in the pages of Dr. Sarno's book, and they can improve very quickly just from reading it. And I think that a lot of people, if they are the personality type that is prone to TMS, most times by the time they reach this conclusion, they're usually pretty happy because then they're excited that they have the ability to heal themselves. One thing I always think it's interesting is that we oftentimes think of stressors as sort of big ticket events, like a death in the family or divorce. But a lot of chronic stressors can also be very insidious and damaging as well. Most people recognize the dangers of acute stress, but sort of chronic stress, like the type of stress that you think of as like the type of stress that you can't really get away from, like maybe a caretaking role or some other situation in your life that's there all the time. Those can also be very damaging, especially if the feelings around it are unrecognized.
You write that it can be helpful to think about TMS as truth serum. What do you mean by this?
Sometimes a lot of Dr. Sarno's patients are very upset that they have TMS. Understandably, if someone has been in pain and it really impedes them from doing daily activities, people are pretty upset. But I always tell patients, both as part of their recovery, but also just a way of helping them look at different aspects of developing TMS. I say you can use the process to get to know yourself better. Dr. Sarno always said it can be something positive in that it's a bit of a truth serum. One of the things I think that was so amazing about the work that Dr. Sarno did is he gave patients permission to experience feelings that they didn't think that they should be feeling. And he always urged patients to use symptoms as a bit of a roadmap to try to discover feelings that they have, but that they don't realize they have, or that they don't want to feel or don't think that they should feel. He always encouraged patients, try to look at what you're really feeling as opposed to what you think you, quote unquote, should be feeling. And I always thought that was really helpful, almost to use, some of the pain which had been so difficult for them, but almost use it as like a bit of a path or a roadmap for some inner exploration and to really get to know yourself. What is my genuine and authentic self? What is my full spectrum of feelings, even if these are things that I think I shouldn't be feeling, or I don't think that a quote unquote good person should be having. And he'd always say, you don't have to act on this, but just be honest with yourself. And I always think that that's really fantastic for patients, to be able to do, for anyone to be able to do.
So there seems to be a consensus that abuse, perfectionism, and goodism are some of the strongest factors that can contribute to TMS. There's a doctor who actually believes that, Dr. Rochelle, who believes that those factors can even be interrelated, that abuse can drive someone to be a perfectionist, which then can drive that person to develop TMS. Do you think there's any connection between abuse and perfectionism or goodism?
Yes, I do. So there's a classic example of adult children of alcoholics who tend to suffer from people-pleasing tendencies, from goodism, perfectionism. And this usually stems from the fact that homes where alcohol is abused by one or both parents, they tend to be homes that are more chaotic, that are sort of filled or fraught with conflict. They tend to be more harsh, unpredictable, inconsistent environments. This also can be said for homes where the parents fight a lot and there's a lot of conflict. Oftentimes the child who grows up either in an alcoholic home or in a home where there's a lot of fighting, the children almost want to fly under the radar in a sense and sort of not create more problems. Meanwhile, it is very healthy for children, to be able to have a tantrum themselves or to express themselves. But in some homes, there's already so much conflict that the last thing that the child wants is to add to this in any way. So the child really struggles to not cause any further issues. A lot of times kids who grow up in these environments, they really struggle to make their parents happy. And they believe that if their behavior is quote unquote perfect, and if they're very good, then the parents might somehow be happier, and then that their overall home lives will be more peaceful. So this is an example of a coping style that might have worked in childhood, but now in a patient's adult life is causing them significant distress or TMS symptoms. For example, if you are people-pleasing into adulthood and you're trying to always be perfect and you're more interested in pleasing other people than doing what's right for yourself, then you're going to be the person who sort of always overextends yourself, or that you're always saying yes to people. And then that's going to generate a lot of internal anger and then possibly TMS symptoms. I remember once Dr. Sarno said to a patient, no is an answer, because we have a lot of TMS patients who will always just say someone wants them to do something. They are more worried about pleasing another person than pleasing themselves. And if this becomes a habitual tendency, then you're going to generate a lot of anger and resentment if you're always trying to be the good person, or the person who pleases everybody, or the person who is liked by people because you're always doing what people want. That's not going to be a coping style in adulthood that's going to continue to work, even though maybe this was something that you did as a child to sort of create a more tranquil home. I mean, it probably didn't work, during childhood either, but this is what a lot of children believe. I guess I can also just briefly mention there's, some other parenting styles that generate perfectionism and goodism. For example, children who are excessively criticized may learn at an early age that they have to be perfect in order to get approval. Then there are also, what I mentioned before, parentified children, the kids who have to function in a parental role because the parent is unable to parent for various reasons, possibly because they have a physical illness, a mental illness, they're anxious, suffer from alcoholism, and so forth. So sometimes parentified children also grow up with a lot of goodism and perfectionism, striving to always be perfect. It's interesting because sometimes the underlying drive in children to be very good or perfect is that they hope that if their behavior is perfect enough, that then the parent can quote unquote get better and then turn around and take care of them. So sometimes that's also the underlying motivation for goodism or perfectionism.
That's really interesting. Okay, great. So I think we can wrap it up there in terms of the questions. I just wanted to say thank you for doing this in general, and I think your recording will be a really good one for the podcast just as a voice on TMS. So I'm really happy with how things went and just wanted to say thank you again.
Ty, it was my pleasure, and thank you so much for your interest in TMS and different approaches to chronic pain. You know, I'm always thrilled when people are interested in this, and I really appreciate your time and interest in this.